After serving as a substitute husband for 5 full years, Gu Yuan was ultimately thrown out by his ex-wife, Chen Weiwei. A breakup settlement of 5 million yuan sat before him. To outsiders, it looked like he had struck gold, but only Gu Yuan knew the truth. His sacrifices over those 5 years could never be measured in money. He had worn countless hats: husband, cook, housekeeper, and full-time caregiver to their daughter. He gave up his ambitions, softened every rough edge of his personality, and devoted himself completely to the family. Yet in Chen Weiwei's eyes, he had always been nothing more than a temporary replacement. The moment her long-awaited first love returned, their 5-year marriage instantly became worthless. After the divorce, Gu Yuan felt no attachment to the past. All he wanted was to raise his 3.5-year-old daughter, Xiao Wenmi, in peace and become an ordinary but happy stay-at-home dad. Using the settlement money, he bought a cozy 2-bedroom apartment and turned it into a warm little home. His daughter's innocent drawings covered the walls, carefully planned meal schedules were posted on the refrigerator, and a quiet park sat just downstairs. Life was simple, comfortable, and peaceful. He thought the years ahead would pass quietly. But Gu Yuan never expected that escaping a failed marriage was only the beginning of his troubles. Years ago, forced by financial hardship, he had worked as a rental boyfriend. Through a series of twists of fate, he ended up owing emotional debts to 9 different women. Now that he was single again, those women he had once hurt began appearing one after another, demanding answers for the past. His peaceful life was completely overturned. The first to arrive was Su Hongli, the heiress of a trillion-yuan business empire. That afternoon, Gu Yuan stood by the window, watching his daughter play in the park below. Dressed in a pale yellow dress, Xiao Wenmi squatted in the sandbox, carefully building a castle. Her adorable appearance filled his heart with warmth. Just then, a phone call from his ex-wife shattered the tranquility. As always, Chen Weiwei was domineering and direct. She immediately brought up visitation rights, insisting on taking Xiao Wenmi to stay with her every week. Gu Yuan felt helpless. Since the divorce, mother and daughter had grown distant. The last time they met, Xiao Wenmi cried the entire way home. Unwilling to put his daughter through that again, he carefully considered the matter before agreeing to let Chen Weiwei take her only once a month, and she had to return the child that same evening. He thought the issue was settled. Instead, Chen Weiwei made another demand. The following month would be her father's 70th birthday banquet, and she insisted that Gu Yuan bring Xiao Wenmi to attend. Her tone left no room for refusal, as though Gu Yuan were still an employee taking orders rather than her ex-husband. A chill crept into his heart. He had given everything to the marriage, only to be discarded at a moment's notice. Chen Weiwei had divorced him for the man she truly loved and largely abandoned her responsibilities as a mother. In the 3 months since the divorce, she had visited her daughter only a handful of times. Rather than spending time with the child, she simply bought expensive gifts to compensate for her absence. The little girl who once eagerly waited for her mother's return had gradually stopped mentioning her altogether. Thinking of both his young daughter and the elderly birthday celebrant, Gu Yuan finally relented. He agreed to make an appearance with Xiao Wenmi for half an hour before leaving. He also firmly refused the expensive dress Chen Weiwei offered, determined to let his daughter wear clothes he personally chose for her. After hanging up, his thoughts remained unsettled. Meanwhile, downstairs in the park, an unexpected encounter was quietly about to change everyone's fate. Having grown tired of playing, Xiao Wenmi put down her toy shovel and toddled over to a nearby swing. There sat a young woman with smeared makeup, silently crying alone. Dressed in top luxury brands and controlling assets worth hundreds of billions, she was none other than Su Hongli, the eldest daughter of the powerful Su family, a woman whose influence shook the entire business world of Jiang province. Countless executives dreamed of gaining her favor. No one would have imagined that this untouchable heiress would be hiding in an ordinary neighborhood park, crying like a helpless child. Fearless and kind-hearted, Xiao Wenmi walked up and tugged gently on the woman's sleeve. In her sweet, childish voice, she offered comfort and warmly invited her home to try the bear-shaped cookies her father had baked. The innocent gesture touched Su Hongli deeply. Tears still glistening in her eyes, she looked up. But the moment she saw the little girl's features, her entire body froze. The round, almond-shaped eyes, the playful dimples, that adorable face perfectly overlapped with the image of the man she had hated for 5 years and missed for 5 years. For over 1,800 days and nights, the man who had entered her life, stolen her heart, and then vanished without a trace had remained an unresolved wound in her soul. She had searched endlessly, unable to let go of the love and resentment intertwined within her heart. Before Su Hongli could recover from the shock, Xiao Nuomi suddenly noticed the red bracelet on her wrist. Excitedly, the little girl exclaimed that her father had an identical bracelet in his phone gallery, complete with a tiny silver sheep pendant. The word struck Su Hongli like a thunderbolt. That bracelet had been handcrafted by the man she loved. He had spent 3 days and nights making it for her. Back then, he had told her gently that the little sheep represented her zodiac sign and that it was the only one in the world, a symbol that she was irreplaceable in his heart. The sweetness of those memories, the pain of betrayal, and the sorrow of separation all surged back at once. Tears poured down her face. Slowly, Su Hongli lifted her gaze. Through layers of tree branches and warm afternoon sunlight, she looked straight toward the second-floor window. Their eyes met. Time seemed to stop. The man she had searched for, hated, missed, and waited for over 5 years had reappeared before her on an ordinary afternoon in a simple community park. All the resentment, longing, heartbreak, and regret accumulated over 5 years erupted at that moment. And this was only the beginning. The secrets of Gu Yuan's long-buried past, one after another, would gradually surface with the arrival of this billionaire heiress. Chapter 2. The Resurrection of a First Love. He had changed. Dressed in a simple gray hoodie and sweatpants, carrying a children's water bottle and a pink jacket, with a ridiculous apron around his waist that read Super Dad, he looked nothing like the young man she remembered. The sharp, lean edges of his youth had been softened by the passage of time and the burdens of life. But those eyes, they were still the same eyes she both hated and longed for in countless sleepless nights. Gu Yuan stared back at her. The color gradually drained from his face. His lips pressed into a thin line, and his entire body stiffened like a statue. Su Hongli. 5 years had passed since they last met. The spoiled, slightly chubby girl he once knew had grown into a stunning young woman with exquisite features and an elegant presence. That is, if one ignored the fact that she was currently crying her eyes out. Xiao Nuomi had been right. He really did have a metal box. Inside were 9 bracelets. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white. 9 colors, 9 materials, 9 designs. Each represented a girl. Each represented a ridiculous chapter of his past. Back in college, after his family's bankruptcy left them drowning in debt, he had secretly worked for a rental boyfriend platform to make money. Those bracelets were handmade gifts he had created for 9 VIP clients. It sounded absurd. Every one of those girls had been exceptional, born with wealth, talent, and privilege. Yet somehow, they had all fallen for a poor nobody like him. To avoid violating the platform's strict rule against developing real feelings, he had no choice but to play the villain. One by one, he broke up with them. They cried. They cursed him, called him a liar, a scumbag, a bastard, and he accepted it, because he believed that was the only way they could move on and find people truly worthy of them. He had thought he would never see any of them again. Yet 5 years later, fate had brought them together once more. Su Hongli's gaze slowly moved from Xiao Nuomi's face to Gu Yuan's. Then back to Xiao Nuomi. Then back to Gu Yuan. Several times. And then she smiled. Tears still clung to her eyelashes, but a broken smile appeared on her lips. Holding Xiao Nuomi's hand, completely oblivious to the strange atmosphere, she walked toward Gu Yuan one step at a time. The clicking of her high heels against the stone pathway echoed sharply. Each step felt like it landed directly on Gu Yuan's taut nerves. She stopped before him and raised her head. She was slimmer than he remembered. Taller too. But her spoiled, stubborn aura remained unchanged. Even with swollen eyes and ruined makeup. "Aren't you going to introduce us?" she asked, tilting her head. Her gaze rested on Xiao Nuomi. The question was directed at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan swallowed but said nothing. "Your daughter," she answered for him. Her voice was terrifyingly calm. "How old is she?" 3.5. Even to himself, his voice sounded dry and strained. 3.5. Su Hongli repeated the words softly before crouching down to meet the little girl's eyes. "What's your name, sweetheart?" "My name is Xiao Nuomi." "Xiao Nuomi." She repeated the name slowly. Her eyes traced every feature of the child's face, from her eyebrows, to her cheeks, to her chin, until finally they settled on the girl's eyes. Eyes identical to Gu Yuan's. She stared for a long time. Long enough that Xiao Nuomi eventually blinked in confusion. Then Su Hongli slowly reached out. Her fingertips trembled as they gently brushed the child's cheek. No wonder. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Heavy with tears. Heavy with grievance. The moment I saw her, it felt like something squeezed my heart. She lifted her head and looked at Gu Yuan through tear-filled eyes. Word by word, she said. So she's the child of an old acquaintance. Gu Yuan felt as though a giant hand had wrapped itself around his heart. The pain was suffocating. At that moment, Xiao Nuomi looked between her father and the crying, smiling lady. Suddenly, she excitedly shook both of their hands. Daddy, I found a new mommy. Silence. The air froze. Su Hongli blinked in surprise, then burst into laughter. She laughed until her shoulders shook. Laughed until fresh tears streamed down her cheeks. Did you hear that, Gu Yuan? She wiped her eyes. Even your daughter just sent me an offer letter. Then she bent down and effortlessly picked Xiao Nuomi up. The movement was so natural it felt as if she had practiced it 1,000 times. Sweetheart, do you really have bear-shaped cookies at home? Yes. Daddy baked them yesterday. Then, Su Hongli looked at Gu Yuan. Something darkened in her eyes before resurfacing. Would it be okay if I visited your house? It wasn't a question. It was a notification. Gu Yuan opened his mouth. The words, "That's not convenient," stuck in his throat. Su Hongli leaned closer and whispered so only he could hear. If you dare say no, I'll call my father's bodyguards right now and tell them I found my first love who disappeared 5 years ago. She smiled. What do you think my father will do? Gu Yuan closed his eyes. He was doomed. A creditor had come to collect a debt, and she was the most troublesome one of them all. 10:30 p.m. Su Hongli sat cross-legged on the guest room bed, wearing one of Gu Yuan's old t-shirts as pajamas. In her hand was the faded red bracelet. So, her voice was hoarse. How many of these bracelets did you give away back then? Gu Yuan stood by the doorway. After 3 seconds of silence, he answered. 9. 9. Su Hongli repeated the number. Then she laughed. Her shoulders trembled. So all those things you told me back then. She looked up at him. Asterisk, there's only one bracelet like this in the entire world. Asterisk. Asterisk, just like you're the only one in my heart. Asterisk. Were those all mass-produced lines? Hongli, it was work. Work? She raised her head. Her eyes were red. Gu Yuan, I treated you as my first love. And you treated me as a customer? Gu Yuan had no answer. 5 years ago, he had worked for the Dream Boyfriend platform. The rules were clear. No genuine feelings allowed. But he had been young. Too young. He wanted to leave each girl with something meaningful. So he spent his earnings on materials and handcrafted 9 bracelets. The red one was for Su Hongli, because she always wore red dresses. The silver one was for Xintaoxia, because she was as cold and beautiful as moonlight. The black one was for Yunxia, because her presence was powerful and commanding. Every bracelet had been carefully designed. And to every girl he had said, asterisk, this belongs only to you. Asterisk. Looking back now, it felt both childish and cruel. You have every right to hate me, Gu Yuan said. Of course I hate you. Su Hongli wiped away her tears. Yet her expression gradually calmed. But I hate myself even more. Even knowing you were a liar. She lifted the bracelet. When it got old, when the clasp loosened, I still couldn't bring myself to throw it away. The tiny silver bell attached to the bracelet chimed softly. 5 years, Gu Yuan. I wore this bracelet to every important occasion. My graduation ceremony. Family banquets. Business negotiations. Everything. She lowered her gaze. Whenever people asked why I kept wearing such an old bracelet, I told them. Her voice caught. Her voice caught. Tears filled her eyes once more. I told them it was a gift from my first love. A pause. That he was dead. Gu Yuan's heart clenched painfully. Now it turns out you're not dead. She forced a smile. You're alive and well. You even have a daughter. Her eyes locked onto his. So how exactly am I supposed to explain this to everyone? She laughed bitterly. What am I supposed to say? That my first love came back from the dead? Hashtag chapter 3. Chen Weiwei gets jealous. The room fell silent. Outside the window came the distant sound of passing cars. In the living room, Xiao Nuomi's breathing was steady and peaceful. I'll help you find somewhere else to stay tomorrow, Gu Yuan said. I'm not leaving. Su Hongli stood up and walked toward him. Gu Yuan, back then, you used this bracelet to steal my heart. Now, I want you to pay it back, with interest. She tilted her chin up. The tear tracks on her face had not yet dried, but her eyes were filled with determination. Just then, the phone charging in the living room began to ring. At this hour? Who would be calling? Both of them looked toward the living room. Gu Yuan walked over and picked up the phone. The name flashing on the screen made him pause. Chen Weiwei, his ex-wife. Leaning against the guest room doorway, Su Hongli raised an eyebrow. Go ahead. Answer it. Gu Yuan pressed the accept button. Before he could speak, Chen Weiwei's tired voice came through the speaker. Gu Yuan, my old migraine is acting up again. The background was quiet, as though she were at home. Headache? Gu Yuan frowned slightly. The medicine isn't helping. Her voice softened, carrying a rare vulnerability. I remember. Your massage technique used to work wonders. Gu Yuan remained silent. Chen Weiwei had suffered from migraines for years. Whenever she caught a chill, they would return. Every time it happened, he would patiently massage her temples until the pain subsided. But that was the past. I'm not really available right now, Gu Yuan said. Is Xiao Wenmi asleep? I can have my driver pick her up first, and then you can come over. Before Chen Weiwei could finish, a crisp female voice suddenly interrupted. Sorry, Miss Chen, but Gu Yuan is a little busy right now. Gu Yuan froze. At some point, Su Hongli had walked over and leaned toward the phone. Her voice was sweet and innocent. He's giving me a massage. Silence. Complete silence. 3 seconds later, Chen Weiwei's voice turned icy. Who are you? Me? Su Hongli smiled and glanced at Gu Yuan. Deliberately raising her voice, she said. I'm one of Gu Yuan's old friends. We just reunited today and are catching up. She emphasized the words, old friend. Put Gu Yuan on the phone. Chen Weiwei's voice sounded frozen solid. Instead, Su Hongli grabbed the phone and switched it to speaker mode. You're Miss Chen, right? I've heard about you from Gu Yuan. Her tone was light, as if discussing the weather. Thank you for taking such good care of him and returning him to me. What do you mean by that? Exactly what it sounds like. Su Hongli casually shook her wrist. The red bracelet jingled softly. You see, Gu Yuan is the sentimental type. Some things, once they're given away, belong to that person forever. She smiled. You held on to him for 5 years. It's about time you returned him to his rightful owner, don't you think? Gu Yuan tried to grab the phone. Su Hongli dodged sideways and made a should gesture. On the other end, Chen Weiwei's breathing had clearly grown heavier. Put Gu Yuan on the phone. Every word dripped with frost. He's tired. He's already asleep. Su Hongli lied without batting an eye. Why don't you call tomorrow? Though we might be out. We're planning to take Xiao Wenmi to an amusement park. She smiled sweetly. The child keeps saying she wants a mother to play with her. From now on, I can do that. You? Oh, right. Su Hongli cut her off. Her voice became even sweeter. I heard you suffer from migraines. I know an excellent traditional Chinese doctor. I can send you his contact information. She paused. After all, constantly asking your ex-husband for massages isn't exactly good for President Chen's reputation, is it? The call disconnected. The busy tone echoed through the quiet apartment. Su Hongli handed the phone back to Gu Yuan, wearing the smile of a victorious general. Problem solved. Gu Yuan looked at her helplessly. You really didn't need to do that. Didn't need to? She raised an eyebrow. Calling her ex-husband in the middle of the night for a massage? She obviously wants to keep stringing you along. She crossed her arms. I'm helping you establish boundaries. This is between her and me. It's my business now too. Su Hongli turned toward the guest room. At the doorway, she stopped and looked back. Gu Yuan, do you remember what you told me when you gave me this bracelet? Gu Yuan said nothing. You said, Hongli, as long as you're wearing this bracelet, it'll be like I'm always by your side. Her voice softened. Her eyes reddened again. I believed that for 5 years. She stared at him. Now that you've really come back into my life, don't even think about running away again. The door closed behind her. Gu Yuan remained standing in the living room. His phone screen was still glowing, displaying a call duration of 43 seconds. He knew this was only the beginning. ##### late night, East City Villa District. Chen Weiwei sat on her bed, her headache pounding as though her skull were splitting apart. Yet her headache wasn't what bothered her most. It was the woman from the phone call. Young, bright, and openly provocative. Asterisk, return him to his rightful owner? Asterisk. Chen Weiwei let out a cold laugh. She picked up her phone, intending to call back. But her fingers stopped over the dial button. She remembered how calm Gu Yuan had been during their divorce. She remembered the look in his eyes when he asked, during these 5 years, did you ever truly treat me as your husband? Asterisk. She remembered the message she had sent 2 days earlier, asking whether Xiao and Womi wanted to visit the aquarium that weekend. And Gu Yuan's reply, she already has plans this weekend. Plans? With whom? That woman. Opening WeChat, Chen Weiwei checked Gu Yuan's Moments page. Nothing. As always, he never posted anything. Then she opened her own Moments. 3 days earlier, she had posted a photo from a luxury gala with the company's newly hired overseas return director. A mutual friend had commented, President Chen, is there something new going on here? She hadn't replied. Thinking back now, Gu Yuan had probably seen it. So he had moved on that quickly? With a girl who sounded barely 20 years old? Lying back on the bed, Chen Weiwei closed her eyes. But sleep wouldn't come. Whenever she had migraines in the past, Gu Yuan would sit by her bedside and gently massage her temples. He always warmed his hands first. He remembered she hated peppermint-scented oils. He remembered to stop every 15 minutes and make her drink water. He would say, Weiwei, you're working too hard. Your health matters. And she would reply, so many employees depend on me. Depend on me. If I don't work hard, who will? Then he would smile. I can help you. Back then she had laughed. You? What could you possibly help with? Just stay home and take care of the child. Looking back now, that smile had probably hurt him deeply. Her phone vibrated. A message from Lin Yu appeared. Weiwei, are you asleep? I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Let's try that new Cantonese brunch place. Chen Weiwei stared at the message. For some reason, it felt meaningless. Lin Yu had been back for 3 months. She had gotten the divorce she wanted. So why was Gu Yuan all she could think about? And that mysterious woman who had appeared out of nowhere? She replied with a simple, okay, and put down her phone. Outside, the night deepened. Tomorrow, she decided, she would go see Gu Yuan herself. She needed to know exactly who that woman was. Chapter 4. A ridiculous competitive instinct. At dawn the next morning, Chen Weiwei woke up. Or rather, she had barely slept at all. The sweet female voice from the phone call, and the phrase, return him to his rightful owner, lingered in her mind like a thorn. After lying in bed for a while, she abruptly got up and walked into the bathroom. The woman in the mirror had dark circles under her eyes and messy hair. Chen Weiwei frowned. She couldn't appear before Gu Yuan looking like this. Especially not in front of that woman. After showering, she sat at her vanity and spent an extra 2 hours getting ready. The foundation had to hide her sleepless night. The eye makeup needed to be elegant but effortless. After trying 3 shades, she finally settled on a soft rose-colored lipstick. Then came the clothes. Most of her wardrobe consisted of business attire. After searching for a while, she found a cream-colored knitted dress. Gu Yuan had bought it for her last year while they were shopping together. He had said it made her look gentle and approachable. Back then she had laughed. What does a man know about fashion? Yet today she deliberately chose it. Standing before the mirror, she spun around twice. Then decided it looked too plain. She changed into a champagne-colored silk blouse, black wide-leg trousers, and a camel cashmere coat. Professional. Elegant. Not overly aggressive. Just as she was about to leave, her phone rang. It was Lin Yu. Weiwei, I'm downstairs. Let's go try that new Cantonese brunch place. His voice was warm and gentle. Normally, she would have agreed. Since his return 3 months ago, they had met for breakfast several times a week. But today, staring at her carefully prepared reflection, she suddenly lost all interest. I have something to do today. A brief silence followed. What could be so important? I'll come with you. No need. She rejected the offer immediately. It's personal. So early in the morning, where are you going? There was a trace of probing beneath his casual tone. Chen Weiwei paused. I'm visiting my ex-husband. The air seemed to freeze. Missing Xiao Womi? Lin Yu asked. His voice remained gentle, but tension hid beneath the surface. After thinking for a moment, Chen Weiwei realized she didn't have a better excuse. Yeah. After hanging up, she added a little more blush, slipped into her 7-centimeter heels, and left. As the elevator descended, she stared at her reflection in the mirrored wall. Suddenly, she felt ridiculous. Who exactly was she competing against? Gu Yuan? The man she had used for 5 years before dismissing with 5 million yuan? Or the young girl from the phone? The elevator doors opened. Taking a deep breath, Chen Weiwei walked out with her head held high. Outside the residential complex, a red Porsche Panamera slowly drove away. Not far behind it sat a black Maybach with heavily tinted windows. Inside, Lin Yu gripped the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles turned white. His eyes darkened as he watched the Porsche disappear. This was the first time Chen Weiwei had ever turned down breakfast with him. For her ex-husband, he knew perfectly well that Gu Yuan had only been a substitute, a replacement who had filled the void during his years abroad. Chen Weiwei had never loved Gu Yuan. She had always loved him. At least, that's what he believed. So why? His phone vibrated. Glancing at the screen, his pupils shrank. The caller ID contained only a single character. 7. His hand trembled as he answered. Say 7th Master, what can I do for you? A cold, hoarse voice replied. Nothing much. I just wanted to ask when President Lin plans to repay the $50 million he owes us. Cold sweat instantly appeared on Lin Yu's forehead. 7th Master, please don't worry. I'll repay everything as soon as possible. Don't tell me as soon as possible. The man interrupted him. I want a date. His voice suddenly turned icy. I'll give you a month. Sound fair? Lin Yu's voice shook. A month is impossible. Please, give me 3 months. I swear I'll repay every cent. President Lin. The man laughed slowly. I'd love to give you more time. But my boys need to eat too. You get 6 weeks. His voice dropped into something terrifying. And if you fail, don't blame me for being unreasonable. A chilling chuckle echoed through the phone. You wouldn't want those intimate videos of you and those big black guys spreading all over the internet, would you? Ha ha ha. The call ended. Lin Yu felt ice cold. Fuck. He slammed his fist into the dashboard. A second later, regret hit him. The car was rented. 3,000 yuan a day. Quickly checking for damage, he finally slumped into the seat, completely drained. His phone still displayed his chat with Chen Weiwei. The most recent message from him read. Asterisk, Weiwei, what would you like for breakfast tomorrow? I'll come pick you up. Asterisk. Her reply. Asterisk sounds good. You decide. Asterisk. After staring at the screen for a long time, Lin Yu finally typed. Weiwei, you're the only one who can help me now. His finger hovered over the send button, but he never pressed it. Eventually, he deleted the message and tossed the phone onto the passenger seat. Sunlight streamed through the window. It should have felt warm. Instead, he only felt cold. Half an hour later, a red Porsche slowly pulled into a parking space beneath Gu Yuan's apartment building. Chen Weiwei turned off the engine but didn't get out immediately. In her hands were 2 elegant shopping bags. Inside were a dress and a little jacket she had personally selected from a luxury children's clothing store. Total cost, over 10,000 yuan. In the past, she always had assistance by gifts for her daughter, or simply transferred money and let Gu Yuan handle it. This was the first time she had chosen and delivered the gifts herself. She needed an excuse. An excuse that said, asterisk, I just missed my daughter and happened to stop by. Asterisk. An excuse to conceal the absurd competitive urge she refused to acknowledge. After taking 3 deep breaths, she stepped out of the car. Her heels clicked sharply against the pavement. Walking to apartment 302, she pressed the doorbell. Pressed the doorbell. For perhaps the first time in her life, she felt nervous while waiting. Her fingers unconsciously tightened around the shopping bags. What would Gu Yuan think? Would he assume she was jealous? That she had come to investigate? No, absolutely not. She immediately rejected the thought. Gu Yuan wasn't that narcissistic. And she wasn't that petty. She simply missed her daughter. That was all. Click. The door opened. Chen Weiwei immediately put on a polite smile. Her prepared lines slipped out automatically. Gu Yuan, I came to bring Xiao and Womi some new CLO. The word stopped halfway, because the person standing in the doorway wasn't Gu Yuan. It was a young woman, no older than 22 or 23. Chestnut-colored hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. No makeup, yet her skin looked flawless. She was wearing an oversized men's dress shirt. Chen Weiwei recognized it instantly. It belonged to Gu Yuan. The shirt hung down to her thighs, revealing 2 long, slender legs. Standing barefoot on the wooden floor, she radiated a lazy, domestic intimacy, and a beauty that was impossible to ignore. After spending 2 hours carefully perfecting her appearance, Chen Weiwei suddenly felt like a poor imitation. Chapter 5, Gu Yuan's new love? Who are you? They asked at the same time. Then the young woman reacted first. Her eyes curved into crescents, and she offered a dazzling smile as she gracefully extended her hand. I know now, You must be Sister Weiwei, right? I'm Su Hongli, one of Gu Yuan's good friends. We spoke on the phone yesterday. Her fingers were slender and fair, her nails neatly trimmed without any polish. Yet somehow, they were more eye-catching than the crystal manicure Chen Weiwei had spent 8,000 yuan on. Forcing herself to look away from Su Hongli, Chen Weiwei briefly shook her hand. Miss Su, nice to meet you. Her voice sounded calmer than she had expected. She glanced past her into the apartment. Is Gu Yuan not home? He is. Su Hongli stepped aside and smiled innocently. He got up early this morning to make breakfast for Xiao Nuomi and me. Oh right, Sister Weiwei. Have you eaten? If not, I can ask Gu Yuan to make you a portion too. The words came naturally, as though she were the hostess of the house, and Chen Weiwei were merely a guest being entertained. I've already eaten, Chen Weiwei heard herself reply. The instant the lie left her mouth, the emptiness in her stomach became even more obvious. She hadn't eaten a thing. Walking into the living room, she immediately spotted her daughter sitting on the couch watching cartoons. Dressed in pink pajamas and clutching her old rabbit plushie, Xiao Nuomi stared intently at the television. Nuomi, Chen Weiwei called softly. Mommy. The little girl turned around, her eyes lighting up. She jumped off the couch and scampered over barefoot. Tap, tap, tap. Then she wrapped her arms around Chen Weiwei's leg. Chen Weiwei's heart instantly melted. Squatting down, she stroked her daughter's soft hair. Have you missed Mommy lately? Yes. Xiao Nuomi nodded vigorously and rubbed her cheek against Chen Weiwei's palm. The corners of Chen Weiwei's lips rose involuntarily. See, her daughter still loved her most. The thought had barely formed when Xiao Nuomi let go of her. The little girl ran over and grabbed Su Hongli's hand instead. Then she looked up excitedly and announced, Mommy, look. This is the new mommy I found in the park. The air froze. The smile on Chen Weiwei's face stiffened. New mommy. The three words pierced her heart like icy daggers. Slowly, she stood up. She looked at her daughter's innocent face, then at Su Hongli's youthful, beautiful features. Finally, her gaze landed on the oversized shirt Su Hongli was wearing. Gu Yuan's shirt. So, it was true? Gu Yuan really had found someone new this quickly? This girl had actually moved in? And Xiao Nuomi was already calling her new mommy? A wave of indescribable hurt surged through her chest. Her eyes instantly grew hot. Chen Weiwei quickly turned her head away and bit her lower lip hard to keep the tears from falling. Nuomi, don't say silly things. Gu Yuan's voice came from the kitchen. Chen Weiwei turned around. He was walking out carrying 2 bowls, still wearing that ridiculous super dad apron. The bowls contained steaming bowls of plain noodle soup topped with bright green scallions. Seeing Chen Weiwei, he froze briefly. Weiwei? What brings you here? Quickly regaining her composure, she lifted the shopping bags in her hand. Oh, I bought a couple of outfits for Nuomi. I've been meaning to bring them over, and I happened to be passing by today. Gu Yuan set down the bowls and wiped his hands. Have you eaten? If not, join us. No, thanks. I've already eaten. She repeated the lie. Gu Yuan nodded. All right then. Then he added casually. Honestly, I was just being polite. That's the last of the noodles in the house. Chen Weiwei. Su Hongli burst out laughing. The sound was crisp and pleasant. To Chen Weiwei, it was unbearably irritating. Nuomi, come try on the new clothes Mommy bought for you. Squatting down, Chen Weiwei tried to regain control of the conversation. She pulled out a pale pink dress from one of the bags. Delicate lace decorated the collar, and the skirt puffed out elegantly. It was obviously expensive. Xiao Nuomi's eyes lit up. So pretty. Gu Yuan walked over. He looked at the dress, then at the tag. A quiet sigh escaped him. No need to try it on. It's too small. Chen Weiwei frowned. You haven't even tried it. How do you know? Nuomi wears size 120 now. His tone remained calm. You bought a size 100. His voice wasn't loud. It wasn't even accusatory. Yet the damage hit harder than any criticism. Chen Weiwei's face instantly turned pale. Looking down at the tag marked 100, her fingers trembled slightly. She didn't even know her daughter's clothing size. What a qualified mother she was. Sizes aren't always accurate. Her voice sounded weak even to herself. You won't know until she tries it on. She helped Xiao Nuomi change into the pink dress. The result was immediate. The jacket fit like a vest. The sleeves were far too short. The dress itself was uncomfortably tight. Xiao Nuomi wriggled unhappily. Mommy, it's uncomfortable. Silently, Chen Weiwei removed the dress, folded it, placed it back inside the bag. I'll exchange it, and bring another one later. Her voice was barely audible. An awkward silence settled over the living room. Only the cheerful sounds of the cartoon continued in the background. Taking a deep breath, Chen Weiwei forced another smile. Nuomi, Mommy isn't busy today. She crouched down again. Didn't you always want to visit the zoo? Mommy can take you. This had been her plan all along. Take her daughter out. Spend time alone together. Rebuild their relationship. Xiao Nuomi blinked her large eyes. She looked at her father, then at Su Hongli. Finally, she shook her head. No. I want to go watch a movie with Daddy and Sister Hongli. The words made Chen Weiwei's heart sink completely. Completely. A movie? She looked at Gu Yuan. Yeah. He nodded. I promised Nuomi last week. Hongli happens to be free today, so we're all going together. He spoke as though it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Chen Weiwei stood up and picked up the shopping bags. Then, have fun. She forced her voice to remain steady. I'll be going now. I'll walk you out, Gu Yuan offered. No need. She turned and headed for the door. Her pace was fast, almost like she was fleeing. Just as her hand touched the doorknob, Su Hongli's voice came from behind her. Sister Weiwei. Chen Weiwei stopped, but she didn't turn around. Gu Yuan's noodle soup is really delicious. Su Hongli's voice carried a faint smile. If you ever skip a meal, you should try it sometime. Chen Weiwei's fingers tightened around the doorknob. She said nothing. Opening the door, she stepped outside. The door closed softly behind her, cutting off all sound from the apartment. Standing alone in the hallway, Chen Weiwei leaned against the cold wall, then slowly slid down into a crouch. The tears finally came. Silently. Only her trembling shoulders betrayed her emotions. The shopping bag slipped from her hand. The expensive children's clothes spilled onto the floor. The lace hem of the pink dress collected dust. Staring at the pink fabric, Chen Weiwei suddenly remembered 3 years ago, when Xiao Nuomi had just turned 1 month old. Gu Yuan had held the tiny baby awkwardly while changing her diaper. Chen Weiwei had stood nearby watching. Yet all she could think about was next quarter's company earnings report. Back then, Gu Yuan had smiled and said, Weiwei, doesn't she look just like you? And she had replied, I have a meeting this afternoon, so I'm leaving. Now looking back, how many moments like that had she missed? Her daughter's first rollover, her first crawl, her first time saying mommy. She had missed them all, and everything she had missed. Another woman was now effortlessly stepping into. Chen Weiwei wiped away her tears. She stood up, picked up the scattered clothes, stuffed them back into the bags. Then she straightened her back once more and walked down the stairs in her high heels. Sunlight streamed through the hallway windows. It was dazzlingly bright. Chen Weiwei thought to herself. She had to do something. She couldn't just let this go. She couldn't allow her daughter to call someone else mommy. And she definitely couldn't allow Gu Yuan to so easily begin a new life without her. Chapter 6. This time is different. Chen Weiwei pulled out her phone and called her assistant. Help me investigate someone. Su Hongli. Early 20s, very beautiful, currently staying at. She reported the address of Gu Yuan's apartment complex. I want everything. Her family background, education, career, everything. After hanging up, Chen Weiwei got into her car, but didn't start the engine immediately. Through the windshield, she stared at the third-floor window. The curtains were drawn, making it impossible to see inside. But she could imagine it. Gu Yuan washing dishes. Su Hongli playing with Xiao Nuomi. Laughter filling the apartment. A picture-perfect family. Chen Weiwei tightened her grip on the steering wheel until her nails dug into her palms. Then she stepped on the gas. The red sports car drove out of the neighborhood. What she didn't notice was a pair of eyes quietly watching her departure through a gap in the curtains upstairs. Su Hongli lowered the curtain and turned back toward the living room. Gu Yuan was washing dishes, water running steadily from the faucet. Xiao Nuomi hugged her rabbit doll and ran over. Sister, when are we going to the movies? As soon as Daddy finishes washing the dishes. Su Hongli patted her head and walked to the kitchen doorway, leaning against the frame as she watched Gu Yuan. Your ex-wife. She paused. She doesn't seem very happy. Without turning around, Gu Yuan replied. She's always been like that. Work stresses her out, and it affects her mood. Is it really just work stress? Su Hongli asked softly. Gu Yuan turned off the faucet, dried his hands, and faced her. Hongli, we're divorced. I know. She smiled. That's exactly why I'm asking. She doesn't seem to have accepted that fact yet. Gu Yuan was silent for a moment. She will. He spoke calmly. It's only a matter of time. Su Hongli said nothing more. Returning to the living room, She took out her phone. The moment she powered it on, the screen exploded with notifications. 99 missed calls. More than 200 unread messages. Two names completely dominated the notification bar. Dad. Yao Yao. Staring at those names, Su Hongli felt her stomach churn. She remembered the text message her father had sent yesterday in the park. Asterisk, Hongli, come home. Dad needs you. Yao Yao has already moved out. Let's talk. Asterisk. She hadn't replied. Then came Lu Yao Yao's message. Asterisk, Hongli, I'm sorry. I truly love your father. But I value our friendship even more. If you can't accept it, I'll leave. Asterisk. How ridiculous. Her best friend and her father were performing a melodramatic act of sacrificing for love right in front of her. Her thumb hovered over the power button, ready to shut the phone off again. Then a news notification popped up. Su Group's Southeast investment project reportedly faces obstacles. Heiress missing for 3 days. Su Hongli raised an eyebrow. Without hesitation, she deleted it. Out of sight, out of mind. She tossed the phone back into her bag and walked onto the balcony. The warm breeze of early summer brushed against her face. The red Porsche below was already gone. Chen Weiwei had left. But Su Hongli knew she would return. Daddy, when are we going to the movies? Xiao Nuomi ran over again, clutching her rabbit doll. Gu Yuan emerged from the kitchen after drying his hands. Right now? Go change your clothes, and don't forget your pink shoes. Yay! The little girl bounced excitedly toward her room. Gu Yuan turned to Su Hongli. Are you really coming with us? What else would I do? She leaned against the balcony railing. Nuomi already calls me her new mommy. Shouldn't I at least take my responsibilities seriously? That's just a nickname. Gu Yuan tried to explain. I know. She cut him off. A smile appeared at the corners of her lips. But I like it. Gu Yuan quietly looked at her. Sunlight streamed in from behind, outlining her figure with a golden glow. She was wearing his old shirt. Her hair hung loosely over her shoulders. No makeup, yet breathtakingly beautiful. Just like that early summer 5 years ago when she stood before him in a red dress and looked up at him. Asterisk, Gu Yuan, I like you. Let's be together. Asterisk. Back then, he could only answer. Asterisk. Hongli, we're not right for each other. Asterisk. And now? Now he was divorced. A single father with a 3-year-old daughter. A man who had nothing. While she remained the untouchable heiress of the Su family. I'll go get changed. That was all he said in the end. As he turned away, he heard Su Hongli speak softly behind him. Gu Yuan, this time is different. Time is different. I'm not the little girl who only knew how to cry 5 years ago. And you're no longer the poor student who had to work as a rental boyfriend to pay off debts. His footsteps paused, but he didn't look back. He understood exactly what she meant. 5 years ago, there had been an enormous gap between them. 5 years later, that gap still existed. But this time, she clearly had no intention of letting him run away again. Meanwhile, at Su Group headquarters. Top floor, chairman's office. Su Yuanxiao slowly put down his phone. At 48 years old, he looked barely over 40 thanks to meticulous self-care. Dressed in a perfectly tailored dark gray suit, with neatly combed hair and sharply defined features, he radiated the confidence and charisma of a mature, successful man. But at this moment, exhaustion and helplessness filled his face. Hongli still won't answer? A gentle female voice came from behind him. Lu Yao walked over. She wore an elegant cream-colored office suit that accentuated her graceful figure. At 27, she was 5 years older than Su Hongli. The innocence of youth had faded, replaced by the charm and sophistication of a mature woman. Standing behind him, she placed her slender fingers on his shoulders and began massaging them with practiced familiarity. Su Yuanxiao closed his eyes and sighed. Yeah, that child is too stubborn. A trace of guilt appeared in Lu Yao's eyes. It's my fault. If I had rejected you sooner, or told Hongli earlier. No, Yao. Su Yuanxiao turned around and held her hands. This isn't your fault. It's mine. Hongli is disappointed in me as a father. Lu Yao's eyes reddened. Yuanxiao, maybe we should end this. I don't want my existence to destroy your relationship with your daughter. Don't be ridiculous. His tone became firm. Yao, trust me. I'll make you happy. And I won't let Hongli get hurt either. Tears slipped down Lu Yao's cheeks. But Hongli must hate me now. She'll understand eventually. Su Yuanxiao gently wiped away her tears. She just needs time. After a moment of silence, Lu Yao looked up. Weren't you worried that Hongli spent the night at a man's house? The moment she said that, Su Yuanxiao's face darkened. That brat. He practically ground the words through his teeth. I already investigated him. He's the bastard who broke Honglei's heart 5 years ago. I can't believe he actually showed up again. If I were still the man I used to be, he'd already be crippled. Realization flashed across Lu Yaoyao's face. So it's him. Seeing his furious expression, she suddenly laughed and poked his shoulder. You only say that. Deep down, aren't you secretly happy he reappeared? Caught red-handed, Su Yuanxiao coughed awkwardly. Yao Yao, nothing gets past you. He stood and walked toward the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city below. His voice grew quiet. For 5 years, Hongli never forgot him. She keeps his photos on her phone. Where's the bracelet he gave her? Even chose her university abroad because he once mentioned it. I know how much she's suffered. He looked out over the city. Right now, she's heartbroken because of what happened between us. Maybe that guy's return can ease some of her pain. Lu Yaoyao walked over and stood beside him. So you're actually indulging her? She's just healing at his place for a while. Su Yuanxiao's tone was dismissive. After all, how could a divorced house husband with a child possibly be worthy of my daughter? When Hongli calms down and comes to her senses, I'll send that guy as far away as possible, so he doesn't start dreaming above his station. Lu Yaoyao looked at him and shook her head helplessly. Yuan Xiao, then all I can say is, you still don't understand Hongli. If you actually do that, I guarantee she'll cut ties with you immediately. Su Yuanxiao frowned. Why? Because she's waited 5 years. Lu Yaoyao's voice softened. 5 years is long enough for a simple crush to become an obsession. Finding Gu Yuan wasn't an impulsive decision. She's finally reaching the ending of a dream she's carried for 5 years. She paused. If you forcefully destroy that dream, Hongli will hate you for the rest of her life. Su Yuanxiao fell silent. He remembered the look in his daughter's eyes when she stormed out yesterday. A look of utter despair. One he had never seen before. So what are you suggesting? He looked toward Lu Yaoyao. It's simple. She smiled. Respect Hongli's choice. Looping her arm through his, she spoke gently but firmly. Yuan Xiao, do you know what my intuition is telling me? If we want our relationship to have a happy ending, Gu Yuan may turn out to be our greatest ally. Chapter 7. Come on, Daddy. Su Yuanxiao frowned. Why do you say that? Right now, the people Hongli hates most are us, Lu Yaoyao analyzed calmly. If we oppose her being with Gu Yuan, it'll only deepen her resentment toward us. But what if we support her? Or even give her a little help? A spark gradually appeared in Su Yuanxiao's eyes. You mean? Exactly. Lu Yaoyao smiled. Help her get together with Gu Yuan. That way, she'll be immersed in the joy of getting back what she lost. Her hatred toward us will slowly fade. And once she accepts our relationship, then we can. She didn't finish the sentence, but Su Yuanxiao already understood. Yao Yao, you really are. He squeezed her hand, his voice filled with admiration. Too smart. Leaning against his shoulder, Lu Yaoyao said softly, I just want to be with you. And I want Hongli to be happy too. As for Gu Yuan, a trace of coldness flashed through her eyes. What can a divorced man with a child possibly offer Hongli? Once the novelty wears off, she'll naturally realize who is truly right for her. Su Yuanxiao nodded. Fine. We'll do it your way. He took out his phone and made a call. Keep a close eye on Gu Yuan. If Hongli needs anything, fulfill it immediately. But don't let her find out we're helping. And one more thing. He paused. Look into Gu Yuan's ex-wife. If necessary, apply some pressure. Make sure she doesn't interfere with Hongli. After hanging up, he gazed out the window thoughtfully. Gu Yuan. He wanted to see for himself what was so special about this man. What kind of person could make his daughter pine for him for 5 years? Wanda Cinema, downtown. The weekend crowd filled the theater. Gu Yuan held Xiao Nuomi in one arm and the movie tickets in the other. Su Hongli walked obediently beside him. The three of them looked exactly like a family. Daddy, I want popcorn. Xiao Nuomi suddenly pointed at the concession stand. I want some too. Su Hongli immediately chimed in, her eyes sparkling. Gu Yuan sighed helplessly. Didn't both of you just finish breakfast? That was breakfast. This is a snack. Totally different. Su Hongli sounded perfectly justified. Left with no choice, Gu Yuan seated them on a bench in the waiting area. Stay here. I'll go buy it. Daddy, I want yogurt too. I want juice. The two requests came at the same time. Gu Yuan sighed again. Got it. He turned and headed toward the concession counter. Watching Xiao Nuomi sit obediently on her lap, Su Hongli suddenly came up with an idea. She pulled out a box of chocolate she had prepared in advance. Slowly unwrapping it, she broke off a small piece and placed it into her mouth. The rich aroma of chocolate instantly filled the air. Xiao Nuomi's nose twitched. Her eyes widened. That smells so good. She stretched out her chubby little hand. Hongli Jiejia, I want some too. But Su Hongli pretended not to hear. She casually broke off another piece and ate it, even letting out a satisfied sigh. So delicious. Xiao Nuomi panicked. Grabbing Su Hongli's arm, she pleaded. Hongli Jiejia, just give me one piece. Just one. Looking down at her, Su Hongli blinked innocently. What did you call me? Xiao Nuomi froze. Hongli Jiejia? Nope. Su Hongli shook her head and waved the chocolate box. Think again. The little girl tilted her head and pondered for a long moment. Then suddenly her eyes lit up. Mommy, give me some chocolate. Instantly, Su Hongli burst into a smile. Her eyes curved into crescent moons. Good girl. She stuffed the entire box into Xiao Nuomi's hands. It's all yours. Xiao Nuomi happily accepted it and was about to start eating when Gu Yuan returned carrying drinks and popcorn. He happened to hear that final mommy. His entire body froze. Then he saw the triumphant grin on Su Hongli's face. Immediately, he understood. Su Hongli. Walking over, he set the drinks down on the bench. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Did what on purpose? Su Hongli feigned innocence. Nuomi called me that herself. You bribed her with chocolate. So what if I did? She looked completely unapologetic. She called me mommy, and it made me happy. Is that a crime? Gu Yuan was speechless. Looking at her innocent face, he suddenly remembered how she had always been like this 5 years ago. Whenever she did something naughty, she'd act innocent afterward. And somehow, he could never do anything about it. Don't do it again. That was the strongest warning he could manage. In response, Su Hongli only smiled even more brightly. To everyone around them, however, the scene looked completely different. Su Hongli was simply too beautiful. No makeup, a plain white t-shirt and jeans. Her long hair tied casually into a high ponytail. Yet she was stunning enough to draw attention wherever she went. Even compared to glamorous celebrities, she stood out effortlessly. She was like a dazzling landscape that attracted every passing gaze. Quite a few men secretly stole looks at her. Several even seemed eager to approach her. But the powerful aura surrounding her ultimately discouraged them. Then Xiao Nuomi's clear little voice rang out. Mommy! The young men who had been admiring Su Hongli immediately looked devastated. No way. That little girl called her mommy? She's already married? Why him? That guy doesn't even look better than me. What a waste. Such a beautiful woman with that guy. The comments weren't loud, but they were loud enough. Gu Yuan. The familiar scenario was happening all over again. He remembered 5 years ago, when he worked as a rental boyfriend for 9 wealthy VIP clients. Every time he accompanied them in public, he'd hear similar remarks. Asterisk, is that girl blind? Why would she choose a poor guy like him? Asterisk. Asterisk, she must have been tricked. Asterisk. All the good cabbages get eaten by pigs. 5 years later, he was experiencing once again what people meant by beauty brings trouble. Meanwhile, Su Hongli looked utterly delighted. Leaning close to his ear, her warm breath brushed against his skin. Gu Yuan, they're all jealous of you. Be honest. Aren't you secretly enjoying this? Gu Yuan rolled his eyes. I'm a father now. Do you really think I care about that anymore? Humph. Su Hongli pouted. You're still exactly the same as before. Never honest. As she spoke, she suddenly slipped her arm naturally through his. Gu Yuan's body stiffened. You? The movie's about to start. She interrupted him with a brilliant smile. Come on, Daddy. Gu Yuan looked at her smiling face. Then at Xiao Nuomi, who was happily munching on chocolate in his arms. In the end, he simply sighed and allowed Su Hongli to keep holding his arm. The three of them walked toward the theater, looking every bit like a happy family. What they didn't know was, not far away, hidden behind a pillar near the ticket gate, a pair of jealous eyes was watching them intently. Chapter 8. The longer it lasts, the more dangerous it becomes. Today, Chen Weiwei was dressed in a black dress, wearing sunglasses, her long hair loose over her shoulders as she tried her best to keep a low profile. But her trembling fingers betrayed the turmoil in her heart. She watched as Gu Yuan allowed Su Hongli to cling to his arm. She watched Xiao Nuomi happily eating chocolate in Su Hongli's embrace. She watched the three of them chatting and laughing as they entered the theater together. Each scene felt like a needle piercing her heart. Weiwei. Lin Yu's voice sounded beside her. Snapping out of her daze, Chen Weiwei forced a smile. What is it? The movie's about to start. Let's go in. Lin Yu spoke gently and reached for her hand. Instinctively, she stepped aside. I can walk by myself. Lin Yu's hand froze in midair. A shadow flashed through his eyes before his usual warm smile returned. Okay. The two of them headed toward a different screening room. Before entering, Chen Weiwei couldn't help glancing back one more time toward the theater where Gu Yuan and the others had disappeared. The doors were already closed. She couldn't see anything. Yet her mind remained trapped in that scene. Su Hongli holding Gu Yuan's arm, smiling so brightly. Gu Yuan looking helpless, yet never pushing her away. Why? Chen Weiwei couldn't understand. She was the one Gu Yuan had loved for 5 years. He had married her because he loved her. So why? Why could he now look at another woman with such indulgence so quickly? Weiwei. Lin Yu called her name again. Taking a deep breath, she lowered her head and walked into the dark theater. The movie began, but she couldn't focus on a single scene. Her mind was filled entirely with Gu Yuan, with Su Hongli, with Xiao Nuomi's cheerful cry of mommy. She took out her phone, the screen illuminating her pale face. Her assistant still hadn't replied. The investigation into Su Hongli's background wasn't finished yet. Chen Weiwei tightened her grip around the phone. She had to know. Who exactly was this woman who had suddenly appeared? And why? Why was she able to take away everything that had once belonged to her so effortlessly? When the movie ended, the lights came on. Lin Yu turned to look at Chen Weiwei, who had remained silent throughout the entire screening. She sat with her arms crossed, staring at the rolling credits. But her eyes weren't focused at all. Her beautiful face was expressionless, yet Lin Yu could tell her thoughts were somewhere else entirely. Entirely. Over the past 3 months, whenever they watched movies together, Chen Weiwei would naturally lean against his shoulder. She would tear up during emotional scenes and laugh during funny ones. But now, for the entire 2-hour runtime, she hadn't said a single word. Her body had been tense as stone. Lin Yu knew she was distracted, and he knew exactly who she was distracted by. Gu Yuan. The man who should have been nothing more than a substitute. Lin Yu's heart sank. Ever since learning there was another woman beside Gu Yuan, Weiwei seemed possessed. She had rejected his breakfast invitation that morning, carefully dressed herself up just to visit her ex-husband, and spent the entire movie thinking about another man. Could it be that her feelings for Gu Yuan had never been casual at all? That she had genuinely fallen for him? The thought filled Lin Yu with irritation and anxiety. The $30 million loan shark debt hung around his neck like a tightening noose. The deadline given by Seventh Master was only a month and a half away. If he failed to repay it, he didn't dare imagine the consequences. If those private videos were released, his life would be ruined. And the woman sitting beside him, the woman who remained frustratingly out of reach, was his only lifeline. A dark glint flashed through Lin Yu's eyes. He couldn't wait any longer. He had to make Chen Weiwei his as soon as possible. Not just a girlfriend in name, but a woman who truly belonged to him. A woman willing to give him everything. Slowly, a plan began to take shape in his mind. Weiwei. His voice remained as gentle as ever. The movie's over. Let's go. Chen Weiwei finally returned to her senses and nodded as she stood. As she exited the theater, she instinctively glanced toward the neighboring screening room. Coincidentally, that movie had ended as well. Crowds were beginning to pour out. #####theater 2. The lights came on. Gu Yuan yawned and rubbed his sore eyes. 2 hours of a children's cartoon had been pure torture for him. But the two girls beside him, one big, one small, had loved every minute of it. Xiao Nuomi was practically curled up in Su Hongli's arms. Whenever something exciting happened on screen, she'd kick her little legs excitedly. Su Hongli would gasp dramatically alongside her and occasionally feed her pieces of popcorn. The scene was unexpectedly harmonious. Watching them, Gu Yuan suddenly felt dazed. Over the past 3 years, he had taken Xiao Nuomi to many movies. But every time, it was just the two of them. He held her. She watched quietly, and he quietly kept her company. This was the first time someone had laughed with her, played with her, shared snacks with her. This warm, complete family atmosphere was something he couldn't provide alone. Maybe, maybe it wouldn't be so bad if things stayed like this forever. The thought suddenly flashed through his mind. But the next second, he snapped awake. Because he remembered who Su Hongli was. The heiress of the Su group. The daughter destined to inherit an entire business empire. And him? a divorced single father, an unemployed stay-at-home dad raising a 3-year-old daughter while living partly on child support. The connection they had shared 5 years ago had been a mistake from the start. Their reunion 5 years later was nothing more than another cruel joke from fate. Gu Yuan. She can be impulsive. She can be immature. She can move into a man's house on a whim because she's angry with her family. But you can't. You need to stay clear-headed. Closing his eyes, Gu Yuan took a deep breath. When he opened them again, the brief wavering was gone. His gaze was calm once more. The ending song began to play as the audience started leaving. Holding Gu Yuan's hand with one hand and Su Hongli's with the other, Xiao Nuomi looked up excitedly. Hongli Jiejia, can we go to the amusement park next? Gu Yuan looked down at her. Nuomi, be good. Your Hongli Jiejia probably has things to do today, so. He needed to put an end to this little family of 3 act. The longer it lasted, the more dangerous it became. Su Hongli shot him a glare. When did I ever say I had something to do? Bending down, she effortlessly picked Xiao Nuomi up into her arms. Of course we can go. I have plenty of free time today. I'll play with you as much as you want. Yay, that's awesome. Hongli Jiejia is the best. Xiao Nuomi wrapped her arms around Su Hongli's neck and cheered. Gu Yuan looked at her helplessly. If you keep staying away from home, won't your family worry? The smile on Su Hongli's face faded slightly. For 2 seconds, she remained silent. Then she spoke softly, almost like a sigh. My family. They'd probably be happier if I never went back. There was bitterness in her voice, and hurt she could no longer hide. Gu Yuan froze. Suddenly, he understood why she had been crying alone on that swing yesterday. She had always been like this. Her mother had passed away early. Her father constantly changed the women around him. That place looked like a home, yet it had never given her any sense of security. On the surface, she appeared spoiled and willful, like a pampered little princess. But only Gu Yuan knew the loneliness hidden inside her late-night phone calls, the vulnerability in her eyes whenever she said, Gu Yuan, can you stay with me a little longer? 5 years had passed, and somehow, she still seemed to be that little girl who needed someone to comfort her. Chapter 9, The Outsider. Seeing that he had been silent for a while, Su Hongli looked up at him and curled her lips into that familiar mischievous smile. What's wrong? She teased. Feeling sorry for me? Gu Yuan snapped out of his thoughts and joked. Yeah, I do feel sorry for you. I only had to feed my daughter before. Now I've got another mouth to feed. Humph. Su Hongli lifted her chin arrogantly. Do you know how many people would love to support me? I wouldn't even give them the chance. Gu Yuan, I suggest you treasure this opportunity. I'm doing you a favor. Attitude made Gu Yuan laugh. Just as he was about to reply, Mommy, Xiao Nuomi suddenly called out in her sweet little voice. All 3 of them turned at the same time. At the exit of the neighboring theater, Chen Weiwei was walking out arm in arm with Lin Yu. She had clearly seen them as well. Her steps faltered slightly, and an unnatural expression flashed across her face. It was too late to avoid them now. Mommy! Mommy! Xiao Nuomi waved her little hands excitedly. Taking a deep breath, Chen Weiwei removed her sunglasses, put on a composed smile, and walked over gracefully. Just 1 minute earlier, her phone had vibrated. Her assistant had sent over the investigation results. President Chen, the investigation is complete. Su Hongli, 24 years old, graduated from an ordinary university and currently works as a regular employee in the marketing department of Su Group. Parents unknown, likely from an ordinary family. No notable background found. An ordinary employee. An ordinary education. An ordinary family. The moment she read the report, the weight on Chen Weiwei's heart seemed to lift. So the girl was just a regular employee at Su Group. Her education was far below Chen Weiwei's own. Her confidence immediately returned. What good was being young and pretty? Chen Weiwei earned more money in a single day than the girl likely earned in a year. In this realistic society, money and status were a woman's true source of confidence. And now, she had enough confidence to regain the upper hand in front of this girl named Su Hongli. Removing her sunglasses, she feigned surprise. Gu Yuan, what a coincidence. You're here watching a movie too. The moment the words left her mouth, she realized her mistake. Because Gu Yuan had already told her that morning that he was taking Xiao Nuomi to the movies. If anything, her own appearance here seemed rather suspicious. Gu Yuan nodded. Yeah, it's close to my place, so it's convenient. His tone was calm and unreadable. Oh, Chen Weiwei responded softly before turning to Xiao Nwomi. Nwomi, was the movie good? It was super good. Xiao Nwomi waved her arms excitedly. There was a giant dinosaur and talking cars. Next time I want daddy to bring me again. With sister Hongli too. The smile on Chen Weiwei's face stiffened. At that moment, Su Hongli smiled and joined the conversation. Big sister Weiwei, Xiao Nwomi is really such a good girl. I like her a lot. Her words sounded natural and intimate, as if she were already part of the family. The confidence Chen Weiwei had just regained began to crumble once more. Looking at her daughter nestled comfortably in Su Hongli's arms, an indescribable sense of loss welled up inside her. Nwomi really is a very good girl. Maintaining her smile with difficulty, Chen Weiwei straightened up and changed the subject. Tightening her grip on Lin Yu's arm, she leaned slightly toward him and spoke gently. Oh right, Gu Yuan. Let me introduce someone. This is my boyfriend, Lin Yu. Turning toward him, she added with the perfect amount of affection in her eyes. Lin Yu, this is my ex-husband, Gu Yuan. Lin Yu immediately put on a friendly smile and extended his right hand. Mr. Gu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Likewise. Gu Yuan nodded but didn't offer his hand. Both his hands were occupied holding buckets of leftover popcorn. Mr. Lin, let's skip the handshake. It's a little inconvenient. Lin Yu's hand froze awkwardly in midair before he slowly withdrew it. Understandable. The atmosphere became subtly tense. Looking at the man before him, Gu Yuan suddenly remembered a treasured photograph that used to be stored in Chen Weiwei's phone 5 years ago. The man in the picture stood beside the river cam in Cambridge, dressed in graduation robes and smiling with youthful confidence. So this was him. A faint smile appeared on Gu Yuan's face. Mr. Lin, I've heard a lot about you. Seeing you today, you truly are as elegant and impressive as they say. No wonder Weiwei could never forget you. The words sounded perfectly polite, but to Chen Weiwei, they felt like a thin needle gently pricking her heart. Lin Yu, however, seemed pleased. His smile widened. To be loved by Weiwei is my honor. Then his gaze swept meaningfully between Gu Yuan and Su Hongli. And at the same time, I should thank you, Mr. Gu, for being willing to give Weiwei back to me. The air froze. Su Hongli's arms tightened slightly around Xiao Nwomi. It was a clever statement. With a single sentence, Lin Yu highlighted Gu Yuan's former role as a substitute and implied that Chen Weiwei rightfully belonged to him now. Before Gu Yuan could respond, Su Hongli suddenly smiled. Holding Xiao Nwomi, she stepped forward and stood beside Gu Yuan. Tilting her head, she looked at Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, I don't think that's quite right. Her voice was bright, carrying an innocent curiosity. What do you mean by give her back? Big sister Weiwei is a person, not an object. The way you said it makes it sound like Gu Yuan borrowed her for a while, and now it's time to return her to her rightful owner. Lin Yu's smile immediately froze. Chen Weiwei frowned as well. Miss Su, that's not what Lin Yu meant. Then what did he mean? Su Hongli blinked, looking completely determined to get to the bottom of it. Chen Weiwei was speechless. After all, she couldn't exactly admit that 5 years ago she married Gu Yuan because she thought Lin Yu would never return and had chosen a substitute instead. Enough. Gu Yuan finally spoke, putting an end to the awkward confrontation. He turned to Chen Weiwei. We're taking Xiao Nwomi to the amusement park next, so we'll be leaving. Then he lowered his head and looked at his daughter. Nwomi, say goodbye to mommy. Goodbye, mommy. Xiao Nwomi waved obediently. Chen Weiwei opened her mouth as if to say something. In the end, she only nodded. Have fun. Carrying the popcorn, Gu Yuan turned and walked toward the elevators. Beside him, Su Hongli held Xiao Nwomi in her arms as they left together. After a few steps, Su Hongli suddenly turned around and winked at Chen Weiwei. Big sister Weiwei, if you get another headache, remember to visit that old Chinese doctor. Don't keep bothering your ex-husband. It wouldn't look very good for your reputation. With that, she spun around and hurried after Gu Yuan, her chestnut-colored hair drawing a beautiful arc through the air. Chen Weiwei stood motionless, watching their backs disappear into the elevator. The smile on her face gradually collapsed. Lin Yu gently placed an arm around her shoulders. Weiwei, I want to go home. She cut him off, her voice weary. I'm a little tired. All right, I'll take you home. The drive back was silent. Leaning against the window, Chen Weiwei watched the city scenery blur past outside. In her mind, the same image replayed over and over again. Su Hongli holding Xiao Nwomi, Gu Yuan standing beside her, the three of them walking away together. So natural, so harmonious. like a real family. And her? Standing beside Lin Yu. She looked glamorous on the surface. But in that moment, she felt like an outsider. Hashtag chapter 10. Is this karma? Or is this karma? Buzz. At that moment, Chen Weiwei's phone vibrated again. Her assistant sent a new message. President Chen, regarding the Su Group investment project, I've arranged a meeting with a deputy director from their marketing department. We can meet and discuss it next week. Chen Weiwei stared at the words Su Group on the screen, suddenly recalling the background report labeling Su Hongli as an ordinary employee. An idea surfaced in her mind without warning. What if Su Hongli knew she had the qualifications to sit across from a deputy director of their group and negotiate as an equal? The thought made her pause. But then, a faint, dark satisfaction slowly rose from within. Su Hongli, aren't you proud of yourself? Don't you think you've already won because you took Gu Yuan? Then I'll show you just how wide the gap between us really is. Chen Weiwei tightened her grip on her phone, a cold curve slowly forming at the corner of her lips. The game had only just begun, and she, Chen Weiwei, was never someone who admitted defeat. The car drove smoothly toward the amusement park. Xiao Nuomi pressed against the back window, excitedly watching the scenery flash by. She pointed at a row of cartoon balloons by the roadside. Daddy, balloons. We'll buy you some when we get to the amusement park. Gu Yuan glanced at her through the rearview mirror, his lips unconsciously lifting. Su Hongli held Xiao Nuomi in her lap, resting her chin lightly on the child's soft hair. After a while, she suddenly spoke. The guy called Lin Yu. He's your ex-wife's first love. Gu Yuan tightened his grip on the steering wheel slightly. Yeah. Because he came back, your ex-wife dumped you? The question was blunt, almost cruel. Gu Yuan was silent for 2 seconds before letting out a bitter smile. Do you really have to salt my wounds like that? I can't help it. Su Hongli shrugged, sounding almost gleeful. I've always been very straightforward. You should know that. Through the rearview mirror, she saw the faint curve of his lips and a hint of amusement flashed in her eyes. Honestly, I didn't expect the great Gu Yuan, the so-called romantic genius, to end up as someone else's substitute too. Should I call this karma? Or should I still call it karma? Karma. Gu Yuan suddenly laughed, calm and steady. Maybe. He glanced at his daughter in the mirror, his gaze softening. But at least I still have her. That's enough. Su Hongli froze slightly. She looked at his profile, at the quiet warmth in his eyes as a father, and something inside her shifted. 5 years ago, Gu Yuan was not like this. Back then, he was gentle, considerate, good at making people happy, but always felt distant. Like he was wearing a perfect mask, and no one could see what was underneath. But now, he was real, tired, weathered by life, yet grounded in a way that made people feel safe. Gu Yuan, she said softly, you're not a good man. He paused, then gave a bitter smile. I know. He had deceived her, and 8 other girls. He ended everything in the cruelest way possible. He wasn't a good man. But you must be a good father, she added. Her voice was so soft it almost disappeared into the wind outside the window. Gu Yuan looked at her through the rearview mirror. She was looking down at Xiao Nuomi, her expression as gentle as spring water. The child was already drowsy, clutching her sleeve. You know, Su Hongli murmured. I kind of envy Xiao Nuomi. Even though her mother isn't around much, she has a father who gives her his whole heart. Who makes bear cookies, tells her stories, takes her to the movies, remembers her clothing size. Her voice grew softer and softer. Then she quickly wiped the corner of her eye. Too fast to be noticed. But Gu Yuan saw it. He said nothing, because he knew there was nothing suitable to say. He had known 5 years ago that Su Hongli's mother died when she was 10. Her father, Su Yuanxiao, was busy building his empire, spoiling her materially but neglecting her emotionally. So she grew up spoiled and willful on the outside, but lonely and sensitive inside. That was why she once rented a boyfriend. And why now she could quietly shed tears because a child had a father's full love. The car fell silent. Only Xiao Nuomi's steady breathing and the occasional honk outside remained. After a while, Su Hongli spoke again, her tone back to normal, even teasing. Gu Yuan, does your ex-wife really love that Lin Yu? Maybe, he replied. Then she might lose miserably, Su Hongli said. Why? Because that man doesn't love her. Gu Yuan glanced at her through the mirror. You only met him once. Isn't that a bit too quick to judge? She shook her head firmly. Because you can't hide the way you love someone. And I didn't see your ex-wife in his eyes. When he looks at her, It's like he's looking at something valuable. Gu Yuan's hand on the steering wheel paused slightly. He recalled Lin Yu's gaze earlier at the cinema entrance. Gentle, polite, but missing something. Missing a kind of burning, genuine affection. And what Su Hongli said next made that vague suspicion sharpen into clarity. Also, don't you think it's strange? If he really loved your ex-wife, why did he reject her 5 years ago and leave for overseas? Now he comes back, and within 3 months they're already together. She paused, her tone turning cold. It's too smooth to be real. Gu Yuan fell silent. He remembered Lin Yu rejecting Chen Weiwei back then immediately leaving the country for 5 years. During those 5 years, she never mentioned him. Until 3 months ago, when he suddenly returned. And then everything changed. She began coming home late, became distant, and rushed into a divorce. Now that he thought about it, it really was too fast. Too fast, as if something was pushing everything forward behind the scenes. I'm already divorced, Gu Yuan said, shaking his head. I don't care about her business. Really? Su Hongli raised an eyebrow. Really? He rolled his eyes. She didn't want me. Why would I cling on? That doesn't make money. It was self-deprecating, but also the truth. Over these 3 months, he had slowly understood it. Chen Weiwei never loved him. He was just a substitute filling the void after Lin Yu left. Now that the original owner was back, it was only natural for the substitute to step aside. Very reasonable. Suddenly, Su Hongli's eyes lit up. She leaned forward, grabbing the back of the driver's seat. Then you're saying, if there's money involved, it's fine? Why don't you consider me instead? She lowered her voice. I'll let you in on a secret. I've got $1 trillion in assets. Gu Yuan's hand slipped, and the car swerved slightly. He steadied the wheel and looked back at her helplessly. Forget it. I don't want to wake up one day floating in the Huangpu River. Su Hongli froze, then realized what he meant. He was referring to her father, Su Yuanxiao. She puffed her cheeks. Coward. But the corners of her lips lifted slightly. She knew he was joking, and if he had truly approached her for money, she would actually be disappointed. The fact that he refused proved he was still the same Gu Yuan from 5 years ago. Gentle on the surface, but with pride and boundaries deep inside. Chapter 11 Sister Red Carp. Will you marry my father? The car turned a corner, and the amusement park gates appeared ahead. A brightly colored Ferris wheel, a roller coaster with constant screams, and a huge cartoon castle at the entrance. Little Nwomi, who was initially a little sleepy, rubbed her eyes and looked out the window, instantly waking up. Wow, Dad, we're here. Gu Yuan parked the car and unbuckled his seatbelt. Let's go. Dad will take you to have a lot of fun today. He got out of the car and opened the back door. Su Hongli carried Xiao Nwomi downstairs and naturally handed the child to him. Gu Yuan took it, and Xiao Nwomi immediately hugged his neck. Daddy, I want to ride the carousel. Okay, let's ride the carousel first. The three of them walked toward the ticket office. Ticket office. The sun was shining brightly, and the amusement park was packed with people on the weekend, filled with children's laughter and parents' calls. Su Hongli walked beside Gu Yuan, watching him hold Xiao Nwomi and patiently answer the child's questions one after another. She suddenly remembered that 5 years ago, they had passed by an amusement park. She leaned against him, pointed inside, and said, Gu Yuan, when we have children in the future, we should bring them here to play too. He smiled and said, okay. At that time, she thought it was a promise. Now I realize that it was just part of his professionalism, saying what every client wants to hear. But Su Hongli looked at Gu Yuan's gentle profile, and something stirred in her heart. What if she could start over with him now, being her true self? Not a client or a rented boyfriend. It's Su Hongli and Gu Yuan. They are two equal, genuine people who can face each other honestly. What are you thinking about? Gu Yuan turned to look at her. Hurry up, there are quite a few people in line. Su Hongli snapped out of her daze and quickly took 2 steps to catch up with him. Nothing, she said, then paused. I was just thinking. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking. Su Hongli tilted her head to look at him. If I hadn't hired you as my boyfriend 5 years ago, but instead met you as my real self, would you have liked me? Gu Yuan stopped in his tracks. He looked at her, at the undisguised expectation in her eyes. The question was too direct, so direct that he couldn't brush it off with a joke. Little Nwomi tugged at his sleeve. Daddy, hurry up. Gu Yuan snapped out of his reverie and smiled. Let's go. Let's get in line first. He did not answer. Su Hongli didn't ask any further questions, but she already had the answer in her heart. Some things don't need to be said, because time will tell. She watched Gu Yuan carry Xiao and Womi toward the carousel, a determined smile slowly spreading across her lips. 5 years have passed. This time, she won't let go. Regardless of whether he likes her or not, regardless of whether he is divorced and has children, regardless of how many obstacles there are between them, she just wanted him. For the rest of the time, Gu Yuan and Su Hongli took Xiao and Womi to play on the carousel, bumper cars, mini train, almost all the rides suitable for a 3-year-old. Little Womi held her father's hand with her left hand and her new mother's hand with her right, smiling so broadly her eyes disappeared. While riding the carousel, Gu Yuan held Xiao and Womi on a pink horse, while Su Hongli sat on the white one next to them, looking at them with her head turned to the side. As the music started, the carousel rose and fell, and Xiao and Womi screamed excitedly. Gu Yuan held her steadily, his eyes gentle. When riding the bumper cars, Su Hongli volunteered to drive, but her driving skills were terrible, and she was knocked around until she was dizzy. Little Womi laughed so hard, she almost fell over in her arms. Gu Yuan drove over in another car to rescue them, and the three of them ended up being surrounded and laughing together. When buying ice cream, Xiao and Womi got ice cream all over her mouth, and Su Hongli took out a tissue and patiently wiped it for her movements as gentle as a real mother's. Gu Yuan stood to the side watching, and that feeling of disorientation returned to him. They look so alike. They look just like a family. It's so convincing that even he himself is almost convinced. But he quickly regained his senses. He knew what he was doing, spending time with his daughter, and also comforting a friend who needed reassurance. That's all. As for Su Hongli, Gu Yuan watched her squatting on the ground, carefully tying Xiao and Womi's shoelaces, and sighed softly in his heart. She was good to him and to Xiao and Womi, probably just because of her obsession over the past 5 years, or her longing for a family. Once she recovers, once she resolves her relationship with her father, once she returns to her own world, all of this will come to an abrupt end, just like it did 5 years ago. As the sun gradually sets in the west, the lights in the amusement park come on one by one. Little Womi was tired from playing and leaned on Gu Yuan's shoulder, her little hands still tightly clutching the balloon Su Hongli had bought for her. Let's go home, Gu Yuan said. It's getting windy, don't catch a cold. Little Womi immediately pouted. No, I still want to play. Su Hongli patted her head. Little Womi, be good. Let's come play again next time, okay? When is the next time? Next weekend? Pinky promise. Su Hongli smiled and held up her little finger. Pinky promise. Never to change for 100 years. After making the pinky promise, Xiao and Womi still refused to leave, turning back every few steps to look at the shiny amusement facilities. Gu Yuan crouched down and whispered in her ear, Little Womi, your favorite dessert shop has a limited edition strawberry cake today. The little guy's eyes lit up. Really? Really? Gu Yuan nodded. But if you go too late, they might be sold out. Hurry up. Little Womi immediately slid off his shoulder, grabbed Su Hongli's hand, and started walking. Sister Hongli, let's go. Someone else is going to eat all the cake. Su Hongli was pulled forward by her, and she glanced back at Gu Yuan with a smile on her lips. That look seemed to say, you're pretty good, you've got some tricks up your sleeve. Gu Yuan shrugged and followed. The three of them walked to the amusement park exit, and Gu Yuan entrusted his daughter to Su Hongli. You take Xiao and Womi and wait for me here. I'm going to get the car. Good. Su Hongli, holding Xiao and Womi's hand, stood under the streetlight at the exit. The dim light shone on her face, softening the delicate features and adding a touch of gentleness. Little Womi looked up at her and asked, Sister Hongli, will you marry my dad? Su Hongli was taken aback, then smiled. Little Womi, why do you ask that? Because, Little Womi thought about it seriously. I think it would be great if Sister Hongli were my mom. Even better than your mother? Su Hongli asked softly. Little Womi lowered her head, playing with her fingers, and whispered, Mom is very busy and rarely plays with me. But Sister Hongli plays with me, tells me stories, and buys me balloons. She looked up, her eyes sparkling. I like Sister Red Carp. Su Hongli's heart felt as if it had been gently bumped by something. She knelt down and hugged Xiao and Womi. Sister likes you too. Will you always stay with me? Yes, Su Hongli said, her voice soft but firm. As long as you and Dad don't kick me out, I'll stay with you. We won't send you away. Little Womi shook her head vigorously. Daddy likes Sister Red Carp too, I know. Su Hongli smiled and patted her head. Okay, let's wait for Dad to drive over. Chapter 12. My name is Su Hongli, Gu Yuan's wife. Parking lot. Gu Yuan had just gotten into his second-hand Volkswagen Golf and was about to start the car when a voice suddenly came from beside him. Gu Yuan? Old classmate, it really is you. Is you? The voice was both unfamiliar and familiar, and a little greasy. Gu Yuan looked up and saw a middle-aged man standing outside the car window. He was heavily pregnant, and even a suit and tie couldn't hide his bloated appearance. His hair was slicked back and shiny, and he wore an exaggerated smile. Hao Fan, Gu Yuan's classmate in college. The relationship wasn't very good. Hao Fan. Gu Yuan nodded politely. What a coincidence, you're here to visit too. That's right. Hao Fan, without waiting for Gu Yuan's invitation, sidled up to him familiarly. Bring the kids over for a visit. Old classmate, not that I'm being picky. He patted Gu Yuan on the shoulder a little too hard. Even though we live in the same city, it's really hard to see you. His words carried a hint of nitpicking. Gu Yuan frowned slightly. He and Hao Fan didn't get along when they were in school. The reason is quite dramatic. Hao Fan once liked a girl in his class named Song Yingying. On Valentine's Day, he dressed up nicely and confessed his feelings to her on the playground, but she rejected him in front of everyone. That wasn't the end of it. After rejecting him, Song Yingying turned around and confessed her feelings to Gu Yuan. Because of this, Hao Fan caused a lot of trouble. After graduating from university, Hao Fan inherited his family's furniture factory and did quite well in his classmates' group, often taking the lead in organizing class reunions. Gu Yuan disliked joining in crowds when he was in school, and he also had a grudge against Hao Fan, so he made excuses to decline several invitations to gatherings in the class group. I never expected to run into you here today. Is there anything else? Gu Yuan asked calmly. If not, I'll be going now. My daughter is waiting for me up ahead. He tried to close the door, but Hao Fan grabbed it and pulled it shut. Hey, don't rush off. Hao Fan smiled meaningfully. There are still people who want to catch up with you. Shouldn't you give them a chance? As he spoke, he called out to a Range Rover parked next to him. Honey, come and see who this is. The door of the Land Rover opened, and a woman with exquisite makeup stepped out of the car. She was in her early 30s, wearing a designer dress, carrying a Hermes bag, and with exquisite makeup, but upon closer inspection, the signs of aging were visible. Song Yingying. Gu Yuan was taken aback. He never imagined that the innocent girl who would blush and hand him love letters back then would become like this. Even more unexpectedly, she and Hao Fan actually got together. When Song Yingying walked over, the first thing she saw wasn't Gu Yuan, but his second-hand Golf. A hint of disdain flashed in her eyes, but she concealed it well. Gu Yuan, it's been a long time. Long time no see. Gu Yuan nodded perfunctorily. Hao Fan then put his arm around Gu Yuan's shoulder and deliberately raised his voice. Gu Yuan, something's not right. I heard from people that you've hooked up with a rich woman. He looked Gu Yuan's car up and down, then clicked his tongue and shook his head. You drive this car? It's not worthy of your status. What's wrong? Didn't you serve the rich woman well? That's an extremely harsh statement. Gu Yuan's face darkened. Song Yingying then spoke up, her tone seemingly concerned, but actually carrying a condescending pity. Gu Yuan, I heard you got divorced. How are you doing now? If you encounter any difficulties, let my husband Lao Hao lend you a hand. She took Hao Fan's arm and smiled gently. After all, we are all classmates, and it is only right to help each other. Gu Yuan watched the two of them working together and understood what was going on. Their meeting was not a coincidence. They came specifically to reminisce about the kind of old times where someone would say, look how miserable you are now. He suddenly found it a little ridiculous. I appreciate your kindness, Gu Yuan said calmly. I'm doing quite well now. So is there anything else? If there's nothing else, please move aside. I have to go. Hao Fan, however, refused to let him go. Gu Yuan, why are you in such a hurry? He patted Gu Yuan on the shoulder, with a, I'm doing this for your own good expression. It's rare to run into you. I have to treat you to a meal. Your sister-in-law is right. If you have any difficulties, you should speak up. Hao Fan paused, as if suddenly remembering something. How about this? My factory happens to be short of a gatekeeper. How about I offer you a monthly salary of 8,000, meals and accommodation included, and the work is easy. As he spoke, he took out his phone. I'll call HR right now, and you can start work tomorrow. Gu Yuan watched his performance without saying a word. I just feel it's pretty boring. Why bother coming all this way to show off over some old grudge? Honey, why are you so slow? Just then, a clear and sweet voice rang out. My daughter and I are getting impatient. Su Hongli led Xiao Nuomi by the hand and walked over from under the street lamp. The light shone on her face, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face without any makeup, which instantly stunned Hao Fan and Song Yingying. Su Hongli was dressed simply today, a white t-shirt, light blue jeans, and canvas shoes. With her hair tied in a high ponytail and no makeup, she was 10 times more dazzling than Song Yingying, who was dressed up meticulously. She walked to the car, naturally opened the back door, and let Xiao Nuomi sit inside. Little Nuomi, be good and fasten your seatbelt. Then she walked around to the passenger side, looked at Hao Fan and his wife, and blinked. Honey, who are they? Gu Yuan introduced. My college classmate, Hao Fan. This is his wife, Song Yingying. Su Hongli nodded and smiled gracefully. Oh, so you're a classmate. Hello, my name is Su Hongli. She paused, then added, Gu Yuan's wife. Wife, Song Yingying blurted out. Didn't Gu Yuan just get divorced? Su Hongli smiled and said naturally, Gu Yuan and his ex-wife have been divorced for 3 months. I am his current wife. Is there a problem? She is young, but has a strong presence. One question left Song Yingying speechless. No problem. Song Yingying smiled apologetically. I just think. You two are progressing quite quickly, that's all. There's nothing I can do. Su Hongli shrugged, looking helpless. My husband is just too popular. As she spoke, she naturally took Gu Yuan's arm and leaned on his shoulder. If I don't act quickly, I don't know which woman will get the benefits next. Hao Fan then came to his senses. He looked at Su Hongli, then at Gu Yuan, his eyes filled with disbelief. But you look only in your early 20s, right? Gu Yuan is divorced with a child. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. What are you after? Su Hongli smiled. What's wrong with being divorced and raising a child? She looked up at Gu Yuan, her eyes full of admiration. My husband is so outstanding. This is not a flaw at all. Besides, Xiao Nuomi is so cute. She paused, then looked at Hao Fan. Besides, I'm already 24, not much younger than my husband. Husband? But are you really my husband's classmate? You look a bit like you're 50. Chapter 13. The important thing is, I like you. Hao Fan was somewhat embarrassed by her retort, so he turned to look at Gu Yuan, his tone becoming sarcastic. Gu Yuan, your sister-in-law has quite the sharp tongue, but I still have a piece of advice for you. Being young is good, but living together requires both partners to be of one mind. Nowadays, young girls are all spoiled and can't endure hardship. He patted Gu Yuan on the shoulder. You'd better be mentally prepared. This statement both mocked Gu Yuan for being poor and implied that Su Hongli was not wife material. A double entendre. Gu Yuan was about to speak when Su Hongli laughed first. I am indeed spoiled. She tilted her head to look at Hao Fan, her smile sweet, but her eyes were cold. But that doesn't seem to concern you, does it? As for my husband, she tightened her grip on Gu Yuan's arm. I'll take good care of him. Instead of worrying about things that aren't your business, you should think about what to eat tomorrow. Hao Fan's face turned ashen from the choking. How can you be so ungrateful, little girl? I'm just warning you not to walk into a fire pit. Enough. Song Yingying suddenly interrupted her husband. Her gaze fell on Su Hongli's wrist, where she wore a seemingly simple, yet exquisitely crafted women's watch. Song Yingying has a background in luxury goods. She recognized him. Patek Philippe's Starry Night Collection, Women's, Limited Edition. The price starts at 8 figures. Song Yingying's heart sank, and her face turned extremely pale. She grabbed Hao Fan, who was about to speak, and said in a tight voice, Let's go. Where are you going? Hao Fan shook off her hand. I haven't finished speaking yet. Hao Fan. Song Yingying lowered her voice, her eyes flashing with warning. Let's go. She practically dragged Hao Fan away. Even after walking a short distance, one could still hear Hao Fan's dissatisfied complaints. Why are you pulling me? Let me finish what I have to say. Song Yingying, do you still have feelings for that Gu guy? The sound gradually faded into the distance. On the bus, Su Hongli fastened her seatbelt, turned to look at Gu Yuan, and smiled like a cat stealing stars. Let's go, husband. That husband was called out in a sweet and soft voice. Gu Yuan tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Thank you, he said. He knew that Su Hongli couldn't stand seeing him suffer. Why are you thanking me? Su Hongli blinked. I helped you get revenge, and you let me benefit from it. It's fair. Gu Yuan didn't respond. He started the car and drove out of the parking lot. Little Nwomi in the back seat was already asleep, still clutching the balloon in her arms. The car was quiet. Su Hongli leaned back in her chair, watching the night view rushing past the window, and suddenly whispered, Gu Yuan. Your classmate is pretty boring. Gu Yuan smiled and said, It's always been like that. Did he like to target you when you were in school? I guess so. Su Hongli turned to look at him. Were you very popular when you were in school? Gu Yuan paused for a moment. It's all right. Not bad. Su Hongli raised an eyebrow. Song Yingying likes you, but there must be other girls too, right? Gu Yuan remained silent. Su Hongli didn't ask any further questions. She knew about Gu Yuan's past, his experience of renting a boyfriend. She knew how popular he was back then, and she also knew why he rejected all the girls who liked him, because she was one of them. Gu Yuan, she said again. If back then, I hadn't hired you, and instead pursued you under my real identity, would you have accepted me? She asked this question for the second time today. Gu Yuan remained silent for a long time, so long that Su Hongli thought he wouldn't answer anymore. Only then did I hear him say softly, Won't. Su Hongli's heart sank. Why? Because, Gu Yuan looked at the road ahead, his voice calm. Back then, I was not worthy of anyone. I wasn't referring to family background. I mean, the inner self. He paused. Back then, I was like an empty shell. I say what all my clients want to hear and do what they expect, but I feel nothing inside. Someone like me doesn't deserve anyone's affection. Su Hongli was stunned. She didn't expect Gu Yuan to say that. And now, she asked. Now, Gu Yuan smiled. Now at least I'm a real person. I get tired, annoyed, angry, and happy. Most importantly, he glanced at the sleeping little Nwomi in the rearview mirror. I know why I'm alive. Su Hongli looked at him and suddenly felt a lump in her throat. 5 years have passed. She waited for 5 years, hated for 5 years, and thought about it for 5 years. Now she finally understands. She wasn't waiting for that perfect, rental boyfriend from back then. Instead, it was the real, ordinary Gu Yuan in front of her, the one who touched her heart. Gu Yuan, she said. I like you. There was a 3-second silence in the car. Gu Yuan gripped the steering wheel tightly. Red Carp. I know what you want to say. Su Hongli interrupted him. You want to say that we're not a good match, that I'm the eldest daughter of the Su family, that you're divorced and have children, that we're from different worlds. She paused, her voice soft yet firm. But none of that matters. The important thing is, I like you. I liked it 5 years ago, and I still like it now. Gu Yuan remained silent. He just drove quietly. But Su Hongli noticed that the tips of his ears were slowly turning red. She smiled. Lean back in your chair and close your eyes. No rush. She thought. We've waited 5 years. It won't make a difference if we wait a little longer. On the other side of the parking lot, Hao Fan was dragged to a corner by Song Yingying, still grumbling in dissatisfaction. Song Yingying, whose side are you on? It's been 5 years, and you're still hung up on that pretty boy, aren't you? Song Yingying shook off his hand, her face turning pale with anger. Hao Fan, are you being unreasonable? I'm being unreasonable. Hao Fan sneered. I wonder who's hiding something. You. Song Yingying took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She looked at Hao Fan, her eyes filled with disappointment. Hao Fan, I have a question for you. Do you think that girl is just a pretty face? Otherwise what? Hao Fan scoffed. So what if she's pretty? Can being pretty put food on the table? Song Yingying laughed in exasperation. Then I'll tell you, she said, enunciating each word clearly. The watch on her wrist is a limited edition Patek Philippe. The price of that watch alone is enough to buy your lousy furniture factory. Hao Fan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but no sound came out. You still have the nerve to be so smug and self-satisfied. Song Yingying looked at him coldly. Hao Fan, you're absolutely stupid. After saying that, she turned and left. Go back by yourself. Yingying, wait a minute. Hao Fan took 2 steps to catch up, but Song Yingying walked faster and faster. He stood there, watching his wife's departing figure, then looked back at the spot where Gu Yuan had just parked his car. His car. My mind went completely blank. That girl. Who exactly is it? Chapter 14, Su Hongli's Circle of Friends. When Gu Yuan got home, it was already 9:30 p.m. He parked his car downstairs in the residential complex. Turning to look at the passenger seat, Su Hongli was already asleep. She turned her head to the side, her sleeping face peaceful, like a child. Gu Yuan looked at her for a while, then said softly, "Hongli, we've arrived." Su Hongli did not wake up. Gu Yuan thought for a moment, then unbuckled his seatbelt, got out of the car, and opened the passenger door. He bent down and gently lifted her out. Su Hongli shifted in his arms, found a comfortable position, and fell asleep again. Gu Yuan held her in his arms, then opened the back door and woke up Xiao Nuomi. "Little Nuomi, wake up, we're home." Little Nuomi rubbed her eyes and came down, tugging at his clothes. The three went upstairs. "Open the door and go inside." Gu Yuan carried Su Hongli into the guest room, gently placed her on the bed, and covered her with a blanket. Just as he was about to leave, Su Hongli suddenly grabbed his hand. Her eyes were still closed, and her voice was groggy. "Gu Yuan. Don't go." Gu Yuan paused for a moment, then said softly, "I'm not leaving. I'm going to give Xiao Nuomi a bath." "Oh." Her hand loosened its grip. Gu Yuan stood by the bed, looking at her sleeping profile, and a slight stirring stirred in his heart. He turned and walked out of the room, gently closing the door behind him. In the living room, Xiao Nuomi had already taken off her shoes and was hugging her rabbit doll, waiting for him. "Daddy, is Sister Red Carp asleep?" So who's going to tell me a story tonight?" "Dad will tell you." "Good." Gu Yuan picked up his daughter and went into the bathroom. The water was splashing. He bathed Xiao Nuomi, dried her hair, and changed her into pajamas. Then I carried her to bed and told her a bedtime story. As little Nuomi listened, she suddenly asked, "Dad, will Sister Red Carp stay with us forever?" Gu Yuan paused for a moment. "Do you want her to stay?" "Yes." Little Nuomi nodded vigorously. "I like Sister Red Carp. Dad knows." "Does Daddy like Sister Red Carp?" Gu Yuan did not answer. He simply patted his daughter's back gently. "Go to sleep." Little Nuomi fell asleep quickly. Gu Yuan sat on the edge of the bed, looking at her peaceful sleeping face, and then thought of Su Hongli in the guest room. 5 years have passed. He thought those 9 absurd past events were long gone. Unexpectedly, the first creditor had already moved into his house, and it stirred something within him. Late at night, the door to Gu Yuan's bedroom was gently pushed open a crack. A slender figure quietly slipped in. "It's Su Hongli." She tiptoed, like a mischievous kitten, taking each step carefully, afraid of making the slightest sound. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating Gu Yuan's sleeping face. He lay on his side, breathing evenly, one hand under his cheek, the other casually resting on the edge of the bed. Su Hongli stood by the bed and looked at him for a long time. "Gu Yuan, are you asleep?" she asked softly. Gu Yuan did not respond. His breathing remained even and deep. Su Hongli's lips curled into a sly smile, like a little fox who had just stolen a chicken. She picked up her phone, unlocked it, opened the camera, and switched it to silent mode. Then, she carefully approached the bedside and found the right angle. Click. The first picture is a close-up of Gu Yuan's profile, with the moonlight outlining his straight nose and soft lips. Click. The second photo is a selfie of her leaning close to his cheek, her face almost touching his, with a triumphant smile in her eyes. Click. The third one. She hesitated for a moment, then gently lifted a corner of the blanket and crawled inside. She lay down on her side next to him, raised her phone, and took a picture of the two of them sharing a bed. In the photo, her head rests on his shoulder, her eyes crinkle into crescents, and she smiles sweetly yet arrogantly. Gu Yuan remained asleep, completely unaware of this. After doing all this, Su Hongli gently lifted the covers and got out of bed, slipping out as quietly as she had come. Back in her room, she closed the door and leaned against it, her heart pounding. "It wasn't because I was nervous. It's because of excitement." She took out her phone and looked through the 3 photos she had just taken in her album, over and over again. The first picture is of Gu Yuan sleeping. She zoomed in, her fingertips gently tracing his features across the screen. 5 years have passed, and his image has become somewhat blurred in her mind, leaving only a gentle silhouette and those heartbreaking eyes. Now, the outline is clearer, more real, more exciting than in her memory. The second photo is an intimate photo of her and him. She looked at her smug face in the photo and couldn't help but laugh. If Gu Yuan knew that she secretly took pictures while he was asleep, I wonder what his expression would be. He frowned in exasperation, then sighed and said, "Su Hongli, aren't you being ridiculous?" Just imagining that scene made Su Hongli feel sweet inside. The third picture shows the two sharing a bed. This is the boldest one, and also the one that makes her blush and her heart race the most. In the photo, she leans on his shoulder, and his warm breath seems to come through the screen. Although she knew it was a candid shot and fake, at that moment, she really felt that they were like a real couple, sleeping in each other's arms in the middle of the night. Su Hongli stared at the photo for a very long time. Then, she opened WeChat Moments and selected the third photo. In the caption box, she hesitated for a moment, revised it several times, and finally typed a line. "The man I've set my mind on, I'll bring back to him no matter where he goes." Before sending it, she made sure to block Dad and Lu Yaoyao. Then, confirm and send. Looking at the newly posted WeChat Moments, Su Hongli's smile grew wider and wider. She imagined Gu Yuan's expression when he saw this post on WeChat Moments tomorrow, imagined what those who knew her would think, imagined. She suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. "I'm looking forward to Gu Yuan's reaction and my next move." She turned off her phone, tossed it aside, crawled into bed, closed her eyes, and quickly fell asleep. She was sleeping soundly, a sweet smile on her lips. Little did she know that after she posted that message on her WeChat Moments, someone was destined to have trouble sleeping. Northern Xinjiang Province, a film and television base. It's 11 p.m. Chu Yuning had just finished a 14-hour shoot. As a 3-time Golden Horse Award winner and a top celebrity in China, she didn't need to work so hard. However, Chu Yuning is known in the industry for her dedication. She rarely uses a stunt double and insists on doing even the most dangerous scenes herself. For example, in the period drama filmed in the desert, there was a scene where she galloped on horseback through a sandstorm. The director suggested using a stunt double, but she shook her head and refused. "I'll do it myself." For words, written lightly, yet conveying an undeniable firmness. So, in the sweltering heat of 40 degrees Celsius, wearing heavy costumes, she filmed scene after scene in the sandstorm until the director yelled cut. When Chu Yuning returned to the presidential suite arranged by the film crew, she was so exhausted that she was almost collapsing. The assistant carefully removed her makeup, prepared a bath for her, and then quietly left the room. Chu Yuning soaked in the warm water and closed her eyes. The steam made her fair skin glow with a faint pink. The bathtub was large, with a few rose petals floating on the surface, their fragrance filling the air. She was only wrapped in a bath towel, her long, wet hair cascading over her shoulders, water droplets sliding down her delicate collarbone and disappearing into the edge of the towel. Her figure was partially obscured by the misty steam, a breathtakingly beautiful sight. But at this moment, this face that could drive countless men crazy only showed exhaustion and a barely perceptible emptiness. After soaking for half an hour, Chu Yuning got out of the bathtub, dried herself, and changed into a soft silk robe. She walked to the dressing table, picked up the hairdryer, and slowly dried her hair. The person in the mirror had exquisitely beautiful features and skin so smooth, it looked like it could be pinched to release moisture, but there was no sparkle in those peach blossom eyes. After drying her hair, Chu Yuning habitually picked up her phone. She originally planned to play 2 solo games before going to sleep. She doesn't actually like playing video games, but there was someone who really liked them. That person said that games are another world where you can temporarily forget the troubles of reality. She really liked that person, so she also started to enjoy playing video games. 5 years have passed, and this habit remains unchanged. The moment the game started, Chu Yuning's gaze involuntarily fell on her left wrist. She was wearing a blue bracelet. The bracelet is quite old, and the color has faded a bit, but it's well preserved. There is a pair of small silver bells on it, representing her zodiac sign, Gemini. Chapter 15. Gu Yuan, I finally found you. It was a gift from someone she really liked. 5 years ago, he personally braided this bracelet, tied it to her wrist, and said, "Ningning, may you always be lively and agile, and always full of curiosity." She laughed and said, "Then you'd better watch out. Geminis are very fickle." He said, "It's okay. I'll like you no matter what you become." Lie. It's all a lie. Chu Yuning stared at the bracelet, her eyes slightly dazed. For 5 years, she has never been able to bear to take it off. She wore it while filming, attending events, and even walking the red carpet. When asked countless times by the media about the origin of the bracelet, she would simply smile and say, It was a gift from a very important person. Rumors circulated that Gu Yuan, a three-time Golden Horse Award winner, had a white moonlight in her heart, which is why she has had zero scandals since her debut and rejected all suitors. Some even speculated that she might have been heartbroken in the past, which is why she no longer believes in love. Only Gu Yuan herself knew the truth. It's not that she doesn't believe in love. Rather, her heart had already been completely captivated 5 years ago. It was given to that gentle yet cruel liar. Ding dong. My phone suddenly beeped with a notification sound. It's a push notification from WeChat Moments. Gu Yuan clicked on it and saw Su Hongli's post. She and Su Hongli became acquainted through an advertising endorsement. 3 years ago, the Su Group was launching a high-end skincare product and needed to find a female celebrity with excellent image and temperament to endorse it. At the time, many celebrities were competing for this endorsement deal, and Gu Yuan was just one of them. However, after reviewing all the candidates' information, Su Hongli personally made the decision to select her. Let's choose Gu Yuan. She has a story in her eyes, which perfectly matches the characteristics of our product. These are Su Hongli's original words. The two later met at a brand event and had a very pleasant conversation. Su Hongli's straightforwardness and cheerfulness, and Gu Yuan's aloofness and introversion, seem to be completely opposite in personality, yet they get along surprisingly well. They became good friends after a while. Gu Yuan cherished this friendship very much. After all, she was in the entertainment industry and had a wide network of connections, but not many people could truly be called friends. Su Hongli is one of them, and a very important one at that. But recently, she suddenly received a message saying that Su Hongli had apparently quarreled with her family and had been out of contact for several days. When Gu Yuan found out, she was quite worried and sent several messages to Su Hongli to inquire about the situation. Su Hongli simply replied, "I'm fine. Yuning, you focus on filming, don't worry about me." Seeing that her friend was unwilling to say more, Gu Yuan stopped asking. Now, Su Hongli has suddenly posted an update. Gu Yuan immediately lost interest in playing the game, quit the game, and opened her WeChat Moments. You wouldn't believe it until you saw it. She was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but smile like an ant. In the photo, Su Hongli is standing very close to a man, almost face to face. Despite the dim light, the love and sweetness in Su Hongli's eyes were impossible to hide. Su Hongli, who has always been single and, like her, is not interested in men, has actually fallen in love. Gu Yuan was genuinely happy for her friend. She was about to comment, "Congratulations on finding a partner," when she saw what the man looked like. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The phone fell to the ground with a thud. Gu Yuan stood frozen in place, as if the blood in her body had frozen at that moment. She couldn't believe her eyes. Trembling, I bent down to pick up the phone. The screen was shattered, cracks spreading out like a spider web. But she didn't care about any of that. She just stared intently at the photo, zooming in on the man's face as much as possible. Despite the dim lighting, and despite only showing a profile, but she recognized him at a glance. This man, he was the person she had been longing for 5 whole years. Gu Yuan. Memories flooded back like a tidal wave, instantly overwhelming her. 5 years ago, on her 18th birthday. At that time, Gu Yuan was still an innocent girl who had not yet entered the entertainment industry. She comes from a wealthy family. Both her parents are business elites. She was the youngest daughter in her family and was well protected from a young age, like a flower in a greenhouse, unaware of the hardships of life. Her dream is to become an actress, to stand in the spotlight, and to portray all walks of life. But my family doesn't support it. The father said, "Acting? That's something only actors do. You are a daughter of the Chu family. You should learn management so you can take over the family business in the future." The mother said, "The entertainment industry is too chaotic and not suitable for you. Listen to your mother, go abroad to study, and learn something useful." Her friends also advised her to give up this unrealistic idea. After all, why should a daughter of a wealthy family have to struggle in the entertainment industry? At that time, although she was surrounded by admirers and lived a glamorous life, she felt empty and lost inside. She didn't know what she wanted, nor did she know where the future lay. Gu Yuan appeared when she was at her most empty and confused. She rented him on a platform called Dream Boyfriend. At first, I was just curious and wanted someone to talk to. But Gu Yuan is different. Unlike other rent-a-boyfriend types who only know how to sweet-talk and flatter her, He wasn't just a man who would say sweet nothings. He would listen attentively to her, offer advice, analyze the character with her, and rehearse lines with her. He said, "Ning Ning, if a dream could be easily realized, then it wouldn't deserve to be called a dream." He said, "If a person or thing is worth risking your life for, then its appearance itself is your greatest happiness and joy." His words were like a ray of light, illuminating her gloomy world. She began to believe in herself and had the courage to pursue her dreams. But when she realized she couldn't live without him, he pushed her away without any mercy. On her birthday, she carefully prepared a confession. She wore her prettiest dress, put on her most exquisite makeup, and booked the best restaurant. She wanted to tell him that she liked him, not just a client's liking for a rented boyfriend, but genuine liking. Gu Yuan simply looked at her calmly and said, "Ning Ning, the game is over." She said, "This isn't a game. I'm serious." He said, "I know, which is why it's even more important to end it." He turned and left, his back view resolute. She chased after him, crying and calling his name. He didn't turn back, but walked further and further away. Then, he disappeared from her world. Thoroughly. Over the past 5 years, Chu Yuning had tried to contact him several times. She used all her connections and spent countless amounts of money just to find him and ask him why. The result was that he was already married and living a very happy life. At that moment, Chu Yuning felt as if her world had collapsed. She locked herself in her room for a day and a night, without eating or drinking. Then, she made a decision. Lay down. She poured all her energy into her dream. Despite her family's objections, she resolutely entered the entertainment industry. He started as an extra and climbed up step by step. She endured a lot of hardship and suffered many injustices, but she never backed down. Because Gu Yuan once said, "Ning Ning, you deserve the best stage." She wanted to prove to him that she had succeeded. In just 5 years, that little girl who only knew how to dream has now become a national idol with immense popularity. A tear fell onto the phone screen. It landed right on the photo, right on Gu Yuan's face. It was as if Gu Yuan was crying. Chu Yuning stared blankly, suddenly remembering the night they broke up 5 years ago. Gu Yuan left, feigning indifference, saying that this love game was over. But she clearly saw that when he turned around, there were tears in the corners of his eyes. Chu Yuning looked at Gu Yuan's sleeping profile in the photo. 5 years have passed, and he has changed. His features are more defined, and he has shed his youthful immaturity, gaining more of the composure of a mature man. But her eyes and brows were still so gentle. She looked at him, both crying and laughing. Tears fell like beads from a broken string. But the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. Finally, she clutched the phone to her heart, as if she were hugging him again. She murmured softly, her voice hoarse yet gentle. "Gu Yuan, I've found you. This time, I won't let you go to anyone else." Chapter 16. We've come to collect our debts. The night was deep. Chu Yuning sat by the window, looking at the desert night sky outside. The stars are bright, just like the look in her eyes right now. She took out her phone, opened her contacts, and found a number labeled Private Investigator. After hesitating for 3 seconds, I pressed the dial button. "Help me investigate someone. Gu Yuan. I'll send you the photos. I need to know his current address, contact information, everything. The sooner the better." After hanging up the phone, Chu Yuning walked to the French windows and opened them. The desert wind, carrying a scorching heat, swept over her, ruffling her long hair. She looked down at the blue bracelet on her wrist. The bells tinkled softly in the wind, their sound clear and crisp. "Gu Yuan." She murmured the name softly, her eyes gradually hardening. 5 years have passed. She had waited too long. This time, she won't let go. No matter who's with him, she's determined to win him back. Just like Su Hongli wrote in her WeChat moments. "The man I've set my mind on, I'll bring back to him no matter where he goes." Chu Yuning smiled, her eyes gleaming with determination. "I'm sorry, Red Carp. I want this man too. And I will not lose." 2 o'clock in the morning. Gu Yuan turned over in his sleep and unconsciously frowned. He had a dream. In his dream, he stood in a sea of flowers, surrounded by 9 girls. Su Hongli wore a red dress and smiled radiantly. Chu Yuning wore a blue dress, her eyes and brows gentle. There are also Shun Taoxia, Yun Xie, Qin Nuanyuan, Ji Wanqing. 9 girls, 9 colors, 9 familiar faces. They surrounded him, looking at him with smiles. Then, They simultaneously extended their hands, revealing 9 different colored bracelets on their wrists. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, white. 9 colors, sparkling in the sunlight. They said in unison, "Gu Yuan, we've come to collect our debt." Gu Yuan suddenly woke up with a start. He sat up, his forehead covered in cold sweat. My heart was pounding, as if it was about to jump out of my chest. He reached up and wiped his face, took a deep breath, and slowly calmed down. It was just a dream, he told himself. But the dream was too real, so real that it made him uneasy. It felt so real, like some kind of warning. He lay back down on the bed, but couldn't fall asleep again. I stared at the ceiling with my eyes open until dawn broke. The 9 faces, 9 colors, and 9 sentences in his dream echoed repeatedly in his mind. We've come to collect our debt. Gu Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. What's meant to come will come. He just didn't expect that his first creditor would appear in this way. What was even more unexpected was that in the distant northern desert, another creditor had already seen Su Hongli's WeChat moments and was trembling as he zoomed in on his face, tears streaming down his face. Little did he know that in different corners of the world, there were 7 other girls who, sooner or later, would re-enter his life in their own ways. Meanwhile, in the guest rooms, Su Hongli was sleeping soundly, a sweet smile on her lips. She dreamt that she was wearing a wedding dress, and Gu Yuan was wearing a suit, holding her hand as they walked down the red carpet. Little Nwomi, dressed in a flower girl's dress, was scattering flower petals in front of her. The sun is shining brightly, and the flowers are beautiful. Everything was as beautiful as a fairy tale. She smiled even sweeter and unconsciously smacked her lips. Gu Yuan, she murmured softly, turned over, and hugged the blanket tightly. Little did she know the uproar her post on WeChat moments had caused. Little did she know, a woman just as persistent as her was already on her way to collect her debt. The morning sunlight streamed through the kitchen window, illuminating Gu Yuan's busy figure. He was wearing that ridiculous super dad apron and frying eggs. The oil sizzled in the pan, and the egg mixture quickly solidified into a perfect circle with slightly browned edges, emitting an enticing aroma. Little Nwomi, wearing pink bunny pajamas, ran barefoot into the kitchen and hugged her father's leg. "Daddy." The sound was as soft and sweet as a freshly cooked glutinous rice ball. Gu Yuan turned off the fire, bent down, and picked her up. "Little Nwomi, you're awake? Did you sleep well last night?" "Okay." Little Nwomi nodded vigorously, then leaned close to his ear and whispered mysteriously, "Daddy, shall we go to the mall today?" Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow, glancing thoughtfully towards the living room outside the kitchen. There, Su Hongli was sitting at the dining table, pretending to be focused on her phone, but her ears were perked up. "Want to go to the mall?" Gu Yuan deliberately raised his voice. "Who told you wanted to go to the mall?" "Yes, it's my own idea to go," Little Nwomi said hastily, but her big, bright eyes betrayed her. "I want to buy pretty dresses. I also want to buy toys. And I want to eat ice cream." "Oh," Gu Yuan drawled. "But why does Dad think someone taught you to say that?" A soft cough came from the living room. Little Nwomi quickly shook her head. "No, that's not it. I wanted to go myself. It has nothing to do with Sister Hongli going to buy clothes." Cough, cough, cough. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of rapid coughs suddenly came from the living room. Gu Yuan put down Xiao Nwomi and quickly walked out of the kitchen. Su Hongli was covering her mouth, her face flushed red, milk spilling from the corner of her mouth, and a milky white stain splattered on the chest of her oversized men's shirt. She coughed until tears streamed down her face, and in her panic, she reached for a tissue but knocked the tissue box over. "Sister Hongli, are you all right?" Little Nwomi ran over, standing on tiptoe to pat her back. "Don't worry, I didn't tell Daddy that you wanted to go to the mall." Su Hongli. She coughed even harder, bent over, and her shoulders trembled violently. Gu Yuan walked over and gently patted her back, his tone carrying a hint of helpless amusement. "Drink slowly. No one's going to take it from you." Su Hongli finally caught her breath, her face still red, half from choking and half from embarrassment. She looked up, her eyes darting around. I didn't hear you clearly. What were you saying?" Gu Yuan looked at her with a half-smile, his gaze sweeping over the shirt she was wearing, which was obviously several sizes too big and now stained with milk. "Xiao Nwomi said she wanted to go to the mall, and that it had nothing to do with you." "Of course it's okay." Su Hongli straightened her back, trying to maintain her last bit of dignity. I didn't want to go to the mall. Really? Gu Yuan pulled a few tissues from the table and handed them to her. But you really should go buy a couple of outfits. Su Hongli looked down at the milk stains on her chest, then at the shirt Gu Yuan was wearing, and a sense of embarrassment welled up inside her. After all, Gu Yuan added, his tone calm, but with a mischievous glint in his eyes, you can't keep wearing my clothes, can you? Su Hongli's face turned even redder, this time completely from embarrassment. She bit her lip, looked up at him, her eyes shining with anticipation. So you agree to go to the mall? Otherwise what? You've made my clothes dirty, what am I supposed to wear? Gu Yuan retorted. Su Hongli's eyes lit up. You stingy little thing. When we get to the mall, I'll buy you a whole bunch of clothes to make up for it. She stood up and walked towards the guest room, her steps a little hurried. I'm going to change my clothes. Little Nwomi, you go change your clothes too. We're leaving right away. Yay! Little Nwomi cheered and ran back to her room. Gu Yuan watched Su Hongli's almost hasty retreat and then looked at Xiao Nwomi's excited expression, shaking his head helplessly. He went back to the kitchen, took out the fried bacon, toasted some bread, and cut some fruit. When breakfast was served, Su Hongli had already changed her clothes and come out. There wasn't really a choice. It was still Gu Yuan's clothes, a clean white t-shirt and sweatpants. They still looked loose on her, but at least there were no milk stains. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, and she wore no makeup. Yet she possessed a fresh and refined beauty. How was it? She twirled in front of Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan nodded. Yes, it's better than before. Humph. Su Hongli pouted in dissatisfaction and sat down to start eating breakfast. Little Nwomi also came out after changing her clothes. She was wearing a pink princess dress and a bow hair clip. Daddy, am I pretty? She's beautiful. Our little Nwomi is the prettiest. Gu Yuan picked her up and put her in the high chair, then tied her bib. Breakfast ended in a pleasant atmosphere. Chapter 17 Matching Outfits for Parents and Children. Rainbow Department Store in the city center. This is the city's most upscale shopping mall, and this is Su Hongli's first time here. Although she has been in Jiang province for 3 months, she has spent most of her time dealing with family investment matters and has no time to go shopping. Standing at the grand entrance of the mall, Su Hongli curiously looked around at the interior decorations. A huge crystal chandelier, a marble floor as smooth as a mirror, and a bustling crowd. This place is not bad, she commented, her tone carrying the usual pickiness of a young lady, but her eyes sparkling with curiosity. The mall was packed with people on the weekend. There were children's activities on the first floor, and the air was filled with children's laughter and parents. Su Hongli held Gu Yuan's hand in one hand and Xiao Nwomi's hand in the other as they walked into the mall. She was dressed simply today, but her outstanding temperament attracted a lot of attention as soon as she entered the door. Add to that Gu Yuan's handsome face and Xiao Nwomi's adorable appearance, and the three of them together looked like a high-value family of 3. Which floor should we go to first? Gu Yuan asked. Su Hongli looked up at the mall's map and her eyes lit up. 3rd floor, women's clothing section. I want to see what the brands here are like. She pulled the two of them straight to the elevator. The elevator was quite crowded, and Su Hongli subconsciously moved closer to Gu Yuan. Her arm was pressed against his, the warm touch coming through the thin fabric of her clothes. Gu Yuan's body stiffened slightly, but he did not dodge. Little Nwomi stood between the two, looking up at her father and then at her older sister Hongli, her big eyes blinking and a sweet smile spreading across her face. We've arrived at the 3rd floor. The women's clothing section is filled with a dazzling array of products, with brand counters from various major brands lined up in a row. Su Hongli felt like she had discovered a new continent. She grabbed Xiao Nwomi's hand and started browsing through each shop. The tailoring of this brand is not bad. The fabric here is terrible. It feels uncomfortable to the touch. Huh? This store's design is quite interesting. She browsed and commented as she went, acting like a professional buyer. Gu Yuan followed behind her and glanced at the prices on the tags. A simple shirt costs 4 or 5,000 yuan, and an outerwear costs even more than 10,000. He frowned slightly. Although he had a 5 million yuan breakup fee and monthly child support, which made him financially independent in this second-tier city, he still felt that such spending was extravagant. But for Su Hongli, these prices were obviously insignificant. She stopped in front of a boutique with a simple design but high-quality feel, picked up a beige knit sweater, compared it to herself in the mirror, touched the fabric, and nodded. This one is all right. The sales assistant immediately came up to her. Miss, you have excellent taste. This is our newest style this season, made with imported Italian fabric. I'll look at them myself. Su Hongli interrupted the sales assistant's pitch and continued browsing the clothes racks. She was clearly very opinionated and completely unaffected by the sales assistant, choosing items according to her own aesthetic sense and standards. Soon, she had several pieces of clothing in her hands. Sister Redcarp, you're so amazing. Little Momi looked up at her with eyes full of admiration. Just like a fashion designer on TV. Su Hongli smiled, squatted down, and patted her head. Little Momi, would you like to try on some pretty clothes? Yes. Little Momi nodded vigorously. Su Hongli looked at the counter. Do you have children's clothing here? It would be best if it could match these clothes to create a parent-child outfit. The sales assistant immediately nodded. Yes, yes. We just launched a family-friendly series recently. It's over there, let me show you. Children's clothing section. Little Momi's eyes lit up when she saw those pretty children's clothes. Daddy, I want the pink one. And that blue one. That one with the bow is so pretty. Seeing his daughter's excited expression, Gu Yuan's heart melted. Chen Weiwei rarely took Xiao Nuomi shopping before, let alone buying her clothes. Most of Xiao Nuomi's clothes are bought by him from shopping malls or online. Although he picks out nice-looking ones, it always lacks the fun of mother and daughter choosing clothes together. Seeing how happy Xiao Nuomi is now, Gu Yuan suddenly felt that bringing Su Hongli to the mall was the right thing to do. Try them all, he said. Buy whichever one you like. Daddy's the best. Little Nuomi rushed over and hugged his leg, then turned to Su Hongli. Sister Hongli, you should try it too. Su Hongli looked at the matching parent-child outfits and her eyes curved into crescents. Okay, let's try them on together. The sales assistant quickly brought out the right size. Su Hongli led Xiao Nuomi into the fitting room, while Gu Yuan sat down on the sofa in the waiting area outside. The waiting area of the women's clothing store is thoughtfully designed, with sofas, magazines, and even free tea and candy. Gu Yuan casually picked up a magazine and flipped through it, but his attention was involuntarily drawn to the direction of the fitting room. The fitting room door opened. Su Hongli led Xiao Nuomi out. The two were wearing the same style of dress, moon white, with delicate lace trim on the neckline and cuffs, and a full skirt embroidered with cloud patterns. The adult version is elegant and sophisticated, while the children's version is cute and playful. Su Hongli is tall and slender, and when she wears her clothes, she looks like a fairy who has stepped out of a painting, with an outstanding temperament. Little Nuomi, on the other hand, twirled around like a little angel, her skirt fluttering in the wind. Daddy, is it pretty? Little Nuomi ran up to Gu Yuan and spun around excitedly. Gu Yuan nodded. It looks good. It's really beautiful. He looked at Su Hongli, and she was looking at him too, her eyes filled with expectation and a hint of nervousness. How is it? She asked, her voice softer than usual. It looks great, Gu Yuan said. Keep wearing this one, don't change it. Su Hongli's eyes lit up. Really? The sales assistant approached at the perfect moment, beaming. Sir, you are so lucky to have such a beautiful wife and such an adorable daughter. This matching family outfit is simply made for your family. Gu Yuan wanted to explain that Su Hongli was not his wife, but he swallowed the words back down his throat. He saw that Su Hongli and Xiao Nuomi were both smiling so happily, and Xiao Nuomi even secretly tugged at Su Hongli's hand and whispered, Sister Hongli, the saleswoman said you're Daddy's wife. Su Hongli blushed slightly, but did not deny it. She simply patted Xiao Nuomi's head. Gu Yuan was suddenly touched. He recalled that yesterday at the amusement park, Xiao Nuomi kept staring at a mother and daughter wearing matching outfits, her little eyes full of envy. The little one had been looking forward to wearing matching outfits with his mother and walking down the street, but Chen Weiwei wouldn't even grant him such a small wish. Always saying she was busy, didn't have time, or would say next time. Every time Gu Yuan saw the look in his daughter's eyes shift from expectation to disappointment, his heart ached as if it were being stabbed with needles. Now, Su Hongli noticed Xiao Nuomi's regret and specially chose matching family outfits. Seeing his daughter happy, Gu Yuan looked at Su Hongli with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Su Hongli seemed to notice his gaze, turned her head, and winked at him playfully. It's as if to say, you're welcome. Little Nuomi, shall we wear these clothes home today? Su Hongli asked, squatting down. Little Nwomi nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. I like wearing the same clothes as Sister Redcarp. Then why do you still call me Sister Redcarp? Su Hongli tilted her head, her eyes filled with laughter. Little Nwomi immediately understood and called out in her clear voice, Mommy. That mom was uttered in a sweet and soft voice. Su Hongli's heart melted at the sound of her name being called. She picked up Xiao Nwomi and kissed her on the cheek, saying, Mommy loves to hear that. Call me again. Mommy. Why? Mommy. Why? The two played a game of calling Mom, their laughter ringing out. Gu Yuan stood to the side watching, the corners of his mouth unconsciously turning up. The scene was so heartwarming that it made him feel a little dazed. It's like they really are a family. But just then, smack. There was a soft thud, like something falling to the ground. Gu Yuan looked in the direction of the sound and froze. At the store entrance, Chen Weiwei stood there, the shopping bag she was carrying falling to the ground, and a pink dress slipped out of the bag and lay spread out on the floor. She stared blankly at the three people in the shop, her face pale and her lips trembling slightly. His eyes were fixed on the matching outfits worn by Xiao Nwomi and Su Hongli, filled with shock, panic, and disbelief. Chapter 18: The Laughable Bystander. Mommy. When little Nwomi saw Chen Weiwei, she immediately slid down from Su Hongli's arms and happily rushed over. Chen Weiwei mechanically bent down and hugged her daughter. Little Nwomi excitedly pulled her hand. Mommy, look at my new clothes. Aren't they pretty? They're the same style as Sister Hongli's. Chen Weiwei felt a sharp pain in her heart when she looked at the dress her daughter was wearing, which was exactly the same as Su Hongli's. This is her daughter, but now she's wearing matching outfits with another woman and calling that woman Mom. But she still forced a smile, her voice hoarse. She looks good. Our little Nwomi looks good in anything. Gu Yuan then came to his senses and walked over. Weiwei? You're here to buy clothes too. Chen Weiwei seemed to be startled awake. She quickly squatted down to pick up the dress that had fallen to the ground, stuffed it haphazardly back into the bag, and said in a flustered voice, Oh, Xiao Nwomi's dress was too small yesterday, so I came to exchange it for a larger size. I just happened to see you here, so I came over to say hello. Her explanation sounded reasonable, but Gu Yuan noticed that her hands were trembling slightly, and she didn't dare to meet his gaze. Oh, that's perfect. Just give me the dress directly. It'll save you the trouble of making an extra trip, Gu Yuan said. No need. Chen Weiwei immediately refused, her voice a little hurried. I haven't changed my dress yet. I'll take it to Xiao Nwomi after I change. Gu Yuan frowned. You're so busy, let's not trouble you. Go change now, we'll wait for you here. It's okay, Chen Weiwei said almost eagerly. Well, Lin Yu is still waiting for me over there, so I'll go over first. I'll send the dress another day. After saying that, she didn't give Gu Yuan a chance to speak and turned away almost hastily. His steps were quick, even a little unsteady. Gu Yuan watched her hurried departure, his brows furrowing even more. Something's not right. Chen Weiwei's reaction was very unusual. In the mall corridor, Chen Weiwei walked briskly, almost as if she were fleeing. She didn't know where she was going. She just wanted to leave that place as soon as possible, to escape that suffocating scene. Little Nwomi and Su Hongli were wearing matching outfits and smiling so happily. Little Nwomi called Su Hongli Mom so naturally and affectionately. Her biological mother, however, stood there like an outsider, completely at a loss. Chen Weiwei walked to a secluded corner, leaned against the wall, and gasped for breath. My heart felt like it was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, the throbbing pain making it hard to breathe. Tears welled up uncontrollably, blurring my vision. She looked down at the shopping bag in her hand. Inside was the pink dress she bought yesterday. She had already exchanged it for the correct size. So, she actually lied. She herself didn't understand why she did it. When she saw Xiao Nwomi and Su Hongli wearing matching outfits, when she saw Xiao Nwomi calling Su Hongli Mom, and when she saw the gentle smile in Gu Yuan's eyes as he looked at them. At that moment, Chen Weiwei felt dizzy and disoriented. That was her husband and her daughter. Now, however, he stands with another woman, like a real family. And she was like a ridiculous bystander. Chen Weiwei wiped away her tears and forced herself to calm down. She can't do that. She is Chen Weiwei, a powerful businesswoman with a net worth of over 100 million yuan, and President Chen, whom countless people admire. She can't lose her composure like this for a man for her ex-husband whom she's already divorced from. But my heart aches so much. She was in so much pain that she could barely stand. The phone rang at that moment. Chen Weiwei took it out and saw that it was Lin Yu. She stared at the name on the screen and suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity and irony. Lin Yu. She waited 5 years for her white moonlight, the man for whom she was willing to divorce Gu Yuan. But now, when she sees Gu Yuan with another woman in the mall, she thinks of Gu Yuan instead of Lin Yu. She remembered how Gu Yuan used to accompany her shopping. He would patiently wait for her to try on clothes, give her serious advice, and remember the colors and styles she liked. He would wait outside with Xiao Wenmi in his arms while she tried on clothes, and then, as if by magic, he would pull out small cookies or toys from his pocket, making Xiao Wenmi stop crying and start laughing. Those details she had overlooked were now replaying in her mind like a movie. Chen Weiwei then realized how much tenderness and consideration Gu Yuan had shown her. But she never cherished it. She always found him annoying, nagging, and unworthy of her. She always said, "What do you know? You're just a stay-at-home husband." Now, she has lost the man who once had eyes for her. Meanwhile, another woman is enjoying everything she once had but disdained. The phone was still ringing. Chen Weiwei took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. "Weiwei, where are you? I'll come pick you up for lunch." Lin Yu's gentle voice came through the phone. Through the phone, Chen Weiwei paused for 2 seconds and said, "No need. I'm not feeling well. I'm going home first." "Are you feeling unwell? What's wrong? Do you want me to go to the hospital with you?" "No. I'm just a little tired and want to rest for a bit." "Okay. Then you get some rest. I'll call you back later." After hanging up the phone, Chen Weiwei stared blankly at her phone screen. Lin Yu treated her very well. He was gentle, considerate, and polite. But that kind of goodness always seems to be separated by something. Unlike Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan's goodness is real, it's mundane, it permeates every detail of life. It was something she once possessed, but had never bothered with. But now, she wants it again. Chen Weiwei raised her head and looked in the direction of the women's clothing store. Through the glass wall, she saw Gu Yuan and Su Hongli paying at the cashier. Gu Yuan was carrying several shopping bags, and Xiao Wenmi was holding his hand, looking up at him and saying something. The three of them were as harmonious as a painting. As Chen Weiwei watched, tears welled up in her eyes again. She turned around and walked away quickly. She needs time to think things through. Think about what you really want. Thinking about this marriage, this man, did she really miss out? The plot of chapter 19 seems to have reversed. Inside the women's clothing store, Gu Yuan looked at the black card that Su Hongli handed over with a complicated expression. "I'll pay," he said. "No need." Su Hongli shook her head. "I promise to pay for your clothes." "But this is too much." Gu Yuan looked at the 7 or 8 shopping bags in the sales assistant's hands. "Besides, I should be the one buying Xiao Wenmi's clothes. Xiao Wenmi is my daughter now too," Su Hongli said matter-of-factly. "It's only natural for a mother to buy clothes for her daughter." Gu Yuan. He found himself unable to refute it. After swiping the card, the sales assistant respectfully handed the card and receipt back to Su Hongli. "Miss Su, the total is 128,600 yuan. We've already given you the maximum discount. Would you like the clothes delivered to your home?" "No need. We'll carry them ourselves." Su Hongli took the card, casually stuffed it back into her bag, and then took 2 bags from Gu Yuan. "Let's go. I'll go buy you a few more clothes." "I don't need it," Gu Yuan said. "I have clothes to wear." "I've worn all your clothes. What are you going to wear?" Su Hongli mimicked his tone from before. "You stingy guy? I'll just buy you some." Gu Yuan said helplessly. "I really don't need to. Daddy, please let Sister Red Carp buy it." Little Wenmi tugged at his hand and shook it. "I want to see Daddy wearing new clothes." Looking into his daughter's expectant eyes, Gu Yuan gave in. "All right. Yay." Little Wenmi jumped up happily. The 3 of them then went to the men's clothing section. Su Hongli picked out several shirts, t-shirts, and pants for Gu Yuan. They were all simple and elegant in style, but the fabric and cut made them look expensive. While Gu Yuan was trying on clothes, Su Hongli waited outside, with Xiao Wenmi in her arms. Little Wenmi asked softly, "Sister Hongli, why are you buying clothes for Daddy?" Su Hongli thought for a moment and said, "Because Dad works very hard taking care of Xiao Wenmi. He should wear nicer clothes." "Oh." Little Wenmi nodded as if she understood, then asked, "Then, Sister Hongli, will you keep buying clothes for Daddy?" "Yes, I will." Su Hongli said with a smile. As long as Dad is willing, I will keep buying it for him. Would Dad be willing? Su Hongli blinked. I'll have to ask Dad. The fitting room door opened, and Gu Yuan walked out. He changed into a white shirt and paired it with dark casual pants, making him look fresh and handsome. Su Hongli's eyes lit up. Beautiful. Little Nwomi clapped her hands and exclaimed, Daddy is so handsome. The sales assistant also exclaimed, this outfit suits you really well. You look like a model. Looking at himself in the mirror, Gu Yuan did indeed look much more energetic than when he wore sportswear. But he still felt uncomfortable. Isn't this too formal? No, it looks great. This is the one. Su Hongli walked over and straightened his collar. She was very close, and a faint fragrance wafted from her. Gu Yuan's body stiffened slightly, but he did not dodge. Su Hongli seemed oblivious to his unease. She took a step back, looked him over again, and nodded with satisfaction. Well, that's all. Wrap them all up. Okay. The sales assistant quickly went to process the order. When Gu Yuan came out of the mall, he had several more bags in his hands. He glanced at Su Hongli. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? Su Hongli tilted her head to look at him. I said I would make up for your clothes. It's not just clothes, Gu Yuan said. It's also, thank you for spending time with Xiao Nwomi, buying her clothes, and playing with her. Su Hongli smiled. That's what I want. She took Xiao Nwomi's hand and said, Come on, Mommy will take you to eat ice cream. Great, little Nwomi cheered. As Gu Yuan watched the two figures disappear into the distance, a certain part of his heart stirred slightly once again. He suddenly realized that if things continued like this, it seems pretty good. Weiyu Company, the CEO's office. After returning from the mall, Chen Weiwei was absent-minded all afternoon. She sat in a large executive chair, pen in hand, a contract open in front of her that needed to be signed, but her gaze was unfocused as she looked out the window. It was as if my mind was on repeat, replaying the scene I witnessed in the mall that morning over and over again. Little Nwomi wore a beige dress with a fluffy skirt, looking like a little angel. She tilted her little face up and called out in her sweet, soft voice, Mommy. The person she called Mom was Su Hongli. That young, beautiful girl with a dazzling aura that even Chen Weiwei had to admit was undeniable. And there's Gu Yuan. He stood beside Su Hongli, carrying a shopping bag, and watched Xiao Nwomi interact with Su Hongli with a gentle smile in his eyes. Chen Weiwei had seen that kind of smile before. 5 years ago, when they had just gotten married, that's how Gu Yuan looked at her. Gentle, focused, as if she were the only person in the world who could see her. But I don't know when it started, that look in his eyes gradually disappeared. Instead, there is exhaustion, alienation, and unspoken words. Now, that look in my eyes has reappeared. But it wasn't because of her. It's because of another woman. Chen Weiwei closed her eyes and took a deep breath. What she couldn't get over was that when Gu Yuan and Su Hongli stood together, the two of them actually looked strangely well matched. It's as if they were meant to be a couple. Chen Weiwei suddenly felt it was absurd. Then what about his ex-wife? What does this 5-year marriage even mean? 5 years, more than 1,800 days and nights. She shared a bed with him, conceived a daughter with him, and started a family with him. But now, only 3 months after the divorce, he's standing with another woman, looking as harmonious as a real family. Family. She, however, was like a superfluous bystander. What she found even more unacceptable was, Gu Yuan is clearly just a useless stay-at-home husband. Shouldn't he be the one who regrets the divorce? He should have cried his heart out, knelt down and begged her to get back together, and repented for his past mistakes. But why does the story seem to have reversed now? She's the one who's suffering. It's her who's heartbroken. She was the one who fled in panic from the shopping mall. Could it be? Was I really wrong to get a divorce? The moment the thought crossed her mind, Chen Weiwei shook her head violently. No, I did nothing wrong. Lin Yu is 10 times, 100 times better than Gu Yuan. Lin Yu has a degree from a prestigious overseas university, an impressive resume, a respectable job, and a charming demeanor. And what does Gu Yuan have? She only has a pretty face and the advantages of being able to do housework and take care of children. What kind of advantages are these? Any nanny could do that. And then there's that girl named Su Hongli. Apart from being young and pretty, she's incomparable to me in any other way. She is a female entrepreneur with a net worth of over 100 million yuan, and is President Chen, whom countless people look up to. Whereas Su Hongli, he was just an ordinary employee, from an ordinary family, with an ordinary education. What does she have to compare herself to? She wasn't sad because Gu Yuan was taken away from her at all. I am because of Xiao Wenwei. Right. He was jealous of his daughter. Seeing Xiao Wenwei call other women mom, seeing Xiao Wenwei and other women wearing matching outfits, seeing Xiao Wenwei treating other women so affectionately. As a mother, she was jealous. This is normal. It has absolutely nothing to do with that guy Gu Yuan. Chen Weiwei smiled with relief. She felt she had finally figured out the key to the problem. My mood immediately lightened. She picked up her pen again, ready to sign the contract. But just then, wow, how romantic. Oh my God, is this President Chen's new boyfriend? He's so handsome. Mr. Lin is so handsome and considerate. I'm so envious of President Chen. Screams and gasps came from outside the window, the sounds coming from downstairs, and could be heard even through the glass. Chen Weiwei frowned. What's going on? Before she could react, the office door was slammed open, and her assistant, Yan Yi, rushed in, panting, her face full of excitement and envy. Mr. Chen, look downstairs. Yan Yi pointed out the window, her eyes sparkling. Mr. Lin has prepared a surprise for you. Oh my God, how romantic. Suppressing her curiosity, Chen Weiwei calmly put down her pen, got up, and walked to the window. The top floor offers a great view, overlooking the entire CBD area. She looked down. Then, he froze. Chapter 20 Proposal. The plaza in front of the company building has been transformed into a sea of flowers at some point. Tens of thousands of pink roses covered the ground, forming a giant heart shape. In the center of the heart shape, the words Weiwei are spelled out with red roses. In front of the heart shape stood a man in a white suit. Lin Yu. He was holding a large bouquet of red roses, looking up in her direction. Sunlight shone on him, his white suit reflecting a dazzling light. He stood there, like a prince from a fairy tale. The square was already surrounded by people. There were company employees, passers-by, and nearby office workers. Everyone was watching this scene. The girls covered their mouths and screamed, while the men took out their phones to take pictures. Oh my God, this is so romantic. How many roses are there? At least tens of thousands. Mr. Chen is so lucky. Mr. Lin is so thoughtful. Exclamations of praise, envy, and jeers rose and fell. Chen Weiwei stood by the window, looking at the scene below, and her heart skipped a beat. She covered her mouth, her pupils dilating little by little. The cheers from downstairs grew louder and louder. Lin Yu stood in the sea of pink roses, holding a carefully selected bouquet of red roses in his hands. Each rose was in full bloom, just like a meticulously crafted script. He saw Chen Weiwei appear at the window. I saw her cover her mouth, her pupils dilated. I saw the shock and gandong on her face. Yes, it must have been touching. Lin Yu smiled confidently. No woman could resist such a scene. Tens of thousands of roses, a meticulously decorated venue, the attention of everyone, and a handsome, wealthy, and affectionate suitor like him. This is every woman's dream. It was also Chen Weiwei's dream. He understands her. From a young age, she longed for a passionate love, for being the center of attention like a heroine in an idol drama, and for that ultimate sense of romance and ritual. That's why she was so infatuated with him back then. That spirited young man standing on the banks of the River Cam in Cambridge. Now he's back, with a more mature demeanor, a more respectable identity, and a more perfect script. He wanted to give her the marriage proposal of her dreams. Then, amidst everyone's envious gazes, he put the ring on her finger. Then, she will become his wife. Then he could legitimately use her assets to pay off that damn $50 million high-interest loan. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a gentle smile. He took a deep breath and, under everyone's expectant gaze, slowly knelt on one knee. Wow! The crowd erupted in even louder cheers. The girls covered their mouths, tears welling up in their eyes with excitement. Oh my God! A proposal! It really is a proposal! Mr. Lin has knelt down. He has knelt down. How romantic! I'm about to cry. Lin Yu held up the ring box in his hand and opened it. A 3-carat diamond ring sparkles in the sunlight, its perfect cut radiating a captivating brilliance. He raised his head and, in a voice so tender and affectionate it could melt any woman's heart, shouted, "Weiwei, I love you. Marry me." The sound, clear and heartfelt, was transmitted throughout the square via a pre-prepared miniature microphone. At this moment, The atmosphere reached its climax. Marry him! Marry him! Marry him! Everyone began to shout in unison, their voices deafening. The girls were so excited that they cried, holding each other's arms. Oh my God! I'm about to cry. This proposal was so touching. What are you still hesitating for, President Chen? Mr. Lin is handsome, rich, and so willing to put in so much effort for her. Such a good man. Marrying him will definitely bring you great happiness. Yes, if I were President Chen, I would definitely agree to Mr. Lin's offer without hesitation. Assistant Yan Yi was also so excited that her eyes reddened. She couldn't help but look at Chen Weiwei and say, President Chen, what are you waiting for? Come down quickly. Mr. Lin proposed to you in front of so many people. What a show of sincerity. You should say yes. Mr. Lin is handsome, capable, and treats you so well. You two are a match made in heaven. Chen Weiwei looked down at the sea of flowers and at Lin Yu kneeling in it. Her heart was pounding. Heart was pounding. It would be a lie to say I wasn't moved. Any woman would be moved by such a scene. Tens of thousands of roses, a handsome man kneeling on one knee, a sparkling diamond ring, and everyone's blessings. This was the scene she dreamed of during her teenage years. It was the romantic proposal she had dreamed of countless times. And now, all of this is laid out before her. It was so real that it made her feel a little dizzy. The pain that had been pierced by Gu Yuan and Su Hongli seemed to have truly subsided at this moment. Yes, why should she be heartbroken over Gu Yuan, that stay-at-home husband? Why be jealous of that good-for-nothing man? Isn't Lin Yu good enough? He was highly educated and successful in his career. He was her beloved, white moonlight, for many years. Now he's proposing to her in front of so many people. Isn't this exactly what she's always wanted? Chen Weiwei, what are you still hesitating about? Gu Yuan, that stay-at-home husband, isn't even qualified to carry Lin Yu's shoes. Are you really going to reject Lin Yu, your Prince Charming, for such an ordinary man? Chen Weiwei took a deep breath, preparing to ask Yan Yi to tell Lin Yu that she would be going downstairs now. But just then, my phone suddenly rang. It wasn't Yan Yi calling, it was another call. Chen Weiwei looked down and saw the word, Mom, flashing on the screen. She frowned. Why was her mother calling at this hour? But she still pressed the answer button. The mother's voice, trembling with tears and utter panic, immediately came from the other end of the phone. Weiwei, Weiwei, where are you? Your dad had a heart attack and collapsed. He's being treated at the Central Hospital right now. The doctor said a family member needs to sign the consent form. Please come quickly. Chen Weiwei's mind went blank. All the emotions, all the romance, all the hesitation vanished in that moment. Mom, don't panic, tell me slowly. When did Dad faint? How is he now? She forced herself to calm down, but her voice still trembled uncontrollably. Just now, as soon as I entered the living room, I saw your dad lying on the sofa, his face purple, and he couldn't be woken up. The ambulance just took him away, and I'm at the hospital now. The doctor said he needs surgery immediately, and they need a family member to sign the consent form. Weiwei, please come quickly. Mom is scared to be alone. Okay, Mom. Don't be afraid. I'll be right there. Just wait for me at the door of the emergency room. I'll be right there. Chen Weiwei hung up the phone, grabbed the car keys on the table, and rushed out the door. What marriage proposal, what romance, what Lin Yu? They couldn't care less about anything else. She had only one thought on her mind right now. Dad can't be hurt. Absolutely not. Chapter 21 Opportunity. The plaza downstairs. Lin Yu was still kneeling there on one knee, holding up the ring. The smile on his face was starting to look a little stiff. He's been kneeling for almost 3 minutes. Why hasn't Chen Weiwei come down yet? The onlookers began to whisper among themselves. Why hasn't President Chen come down yet? Could it be that they don't want to agree? Impossible. Such a great man, such a wonderful proposal. Who wouldn't say yes? That's not necessarily true. Mr. Chen is so outstanding, maybe. As Lin Yu listened to these discussions, a sinister glint flashed in his eyes. But he quickly composed himself and continued to maintain his affectionate smile. Just then, he saw Chen Weiwei rush out of the building. It wasn't the kind of elegant and composed way to go downstairs. It ran out. His steps were quick, even a little unsteady. Lin Yu's eyes lit up, thinking she was just too excited. He adjusted his kneeling position, preparing to repeat his heartfelt confession as she approached. But Chen Weiwei didn't even look at him. She ran straight past the sea of flowers, without even glancing at the roses or at him. They rushed straight to the parking lot. The entire room fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? The female protagonist rushed out, ignoring the male protagonist kneeling on the ground, ignoring the tens of thousands of roses, and ignoring the carefully prepared proposal. They just ran away? Lin Yu was also dumbfounded. He knelt there, his hand holding the ring frozen in midair, his smile completely frozen. Mr. Chen. Assistant Yan Yi was also stunned and quickly chased after him. Mr. Chen, your bag. You forgot your bag. Chen Weiwei then realized she hadn't brought anything with her. She turned around and took the bag Yan Yi handed her, but didn't stop walking. Yan Yi, please tell Lin Yu that my dad is in the hospital and I have to go there right away. After saying that, she opened the car door, got into the driver's seat, started the car, and then stepped on the gas. The red Porsche shot off like an arrow. The crowd in the square was left completely bewildered. Lin Yu, still kneeling in the sea of flowers. What's going on? Why did President Chen run away? I think I heard President Chen say, her father is being treated in the hospital? Oh, so something happened at home. So this proposal. The way everyone looked at Lin Yu began to become complicated. There was sympathy, embarrassment, and amusement at the spectacle. Lin Yu was still kneeling there, his face turning pale and then flushed. He had never been so humiliated in his life. The meticulously planned proposal, a scene that everyone was watching, ended with the female protagonist not even glancing at him before running away. It was because of a family emergency. This prevents him from being angry openly and honestly. After all, it's perfectly reasonable for a daughter to rush her father to the hospital when he's seriously ill. But why now of all times? Why did it have to happen right when he proposed? The sinister look in Lin Yu's eyes was almost overflowing, but he still forced himself to stand up, patted the dust off his knees, and forced an understanding and worried expression onto his face. At this moment, Yan Yi ran over, panting, and explained, Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry, Miss Chun didn't mean it. Her father suddenly suffered a heart attack and is currently in the hospital receiving emergency treatment. Mr. Chun must get there immediately. Lin Yu nodded, her voice gentle yet tinged with worry. I understand. How is Uncle Chen now? Is he out of danger? I'm not quite sure either. Yan Yi shook her head. President Chen received a phone call and rushed out, saying that he was in the midst of a rescue and needed a family member's signature. Which hospital? Central Hospital. Lin Yu took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said with feigned concern, Then I have to go and see. Weiwei must be very anxious by herself. I have to stay with her. He turned to look at the sea of flowers, then at the crowd that hadn't yet dispersed, his heart bleeding. He spent a full 500,000 on this marriage proposal. Renting a venue, buying roses, decorating the site, hiring people to take photos and videos, and that 3-carat diamond ring. Diamond ring. 500,000. And so it all went down the drain. The female lead ran away, the scene became awkward, and the marriage proposal failed. It even became a laughingstock for others. Lin Yu clenched his fist, his nails digging into his palm. But he still wore a polite smile and said to Yan Yi, Assistant Yan, could you please tidy up here for me? I'm going to the hospital to see Weiwei. Okay, Mr. Lin, please go ahead. Yan Yi nodded repeatedly. Lin Yu turned and walked towards his car, the rented black Maybach. Get into the driver's seat and close the car door. The smile on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a ferocious rage. Hold! He slammed his fist on the steering wheel. The car horn emitted a piercing sound. He took out his phone and dialed a number. 7th Master, give me a little more time. I'm sure I can pay back the money. A chilling laugh came from the other end of the phone. President Lin, I watched your proposal live. It was quite romantic. Too bad the leading lady ran away. What? President Chen doesn't want to marry you. Lin Yu broke out in a cold sweat. No. It's because her father suddenly fell seriously ill, and she went to the hospital. 7th Master, don't worry. I will definitely make her accept my proposal. And then that 50 million. Mr. Lin, 7th Master interrupted him. I'm not a philanthropist. I'll only give you 1.5 months. If you can't pay back the money, those videos, you know the consequences. The call ended. Lin Yu gripped his phone, feeling a chill run through his body. 1.5 months. He had to get Chen Weiwei to marry him within a month and a half, and then use her assets to pay off his debts. Otherwise, he dared not think about the consequences. Once those videos are leaked, his life will be over. Lin Yu took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. He started the car and drove towards the central hospital. On the way, his mind raced. Chen Weiwei's father suddenly fell seriously ill. This might be an opportunity. Outside the emergency room of the central hospital. When Chen Weiwei rushed there, the red light at the entrance of the emergency room was still on. The mother sat on a bench in the corridor, her hands clenched tightly, her eyes red and swollen, and her whole body trembling. "Mom!" Chen Weiwei rushed over, her voice urgent. "How is Dad?" When Chen's mother looked up and saw her daughter, tears welled up in her eyes again. "Weiwei, you're finally here. Your father. He's been inside for a while now, and the doctor hasn't come out yet. I'm scared. Mom, don't worry, the doctors will do their best to save her." Chen Weiwei put her arm around her mother's shoulder. Although she was also panicking, she tried to remain calm and said, "Dad is lucky. Everything will be all right." While comforting her mother, Chen Weiwei's mind was racing. "My father has always been in good health. Although he has high blood pressure, he has always taken his medication on time, and it is well controlled. How could he suddenly have a heart attack?" "Mom," she asked, "did Dad experience something traumatic today? Why did he suddenly have a relapse?" Chen's mother paused in her sobs, her eyes beginning to flicker. "Your father, Mom, just tell me." Chen Weiwei frowned. Did Chen Feng upset Dad again? She knew her younger brother, Chen Feng, was unreliable. He had been spoiled by their parents since childhood, and even though he was almost 30, he was still idle and lived off the money his sister gave him. "My father got angry about this a lot." "No, it wasn't Xiaofeng," Chen's mother stammered. "It was your father. He couldn't think straight." "Can't figure it out?" "Can't figure out what?" It's just. Chen's mother hesitated for a long time before finally sighing. "Never mind. Ask your father yourself when he wakes up." Chen Weiwei wanted to ask more questions, but at that moment, the door to the emergency room opened. Chapter 22. The culprit is Gu Yuan. The moment the door to the emergency room opened, a doctor walked out. The surgery was successful. The blood vessel is open and the patient is out of danger. He has been transferred to the ICU for observation. If there are no problems in 24 hours, he can be transferred to a regular ward. Chen Weiwei and her mother both breathed a sigh of relief. "Doctors, thank you so much," Chen Weiwei said repeatedly. "You're welcome. It's what we should do," the doctor said before leaving. Mother Chen patted her chest and breathed a long sigh of relief. "I was so scared. Thank goodness everything is all right." Chen Weiwei, however, did not have it so easy. She looked around, her brows furrowing even more. "Mom, where are Chen Feng and his wife? Dad's in this state. Where are they?" Chen Weiwei's parents lived with her younger brother, Chen Feng. The whole family lives in the villa that Chen Weiwei bought, which is registered under the parents' names. In addition, she gives her younger brother Chen Feng 100,000 yuan a month for support so that he can take care of their parents. "My father is now critically ill and in critical condition, but my younger brother and sister-in-law are nowhere to be found." Chen's mother's eyes began to wander again. Oh, Xiao Jie was making a fuss about going to the zoo, so they took Xiao Jie to the zoo. Xiao Jie is Chen Feng's son, 5 years old this year, and is the beloved grandson of Chen's parents. Chen Weiwei laughed in exasperation. "Dad's in this state, and the three of them still have the mind to go to the zoo?" "Weiwei, don't be angry." Chen's mother quickly comforted her. "Your brother didn't know your dad's condition was so serious. Besides, your dad is fine now, so don't blame him." "What do you mean my dad is fine now?" Chen Weiwei's voice turned cold. "Mom, tell me the truth. Dad had a heart attack. Is it related to my brother and his wife?" She knows her mother too well. Every time Chen Feng got into trouble, his mother would have the same expression and tone, covering up for her younger brother. Chen's mother started stammering again. "Okay, Mom, you won't tell, huh?" Chen Weiwei took out her phone. "I'm calling Chen Feng right now. I want to ask him what's going on in person." "Weiwei, don't hit her." Chen's mother quickly pressed her hand down and sighed. All right, I'll talk. It's all because of that Gu Yuan." Chen Weiwei was stunned. "What does this have to do with Gu Yuan? How can it be nothing?" Chen's mother's voice suddenly became agitated. "He's the culprit. If he hadn't swindled 5 million from you, your brother wouldn't have argued with your father, and your father wouldn't have been so upset that he ended up in the hospital. When did Gu Yuan ever extort money from me?" Chen Weiwei found it absurd. "That 5 million was my breakup fee to Gu Yuan, including child support for Xiao Womi. I've already explained this very clearly." What is Chen Feng making a fuss about? Your brother, wasn't he just worried about you, afraid you'd suffer a loss? Chen's mother said. He was thinking of having me go to Gu Yuan to get the 5 million back, but your father overheard. Overheard. Your father said it was Gu Yuan's due, that it was rightfully his, and he even scolded your brother for being useless, only thinking about his sister's money. They started arguing, and it got worse and worse. And then your father couldn't catch his breath and, after hearing this, Chen Weiwei was so angry that she trembled all over. Mom, Chen Feng wants to take this money back for himself, right? And this was all instigated by my sister-in-law, wasn't it? She knew her sister-in-law all too well. She was greedy and short-sighted, constantly urging Chen Feng to make money off her. Chen's mother's eyes darted away. Weiwei, don't blame your sister-in-law. She's on our side, isn't she? That's 5 million. Why should it go to that Gu guy? He's an outsider. Mom, Chen Weiwei interrupted her. When I didn't have the money to start my business, it was Gu Yuan who took out all his savings, 1 million yuan, so that I could start the company. And for the past 5 years, Gu Yuan has been helping me, taking care of the housework, and looking after Xiao and Womi, allowing me to focus on my career. This 5 million yuan is what he deserves. What's so difficult about managing housework? Chen's mother said dismissively. You can just hire any nanny. When he gave you 1 million, do you think he didn't have ulterior motives? He knew you were capable of starting a company, and he wanted to reap the benefits without lifting a finger. He's shrewd. Besides, you spent 5 years with him. The compensation for your lost youth is more than 1 million. Now that you're divorced, he shouldn't have taken your money. A grown man with hands and feet, taking a woman's money. That's pathetic. Chen Weiwei looked at her mother and suddenly felt a sense of estrangement. She had heard these words before. From the mother's mouth, from the younger brother's mouth, from the relatives' mouths. She used to think that made sense, that Gu Yuan wasn't good enough for her, and that she shouldn't give him money after the divorce. But now, when she saw Gu Yuan standing with another woman, saw Xiao and Womi calling someone else mom, and saw the gentle smile in Gu Yuan's eyes as he looked at someone else, she suddenly realized what she had lost. Mom, don't say things like that again. Chen Weiwei's voice was cold. It wouldn't be good if Xiao and Womi heard it. Chen's mother muttered under her breath. So what if she heard? She's just a little brat, to put it bluntly, a money loser. It's good to get rid of her. Mom, what did you say? Chen Weiwei suddenly raised her voice. Startled, Chen's mother quickly corrected herself. Nothing, nothing. I just meant I haven't seen Xiao and Womi in a long time, and I miss her terribly. By the way, Weiwei, when are you and Lin Yu getting married? Lin Yu is successful in his career and studied abroad. He's much better than that Gu Yuan. You'd better hurry up. Chen Weiwei did not speak. Looking at her mother's calculating face, she suddenly felt very tired. I'm so tired. She has sacrificed so much for this family. She bought a house for her parents, gave money to her younger brother, and supported her brother's family of 3. But what did we get in return? The father was hospitalized because of his younger brother's anger, but the mother was still speaking up for her brother, still scheming for Gu Yuan's 5 million, and still eyeing Lin Yu's money. Even Xiao and Womi, her own daughter, is considered a money-losing burden in her mother's eyes. Chen Weiwei closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Just then, footsteps came from the other end of the corridor. Lin Yu walked over, carrying a fruit basket. Weiwei, Aunt Chen, he said with a concerned expression. I heard Uncle Chen was sick, so I rushed over to see him. How is he? When Chen's mother saw Lin Yu, her eyes lit up, and she quickly went to greet him. Oh, Lin, you're here. Your uncle's surgery was a success, and he's out of danger. You're such a thoughtful child, making a special trip for him. Lin Yu handed the fruit basket to Chen's mother, his gaze falling on Chen Weiwei, his voice gentle, yet filled with concern. Weiwei, you don't look well. Are you too tired? Do you want to find a place to rest? Chen Weiwei shook her head. I'm fine. Thank you for coming. Her tone was polite but distant. Lin Yu noticed, but didn't show it, just smiled, and said, Why are you being so polite with me? By the way, about the proposal today, I know the timing isn't right. Let's talk about it when you're in a better mood. Upon hearing this, Chen's mother's eyes widened even more. A proposal? What proposal? Shaolin, you proposed to our Weiwei. Lin Yu glanced at Chen Weiwei, and seeing that she didn't seem inclined to speak, he smiled and said to Chen's mother, Auntie, I originally wanted to give Weiwei a surprise today, but I didn't expect Uncle Chen to suddenly fall ill. But it's all right. There will be other opportunities in the future. Chen's mother clapped her hands excitedly. Oh my, this is wonderful news. Xiaolin, you're so outstanding and so good to our Weiwei. Auntie is completely in favor. Weiwei, what are you hesitating for? Just say yes. Chen Weiwei frowned. Mom, now is not the time to talk about this. Why isn't this the time to talk? Chen's mother persisted. Your father is fine now. It's time for you to think about your own marriage. Xiao Lin is such a good boy, 100 times better than that Gu Yuan. If you marry him, I'll be at ease. Mom, Chen Weiwei interrupted her. I'm not in the mood to talk about this right now. Lin Yu quickly smoothed things over. Auntie, Weiwei is right. The most important thing right now is Uncle Chen's health. We can talk about other things later. He walked over to Chen Weiwei and said softly, Weiwei, I know you're not in a good mood today. How about I take you home to rest? I can arrange for someone to take care of Aunt Chen here. Chen Weiwei glanced at him, then at her expectant mother, and finally shook her head. No need. I'll stay here with my mom. Thank you for coming today. Don't be so polite with me. Lin Yu smiled. Then you guys go ahead with your work, and call me anytime if you need anything. He turned to leave, but the smile on his face vanished the moment he turned the corner of the corridor. Today's proposal was a complete disaster. Not only did he lose 500,000 yuan, but he also lost face in front of so many people. But Lin Yu glanced back at Chen Weiwei, who was still standing outside the emergency room, a determined glint in his eyes. Chapter 23, I'm determined to win this game. Lin Yu overheard every word of the conversation between Chen Weiwei and her mother. This includes Chen's mother saying that Gu Yuan is good for nothing, that Xiao Nuomi is a money-losing brat, and that Lin Yu is successful in his career. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Lin Yu's lips. Gu Yuan, oh Gu Yuan. As a fellow man, I truly feel sorry for you. What a bizarre family. But that's fine too. The more greedy Chen Weiwei's family was, the easier it was for him to succeed. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Weiwei, since your family is being so cooperative, then don't blame me for plotting against you. Against you. I'm going to win this game. And Gu Yuan, you can just continue being that poor stay-at-home husband. Go live your quiet life with your daughter and that Su Hongli who appeared out of nowhere. Chen Weiwei, I've decided to have her. I'm determined to get her money too. In the corridor, Chen Weiwei was still standing there, looking at the closed door of the ICU. The mother kept nagging about how good and outstanding Lin Yu was, urging her to make sure she got the chance. But another face kept appearing in Chen Weiwei's mind. Gu Yuan's face. And there's the sweet smile on little Nuomi's face when she calls Su Hongli mom. My heart began to ache again. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. I can't think about it anymore. The most important thing now is my father's health. As for the rest, let's talk about it later. But why is that feeling of emptiness in my heart getting stronger and stronger? An hour later, in the ICU ward, Chen Guoqiang slowly opened his eyes. His face was still pale, but his eyes had regained their clarity. Dad, Chen Weiwei, who was by the bedside, immediately stood up and leaned closer to the bed. You're awake? How are you feeling? Is anything bothering you? Chen Guoqiang blinked, adjusting his eyes to the light. Seeing that it was his daughter, he forced a weak smile. Weiwei, what brings you here? Isn't the company busy? With Dad like this, why should I bother with the company? Chen Weiwei's eyes were a little red. How are you feeling now? Chen Guoqiang tried to move, but the pain in his chest made him frown. I'm all right. Where's your brother? Your brother's good for nothing? When Chen Feng was mentioned, he became visibly agitated, and his breathing became rapid. Chen Weiwei quickly reassured him. Dad, you just had surgery. The doctor said you can't get angry. Rest well first, we can talk about other things later. Seeing the worry in his daughter's eyes, Chen Guoqiang finally suppressed his anger, but he still couldn't help muttering, that bastard. I really cough. Dad, don't talk, rest first. Chen Weiwei gently pressed her father's hand. At this moment, Chen's mother, who was standing outside the ward, heard the noise, peeked out, saw that her husband was awake, hesitated for a moment, and still did not come in. Chen Weiwei noticed her mother's movements, sighed, got up and walked to the door. Mom, Dad is awake. Please go and notify the doctor. Chen's mother, who was trying to avoid facing her husband, felt as if she had been granted a pardon upon hearing this and quickly nodded. Okay, I'll go right away. After saying that, he hurriedly headed towards the nurse's station. Chen Weiwei returned to her father's bedside, looking at his pale face, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Soon, the doctor and nurses arrived. The doctor briefly checked Chen Guoqiang's vital signs and looked at the data on the monitor. He nodded and said, "The recovery is good, and all indicators are within the normal range. Just rest well, take your medication on time, and keep your emotions stable. There shouldn't be any major problems." "Thank you, doctor," Chen Weiwei said repeatedly. "You're welcome." The doctor gave some instructions, such as eating a light diet, avoiding overexertion, and avoiding getting angry, before leaving with the nurse. Only the father and daughter remained in the ward. Chen's mother stood at the door, hesitant to come in. Chen Guoqiang glanced at the doorway and sneered. "How long are you going to hide outside? Do I have to invite you in?" Chen's mother then walked in sheepishly, her head bowed, not daring to look at her husband. "Where is that little bastard Chen Feng?" Chen Guoqiang asked directly, his voice weak, but his tone cold. Chen's mother quickly explained, "Dad, Xiaofeng. He already knows he was wrong, so please don't be angry with him. Even after all this, you're still protecting him, aren't you?" Chen Guoqiang interrupted her, coughing angrily. "He's been spoiled rotten by you." I was afraid you'd get sick from getting upset," Chen's mother explained softly. "Yeah," Chen Guoqiang sneered. "Weren't you the one who helped that brat anger me just now? If you hadn't gotten involved, would I have been this angry?" Chen's mother dared not speak. Chen Guoqiang turned to his daughter and said, "Weiwei is here too. Let Weiwei tell you herself. Is Gu Yuan entitled to that 5 million? Why should you two take the money back from him?" Chen Weiwei held her father's hand and said softly, "Dad, I've already talked to Mom about this, and I'll talk to Chen Feng about it later. You're right, this money is rightfully Gu Yuan's. Even though we're divorced, I, Chen Weiwei, am not the kind of person who would kick someone when they've served their purpose." Hearing this, Chen Guoqiang's expression softened somewhat. He nodded, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. "Good. That's my daughter, Chen Guoqiang. Let your mother and brother learn from you how to be good people." As he spoke, he remembered something and looked at his wife. "Where is that little bastard Chen Feng? His father was almost driven to death by him, and he didn't even come to check on him? What an unfilial son." Chen's mother stammered, "Dad, don't say such harsh things. Xiaofeng is just afraid of making you angry again, so you're not coming?" Chen Guoqiang's chest heaved with anger. "He knows he's afraid of making me angry? If he's afraid of making me angry, he shouldn't have done those awful things." Seeing that her father was about to get angry again, Chen Weiwei quickly tried to smooth things over. "Dad, please don't get agitated. Actually, it was my brother who wanted to come to see you, but I wouldn't let him." Chen Guoqiang was taken aback. "You won't let him come?" "Yes," Chen Weiwei nodded. "I know you get angry when you see him. You just had surgery and your body hasn't recovered yet, so I'm afraid he'll upset you again. That's why I asked him not to come for now. I'll have him come and apologize to you when you're feeling better." That's half true and half false. Chen Feng did not come, and it was indeed because he was afraid of upsetting his father, but Chen Weiwei never said he couldn't come. However, that was all she could say to appease her father. Hearing this, Chen Guoqiang was finally less angry, but he still snorted coldly. "It's better if he doesn't come. I get angry just seeing that little bastard." "Dad, my brother should know he was wrong this time." Chen Weiwei continued to comfort him. "He will definitely not do anything to make you angry again. Just focus on getting better and don't worry about anything else." Chen Guoqiang sighed, looking at his daughter's tired face, and his tone softened. "Weiwei, Dad knows it's not easy for you either. You have to manage the company and worry about things at home. It's my fault for making you worry." "Dad, what are you saying?" Chen Weiwei's eyes reddened again. "Your good health is the greatest support you can give me." Chen Guoqiang nodded, closed his eyes, and seemed to be tired. Chen Weiwei tucked the blanket around her father, then turned to her mother and said, "Mom, I'll stay here with Dad." "With Dad? You go and buy some daily necessities and food." Okay, I'll go right away." Chen's mother couldn't wait to leave for a while. After Chen's mother left, Chen Weiwei took out her phone and sent a message to Yan Yi, explaining some company matters. Then, she leaned against the wall and closed her eyes. So much happened today. Lin Yu's marriage proposal, his father being rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment, his mother's attitude towards Xiao Womi, and his younger brother and his wife's scheming. Each and every one of them left her exhausted. She suddenly remembered Gu Yuan. If I didn't divorce Gu Yuan, wouldn't I be free from all these troubles? Gu Yuan would quietly take care of everything for her, meticulously look after her father, and put her mind at ease. No, I can't think about it anymore. Chen Weiwei shook her head, suppressing the thought. She needs to calm down and be rational right now. We need to think carefully about what to do next. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, a black Audi was driving towards the residential area where Gu Yuan lived. There were 3 people in the car. Chen Feng, in his early 30s, was in the driver's seat. He was fairly good-looking, but had a carefree and irresponsible air about him. In the passenger seat was his wife, Wang Li, heavily made up and adorned with gold and silver, looking shrewd and intelligent. Their 5-year-old son, Xiao Jia, was sitting in the back seat, looking down at his tablet. Clearly, Chen's mother was lying. Chen Feng and his family of 3 didn't go to the zoo at all. Instead, they went straight to Gu Yuan's house to collect debts. Chapter 24. You are not welcome here. The black Audi slowly drove into a mid to high-end residential area. Chen Feng rolled down the car window, surveyed the surrounding greenery and building exteriors, curled his lip, and revealed obvious disdain on his face. Hey, this neighborhood looks pretty good, he said with a cigarette dangling from his lips, his tone laced with sarcasm. I didn't expect that good-for-nothing Gu Yuan could still afford to live in a neighborhood like this after his divorce. Looks like my sister's 5 million really did put him through a good life. In the passenger seat, Wang Li was applying lipstick in front of the makeup mirror when she heard this and sneered. Of course. 5 million. That's enough for a down payment on several of these apartments. Do you think your sister is stupid? Divorce is divorce, but she gives so much money. Gu Yuan, an unemployed bum, doesn't deserve that much. After applying her lipstick, she pursed her lips in satisfaction, a shrewd glint in her eyes. But it's fine. Anyway, we'll have to pay this money back sooner or later. When we get it back, we can buy a better car and enroll Xiao Jia in a few elite extracurricular classes. In the back seat, 5-year-old Chen Xiaojia was playing a tablet game with his head down. Hearing this, he looked up and said, Mom, I want to learn horseback riding. Wang Zixuan in my class can ride horses, and he's so cool. All right. As long as the money is returned, Mom will enroll you in whatever you want to learn. Wang Li glanced back at her son with affection, then turned to her husband. Honey, do you think that guy surnamed Gu will obediently return the money? Chen Feng exhaled a smoke ring, his face full of confidence. He wouldn't dare not pay it back? He's just a gigolo. My sister was only fooled by him because she was soft-hearted. We can't let him get away with this. 5 million. That's enough to last us a long time. That's true. Wang Li smiled, her eyes narrowing into slits, as if she could already see the money in her hands. But what if your sister finds out? She seems to be quite protective of that Gu Yuan. So what if she finds out? Chen Feng said dismissively, flicking his cigarette but out the window. I'm her own brother. Do you think she'd turn against me for an outsider? Besides, even if we get the money back, isn't it still our family's money? She'll eventually realize who's truly on her side. Wang Li thought for a moment, then nodded, a smug look of triumph flashing in her eyes. You're right. Let's go. Let's get down to business. The car was parked downstairs at Gu Yuan's house. The family of 3 got off the bus and found the house number according to the address. Chen Feng rang the doorbell. Inside the house, Gu Yuan was preparing dinner in the kitchen. Hearing the doorbell ring, he wiped his hands, walked to the door, and looked out through the peephole. He frowned when he saw Chen Feng and his family of 3 standing outside the door. To be honest, he didn't have a good impression of his former brother-in-law. 5 years ago, when he married Chen Weiwei, Chen Feng looked down on him in every way, openly and secretly mocking him as a poor boy who was not good enough for his sister. Over the past 5 years, Chen Feng has gone even further, taking every opportunity at family gatherings to belittle him, saying he is incompetent and only knows how to rely on his wife. Now that he and Chen Weiwei are divorced, what is this former brother-in-law doing here? Gu Yuan opened the door, his tone indifferent. What is it? When Chen Feng saw Gu Yuan, he forced a smile and said, Brother-in-law, it's been a long time. We came to see Xiao Womi and also to see how you've been doing. As he spoke, he rudely pushed Gu Yuan aside and walked inside with his wife and children. Gu Yuan stepped aside, but his brows furrowed even more. Look at the little glutinous rice. Did you come empty-handed? Didn't you even bring any fruit? Little Nwomi is sleeping. Gu Yuan closed the door and walked into the living room. Just tell me what you need to say. Chen Feng had already sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and looked around at the living room's decor and furnishings, a hint of jealousy flashing in his eyes. Brother-in-law, your house is nice. To be able to live in such a good place after the divorce, it seems my sister is quite generous to you. Wang Li chimed in sarcastically. Yeah, Gu Yuan, you're living a much better life than we imagined. You must have spent a lot of my sister's 5 million, right? Gu Yuan understood the meaning behind their words and knew what was going on. So they were after the money. He sneered. You've come to see little Nwomi? Then why didn't you even bring a lollipop? Chen Feng was momentarily speechless, but quickly resumed his roguish demeanor. Oh dear, I was in a hurry. Next time, I'll definitely make it up to you next time. No need. Gu Yuan interrupted him directly. Little Nwomi doesn't need your things. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Chen Feng's face darkened. Gu Yuan, what kind of attitude is this? As Xiao Nwomi's uncle, don't I even have the right to see her? Wang Li chimed in. That's right. Why won't you let us see Xiao Nwomi? As Xiao Nwomi's family, we have the right to know if the child is doing well with you. Relatives. Gu Yuan laughed, his laughter full of sarcasm. Then I'd like to ask you, in all the years that Xiao Nwomi has grown up, have you ever bought her a single piece of candy or a single cookie? Cookie? It's a huge joke for you to say the word relatives. Chen Feng and Wang Li were speechless when asked the question, their faces turning pale and then red. Gu Yuan looked at them, his tone icy. I've already been very lenient by not telling you to get out of respect for Chen Weiwei. I'll say it again, leave my house, you're not welcome here. Chen Feng finally couldn't keep up the act any longer. He stood up abruptly and pointed at Gu Yuan's nose. Gu Yuan, don't push your luck. My sister gave you 5 million, and I'm here to get the money back for her. You're a man, divorced, and still want money from a woman. Have you no shame? They finally revealed their true purpose. Gu Yuan was not surprised at all. He looked calmly at Chen Feng. That 5 million was the breakup fee and child support for Xiao Nwomi that your sister gave me. What does it have to do with you? How can it not be related? Chen Feng said matter-of-factly. That's my sister's money. It's our Chen family's money. What right do you, an outsider, have to take it? Wang Li also stood up, hands on her hips. That's right, Gu Yuan. Don't think we're being harsh. You and my sister are divorced. You should cut ties cleanly. Don't you feel ashamed to take a woman's money? Looking at the two of them, Gu Yuan suddenly found them utterly ridiculous. He recalled 5 years ago, when Chen Weiwei was facing the most difficult time in starting her business. Where was Chen Feng? He was playing video games at home when he asked his older sister for money. For the past 5 years, Chen Weiwei has paid for everything Chen Feng's family of 3 needs, from food and clothing to daily necessities. Now look what's happened. They're coming to him asking for money. I won't give the money back. Gu Yuan's voice was calm, but it carried an undeniable firmness. That was given to me by your sister. If anyone is to return it, it should be to her. It's not your place to ask for it. You. Chen Feng's face twisted with rage. Gu Yuan, don't push your luck. Let me tell you, you're paying today whether you like it or not. Otherwise, I'll make sure you never have a moment's peace. Then try it. Gu Yuan looked at him coldly. I've already notified the property management that someone is causing trouble. You can talk to the security guards later if you have anything to say. You son of a bitch. Chen Feng was so angry he wanted to hit him. But at that moment, Gu Yuan, who's here? A clear, crisp female voice came from the direction of the bedroom. Su Hongli was wearing loose loungewear, and her hair was still wet. Obviously, she had just taken a shower and hadn't had time to dry it yet. She walked out of the bedroom, saw the 3 people in the living room, paused for a moment, then naturally walked to Gu Yuan's side and took his arm. Who are these people? Chen Feng and Wang Li were stunned when they saw Su Hongli. This girl is so beautiful. So beautiful you can't take your eyes off her. Moreover, she was wearing loungewear and her hair was still wet, so she clearly lived here. Chen Feng's face instantly turned ugly. Pointing at Su Hongli, his voice rose 8 octaves. Gu Yuan, you're something else. You found someone so young right after your divorce. No wonder you were in such a hurry for money. You were keeping a mistress. Gu Yuan's eyes turned cold. Chen Feng, watch your words. What am I paying attention to? Chen Feng scoffed. Did I say something wrong? Who is this woman? Why is she in the house my sister bought? Gu Yuan, have you no shame? Upon hearing this, Su Hongli roughly understood the identity and purpose of the visitor. She looked at Chen Feng and smiled slightly, a sweet smile, but her eyes were devoid of warmth. Sir, if I'm not mistaken, you must be Chen Weiwei's younger brother, right? So what if it is? Chen Feng asked, head held high. Not so great, Su Hongli said with an unchanged smile. I just think, your sister is quite capable. How come she has such a useless brother like you? Chapter 25. If you don't go, you're a coward. You. Chen Feng was so angry that his face turned pale. Wang Li also stood up, pointing at Su Hongli. Who do you think you are? It's none of your business to interfere in the Chun family's internal affairs. I'm not an outsider. Su Hongli tilted her head, looking completely innocent. I live here now, so I'm practically the lady of the house. You're making such a ruckus in my house, and I can't even speak up? The mistress? Chen Feng pointed at Gu Yuan, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Gu Yuan, you're something else. You found someone else so quickly? My sister must have been blind to marry someone like you. Gu Yuan clenched his fist. But before he could speak, Su Hongli spoke first. Her voice remained soft, but her eyes turned cold. Mr. Chun, please leave my house immediately. Otherwise, I will call the police. Call the police? Chen Feng thought he'd heard a joke. Go ahead and call them. I'll let the police see how this gigolo swindles money from women. Su Hongli didn't waste any words and took out her phone directly. But just then, the bedroom door opened again. Little Momi rubbed her eyes and came out, her voice soft and sweet. Daddy, I'm hungry. Huh, are there any guests? Upon seeing Xiao and Womi, Chen Feng and Wang Li's expressions changed. Little Momi recognized her uncle and aunt and timidly called out, Uncle, Aunt. Chen Feng forced a smile. Little Momi, come here to your uncle. Little Momi hid behind Gu Yuan, only peeking out half her head. Clearly, the little guy felt more fear than affection towards his uncle and aunt. Wang Li's eyes darted around. Then she suddenly put on a smiling face. Little Momi, your aunt bought you a new toy. Do you want to come home with your aunt to play? She thought that if she took Xiao and Womi away, Gu Yuan would definitely be anxious, and then it would be easier to negotiate terms. But Xiao and Womi shook her head, her little hands tightly gripping Gu Yuan's trouser leg. No, I want to stay with Daddy and Sister Hongli. Sister Hongli? Wang Li looked at Su Hongli with an unfriendly gaze. Little Momi, who is she? What are you doing with her? Little Momi hugged Su Hongli's leg and said in a clear voice, Sister Hongli is my new mom. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng and Wang Li's expressions completely changed. Chen Feng pointed at Gu Yuan, his fingers trembling with rage. Gu Yuan, you actually made my niece call another woman mom. Are you even human? Gu Yuan picked up Xiao and Womi and looked coldly at Chen Feng. Who my daughter calls mom is none of your business. Now, please leave. I'm not leaving, Chen Feng retorted. I'm not leaving until you return the money. I'm also taking my niece with me. I can't let her be with an irresponsible person like you. As he spoke, he reached out to snatch the little glutinous rice. Gu Yuan took a step back and held Xiao and Womi protectively in his arms. Su Hongli also stood in front of Gu Yuan. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Just then, the doorbell rang. Mr. Gu, are you home? We are the community security guards. We heard that someone is causing trouble at your home, so we came to handle it. To handle it? Gu Yuan was about to go and open the door when Chen Feng grabbed him, saying, You stop right there? Don't even think about letting anyone in until you hand over my sister's 5 million. Gu Yuan's eyes flashed sharply. Let go. When he worked on the Dream Boyfriend platform, he specifically studied martial arts for several months to deal with various emergencies. Although I haven't had much real-world experience in recent years, my basic skills are still there. In contrast, Chen Feng, despite his young age, already looked weak and worn down by wine and women. Gu Yuan was confident that he could easily deal with him in a real fight. Chen Feng had never seen Gu Yuan's eyes like that before. His gaze was cold and sharp, carrying an aura that was not to be trifled with, which startled him and made him subconsciously loosen his grip. But then he felt he'd lost face and stubbornly shouted, I won't let you go. Go ahead and hit me if you dare. Seeing this, Wang Li quickly pulled out her phone. Gu Yuan, I'm recording this. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I'll send you to the police station right now. Seeing that the situation was not right, Su Hongli went to open the door. What do you want to do? Wang Li pushed Su Hongli away. Caught off guard, Su Hongli stumbled and bumped into the coffee table next to her with a thud. Sister Redcar, little Momi cried out in fright. Gu Yuan was furious when he saw Su Hongli being bullied. He no longer held back and kicked Chen Feng in the stomach. Chen Feng cried out ouch and stumbled back several steps, hitting the wall. You fucking dare to hit me? Chen Feng winced in pain. Gu Yuan looked at him coldly. then turned to Wang Li. I don't usually hit women, but you really deserve a beating. Wang Li took a step back, frightened by Gu Yuan's gaze, but still stubbornly insisted, try hitting me. Smack. Before Gu Yuan could make a move, Su Hongli had already gotten up from the ground, rushed in front of Wang Li, and slapped her across the face. The slap was crisp and loud, completely stunning Wang Li. You dare to hit me? Wang Li covered her face, looking at Su Hongli in disbelief. So what if I hit you? Su Hongli's eyes were icy. Weren't you pretty tough when you pushed me? This completely became the fuse. When Chen Feng saw his wife being beaten, his eyes turned red. You little bitch! How dare you hit my wife? I'll kill you. He grabbed a vase from the coffee table, intending to smash it against Su Hongli. Gu Yuan reacted quickly and kicked out again. This kick was even harder, sending Chen Feng flying and crashing heavily to the ground, shattering the vase in his hand. Wang Li screamed and lunged at Gu Yuan with bared teeth and claws. Gu Yuan didn't tolerate her. He dodged her claws by turning to the side and then kicked her down onto the sofa. Wow, Mom and Dad! The living room was instantly thrown into chaos. When Chen Xiaojia saw his parents being beaten, he burst into tears, but then he saw Xiao Nuomi crying in fear next to him, and a hint of malice flashed in his eyes. He suddenly rushed over and grabbed Xiao Nuomi's hair. Ah! Little Nuomi screamed in pain. Little Nuomi. Gu Yuan and Su Hongli were both furious. Su Hongli rushed over and slapped Chen Xiaojia across the face. Chen Xiaojia was knocked to the ground, stunned for a moment, and then burst into a deafening cry. Xiaojia. Wang Li was heartbroken to see her son being beaten. She struggled to get up from the sofa. How dare you hit my son? I'll fight you to the death. Chen Feng also got up from the ground, and the couple pounced on Su Hongli together. Just as Gu Yuan was about to step forward to stop them, there was a rapid knocking on the door and a security guard shouting, Mr. Gu, what's the situation inside? Are you all right? Mr. Gu, for your safety, we're going to break down the door. Bang! Bang! The security guards started ramming the door. Chen Feng and Wang Li paused for a moment when they heard the noise. Gu Yuan took the opportunity to shield Su Hongli and Xiao Nuomi behind him, watching them coldly. Bang! The door was finally forced open. Several security guards rushed in and were stunned by the scene in the living room. The place was a mess. Shards of a vase were scattered everywhere. The sofa was askew, and the coffee table had been moved. Chen Feng and Wang Li had disheveled hair and scratches and bruises on their faces. Gu Yuan protected Su Hongli and Xiao Nuomi, his face cold. Calm down. Calm down. The security captain quickly stepped forward and separated the two groups of people. Chen Feng pointed at Gu Yuan, furious. Gu Yuan, you're finished. I'm going to sue you. I'll make you bankrupt. Gu Yuan sneered. If you don't go, you're a coward. Wang Li pointed at Su Hongli and yelled, Gu Yuan, you actually fought with us for some wild woman? And you even let this wild woman beat up Xiaojia? If my sister finds out, you'll be kneeling down. Su Hongli retorted without backing down. Your son hit Xiao Nuomi first. Do you even deserve to be Xiao Nuomi's uncle and aunt? Stop arguing. The security captain raised his voice. We've already called the police. They'll be here soon. We'll talk when the police arrive. No sooner had he finished speaking than police sirens sounded outside the door. A few minutes later, several police officers walked in. Who called the police? What happened? Chapter 26. If he's a bad guy, then who are you? As expected, everyone was taken to the police station. Chen Feng and Wang Li were still cursing and swearing in the police car, threatening to make Gu Yuan pay the price. Gu Yuan held the still sobbing Xiao Nuomi and gently comforted her. Su Hongli followed beside him and asked softly, Are you all right? Gu Yuan shook his head and looked at the bruise on her forehead. You were seriously injured. Go to the hospital to get it checked out later. I'm fine. Su Hongli touched her forehead and smiled. But those two slaps felt really good. It's the first time I've ever hit someone in my life. Gu Yuan looked at her, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. This girl went to such lengths for him and his daughter. Thank you, he said softly. Su Hongli shook her head, said nothing, but simply held his hand. The atmosphere in the police station's mediation room was heavy. Two groups of people sat on either side of a long table, with two policemen sitting in the middle. Chen Feng and Wang Li were still passionately making accusations, their spittle flying everywhere. Officers, you must stand up for us. Chen Feng pointed to the bruises and scratches on his face. Look, These were all done by Gu Yuan. And my wife was beaten by that woman too. My son was beaten too. Wang Li, standing nearby, also cried out, "Yes, officer, we just wanted to see our niece. But Gu Yuan wouldn't let us, and even hit us. That woman was even worse. She hit the child too." The police officer frowned and looked at Gu Yuan. "What do you have to say?" Gu Yuan held Xiao Wenmei, who had cried herself to sleep and was resting on his shoulder, and said calmly, "They broke into my house, tried to take my daughter away, and even pushed me first. Me first. I acted in self-defense." "You're talking nonsense." Chen Feng stood up excitedly. "When did we kidnap your daughter? We just want to see her." "Watching the child?" Su Hongli sneered. "Watching the child requires forcibly breaking into a private residence. It requires pushing people. It requires having your son pull Xiao Wenmei's hair." As she spoke, she pointed to the obvious bruise on her forehead. "Officer, this is where Wang Li pushed me, and I hit the coffee table. And Xiao Wenmei, their son, pulled her hair and made her cry, but they didn't care at all." The police looked at Xiao Wenmei and saw that the little girl's hair was a bit messy and there were still tear stains in the corners of her eyes. "You can't hit people like that." Wang Li shrieked. "My son is only 5 years old. He's still a child. You adults hit children. Have you no shame? Why didn't you say anything when your son hit Xiao Wenmei?" Su Hongli retorted. "Xiao Wenmei is only 3.5 years old, a year and a half younger than your son. You..." All right, stop arguing." The police officer interrupted their argument and turned to ask the security captain, "You are witnesses, tell us what happened." The security captain reported truthfully. "We received a request for help from Mr. Gu, saying that someone was causing trouble at his home. When we arrived, we heard a lot of noise inside, including fighting and children crying. After breaking down the door, we saw Mr. Chun and Mrs. Chun attacking Mr. Gu and Ms. Su. The living room was a mess, with broken vases and a crooked sofa." The police officer nodded, then looked at Gu Yuan. "Why did they go to your house?" Gu Yuan glanced at Chen Feng and Wang Li and said calmly, "They've come to ask for money. They want the 5 million my ex-wife gave me when we divorced. That's our Chen family's money." Chen Feng shouted immediately, "My sister was cheated by him. That money shouldn't have been given to him in the first place." The policeman frowned. "You're here to collect money?" "We want to see Xiao Wenmei," Chen Feng argued, "and we mentioned the money incidentally." "You came to take care of the kids empty-handed?" Su Hongli interrupted him. "Not even a piece of fruit. You came in and sat on the sofa to look at the house's renovations, and even said sarcastically, 'This house is nice. Looks like you spent a lot of my sister's 5 million. Is this how you take care of your kids?" Chen Feng was speechless when asked the question. Seeing this, the police roughly knew what was going on. This is a typical family dispute, and it's even a family dispute that occurred after a divorce. "All right," the police officer said after thinking for a moment. "This is a family dispute, so I suggest you try to resolve it privately. If mediation fails, then you can pursue legal action." "Mediation? How can we mediate?" Chen Feng persisted. "Gu Yuan hit someone, and that woman hit someone too. This matter must be resolved. Then how should we account for your trespassing, pushing people first, and having your child hit people?" Gu Yuan asked coldly. The two sides started arguing again. The policeman rubbed his temples, looking troubled. Just then, the door to the mediation room was pushed open. A woman in a business suit, looking hurried, walked in. "It's Chen Weiwei." She was at the hospital with her father when she received the call from the police station. When she heard that her younger brother and sister-in-law had caused trouble at Gu Yuan's house and had been taken to the police station, she almost fainted from anger. She quickly arranged things at the hospital and then rushed over. "Chen Feng, Wang Li, what exactly are you trying to do?" Chen Weiwei yelled at her younger brother and sister-in-law as soon as she entered the door. "Dad is still in the hospital, and you're causing trouble outside?" Upon seeing his sister, Chen Feng immediately perked up. "Sis, you've come at the right time. Gu Yuan hit me, and that woman hit your sister-in-law, and Xiao Jie too. You have to do something about this." Wang Li also cried and complained. "Yes, sister, look at my face. It's all swollen from being hit." Xiao Jie was also hit. The child was terrified. Chen Weiwei looked at Gu Yuan, then at the daughter in his arms, and Su Hongli standing beside him. When she saw the bruises on Su Hongli's forehead and the tear stains in her daughter's eyes, her heart tightened. "What exactly happened?" she asked Gu Yuan, her tone much calmer than before. Gu Yuan briefly recounted what had happened. From Chen Feng and Wang Li showing up empty-handed, to their sarcastic remarks, to demanding money, to physically pushing Su Hongli, to Chen Xiaojia pulling Xiao Nuomi's hair. She told the whole story in detail, without embellishment, but every single detail made Chen Weiwei's expression grow increasingly grim. Chen Feng, she turned to her brother, her voice as cold as ice. Didn't I tell you that Gu Yuan deserved those 5 million? Didn't I tell you that you were not allowed to bother Gu Yuan and Xiao Nuomi? Chen Feng felt a little guilty under his sister's gaze, but he still stubbornly insisted. Sis, I'm doing this for your own good. 5 million. Why should it benefit outsiders? An outsider? Chen Weiwei trembled with anger. Gu Yuan has taken care of me for 5 years, and Xiao Nuomi for 3.5 years. If he's an outsider, then who are you? Besides asking me for money, what have you ever done for me? What have you ever done for this family? These words were so harsh that Chen Feng's face flushed red. Wang Li was displeased. Sister, how can you talk like that? Xiao Feng is your own brother. How can you side with an outsider? Chapter 27. This is the first and the last time. This is none of your business. Chen Weiwei interrupted her rudely. Wang Li, I've wanted to say this for a long time. Since you married into our Chen family, what decent things have you done besides instigating Chen Feng to ask for money? Now, not content with making Dad so angry that he ended up in the hospital, you're here to cause trouble for Gu Yuan? What exactly do you want? Wang Li was so scolded that she didn't dare to say a word, and could only look at Chen Feng with a wronged expression. Chen Feng also got angry. Sister, why are you cursing us like this for an outsider? Who are you family here anyway? A family? Chen Weiwei sneered. Would a family cause Dad to be hospitalized? Would a family steal Xiao Nuomi behind my back? Would a family embarrass themselves in the police station? She took a deep breath and looked at the police officer. Officer, we'll handle this privately. We're sorry to have troubled you. The police officer nodded. It would be best to resolve this privately. However, I must remind you that trespassing and assault are illegal. If this happens again, it won't be as simple as mediation. Yes, we understand. Chen Weiwei apologized repeatedly. She then turned to Gu Yuan, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Gu Yuan, I'm sorry. I apologize to you on behalf of my brother and sister-in-law. I will compensate you for the medical expenses and other losses. Losses? Gu Yuan looked at her without saying a word. Chen Weiwei then looked at Su Hongli. Miss Su, your injury. Would you like to go to the hospital to get it checked out? I'll cover all the expenses. Su Hongli shook her head. No need, it's just a minor injury. As she spoke, she subconsciously moved closer to Gu Yuan. This subtle gesture caused Chen Weiwei a pang of heartache. But she didn't show it, she just nodded. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll take them with me. Wait a minute, Gu Yuan said. Chen Weiwei stopped and looked back at him. Gu Yuan gently handed the little glutinous rice to Su Hongli and walked up to Chen Feng. Chen Feng thought he was about to attack and took a step back in fright. But Gu Yuan just looked at him and said, word by word, Chen Feng, I'm warning you, this is the first and the last time. If you dare to cause trouble at my house again, or touch a single hair on my daughter's head, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. His voice was calm, but the coldness in his eyes sent a chill down Chen Feng's spine. Chen Feng opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end he didn't dare to say it. Gu Yuan then looked at Wang Li. And you? Keep an eye on your son. If there's a next time, I can't guarantee what I might do. Wang Li was also frightened by Gu Yuan's gaze and shrank behind Chen Feng, not daring to speak. After Gu Yuan finished speaking, he turned around and walked back to Su Hongli's side, picking up his daughter again. Let's go, he said to Su Hongli. Su Hongli nodded, and the two left the mediation room at the police's signal. As Chen Weiwei watched their retreating figures, an indescribable bittersweet feeling welled up inside her. Everything she once had is now gone. Husband, daughter, and that feeling of being protected. Now, Gu Yuan is protecting another woman, and her daughter nestled close to that woman. Sister, Chen Feng called her softly. Chen Weiwei snapped out of her daze and looked at him coldly. What are you still standing there for? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Come with me. She turned and walked out, her high heels clicking crisply and quickly on the ground. Chen Feng and Wang Li exchanged a glance, then quickly pulled the still-crying Chen Xiaojia along to follow. Outside the police station, Gu Yuan carried the sleeping Xiao Nuomi and walked side by side with Su Hongli. Thank you for today, Gu Yuan said again. Su Hongli laughed. You said it twice already. I'm going to get angry if you say it again. It's not that I'm thanking you for helping me, Gu Yuan said, looking at her. It's that I'm thanking you for protecting Xiao Nuomi. Su Hongli was taken aback for a moment. Then her smile deepened. Xiao Nuomi is my daughter too. Isn't it only natural for a mother to protect her daughter? Gu Yuan looked at her. In the setting sun, her eyes sparkled, as if they held stars. Oh, right. Su Hongli interrupted his thoughts. Are you hungry? You didn't even have dinner tonight. Do you want to find somewhere to get something to eat? Gu Yuan looked at his sleeping daughter in his arms. Little Nuomi is asleep. Let's go home first. I'll cook for you. Great. Su Hongli's eyes lit up. I want your plain noodles, with 2 poached eggs. Okay. The two chatted and laughed, their figures gradually disappearing into the distance. In the parking lot not far behind them, Chen Weiwei sat in her car, watching the direction they left, without starting the car for a long time. Sis, are we getting going or not? Chen Feng asked impatiently from the back seat. Chen Weiwei withdrew her gaze, took a deep breath, and started the engine. The car drove out of the parking lot and merged into the traffic. The atmosphere inside the car was very oppressive. Chen Feng couldn't help but complain. Sis, you really didn't give me any face today. In front of so many people. Shut up. Chen Weiwei interrupted him coldly. Chen Feng, I'm warning you, from today onwards, if you bother Gu Yuan and Xiao Nuomi again, don't blame me for disowning you as my brother. Chen Feng was startled. Sis, you. And another thing. Chen Weiwei glanced at Wang Li in the rearview mirror. Wang Li, you'd better behave yourself. If I find out you're stirring up trouble behind my back again, you're moving out of that house. Wang Li's face turned pale instantly. Chen Weiwei stopped talking and focused on driving. But her mind was in complete turmoil. Gu Yuan, Su Hongli, Xiao Nuomi. Those scenes kept replaying in her mind. She suddenly remembered 5 years ago, when she and Gu Yuan had just gotten married. Back then, Gu Yuan also protected her in the same way. Once, when she was entertaining clients, she was forced to drink. Gu Yuan rushed into the private room, shielded her behind him, and coldly said to the client, My wife can't drink. If you want to drink, I'll drink with you. At that time, she thought he was meddling in other people's business and that he was shameful. Thinking about it now, what did she miss? Chen Weiwei gripped the steering wheel tightly, her eyes stinging. But soon, she forced herself to calm down. No, we can't do that. She is Chen Weiwei, the president of Weiyu Company, and a successful businesswoman with a net worth of over 100 million yuan. She can't lose her composure like this for a man, especially since that man is her ex-husband whom she abandoned. But my heart is really aching. She was in so much pain that she could barely breathe. The car stopped in the hospital parking lot. Chen Weiwei took a deep breath, composed herself, and got out of the car. You two go back first. I'm going to check on Dad, she said to Chen Feng and Wang Li. Sis, shall I go with you? Chen Feng wanted to follow. No need. Chen Weiwei said without turning her head. If Dad sees you, he'll probably get sick from anger again. Chen Feng stopped in his tracks, feeling embarrassed. Chen Weiwei walked into the hospital building. In the elevator, she looked at the woman in the mirror, whose makeup was exquisite but whose eyes were tired, and suddenly felt like a stranger. Is this still her? The once spirited Chen Weiwei? She didn't know. All she knew was that she would probably have trouble sleeping again tonight. Chapter 28, It's not illegal to look at the person you like. Half an hour later, Gu Yuan carried the sleeping Xiao Nuomi and walked into the house with Su Hongli. The living room still bore the traces of the earlier mess. The coffee table has been moved, shards of a vase are scattered all over the floor, and the sofa cushions are crooked and twisted. Looking at the devastation, Su Hongli sighed. This is truly a complete mess. Gu Yuan gently placed Xiao Nuomi on the small bed in the bedroom, covered her with a blanket, and then quietly withdrew. He closed the bedroom door and looked at Su Hongli. Sit down for a while, I'll tidy up. I'll help you, Su Hongli said, bending down to pick up the broken pieces. Don't move. Gu Yuan stopped her, looking at the bruise on her forehead with some heartache. You sit down, I'll take care of these. Su Hongli was stunned for a moment, then obediently sat on the sofa, resting her chin on her hand and watching him work. Gu Yuan found a broom and dustpan, cleaned up the broken pieces on the floor, and put the coffee table and sofa back in their places. His movements were swift and efficient, clearly indicating he was used to housework. Su Hongli watched him quietly, her gaze following his every move. Under the dim light, his profile was soft, and his eyes and brows had a gentle warmth that had been polished by life. Just moments ago, he was glaring coldly at the police station, but now he's like an ordinary family man, quietly cleaning up the mess. Su Hongli suddenly felt that Gu Yuan like this was more attractive to her than the perfect rental boyfriend she had 5 years ago. He was too perfect back then, as perfect as a meticulously designed dream. Now, he is tired, scarred, and bears the marks of real life. Yet he makes people feel at ease and able to rely on. After Gu Yuan finished tidying up, he went to the bathroom to wash his hands and came out with a first aid kit in his hand. He walked to the sofa, squatted down in front of Su Hongli, opened the first aid kit, and took out iodine and cotton swabs. "Look up. I'm going to apply the medicine for you," he said. Su Hongli obediently raised her face. Gu Yuan used a cotton swab to apply iodine solution carefully to the bruise on her forehead. The movements were very gentle and careful, as if afraid of hurting her. Su Hongli just stared at him, her eyes unblinking. They were so close that I could see the curve of his eyelashes and feel the warmth of his breath. His fingers would occasionally touch her skin, carrying a slight coolness, yet warming her heart. All done. Gu Yuan finished applying the medicine and was about to get up when he noticed that Su Hongli was still staring at him. He paused for a moment, then asked, "Is there something on my face?" Su Hongli shook her head, her eyes curving into crescents. "No." "Then why are you still staring at it?" "Because I like it," Su Hongli said matter-of-factly. "Looking at someone you like isn't illegal." Gu Yuan. He smiled helplessly and prepared to stand up. But Su Hongli suddenly spoke up. "Gu Yuan, let's get married." Gu Yuan's hand trembled violently, and the cotton swab in his hand almost fell to the ground. He looked up and met Su Hongli's bright eyes. Her expression was serious. She didn't seem to be joking. Gu Yuan was silent for 2 seconds, then looked away and stood up. "Are you hungry? I'll cook you some noodles." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the kitchen, his steps quicker than usual. Su Hongli stared at his retreating figure, which was almost fleeing in panic, for a moment, and then burst out laughing. She leaned back on the sofa, laughing so hard her shoulders were shaking. "Gu Yuan, you can't escape." She spoke softly, her tone full of confidence and pride. The sound of a water tap came from the kitchen, followed by the click of the gas stove being lit. Su Hongli tilted her head, looking through the glass door of the kitchen at the busy figure inside, her smile growing wider. This man stole her heart 5 years ago with a bracelet. Now, she's going to win his heart back. No, it's about getting it back openly and legitimately. Anyway, she has plenty of time and patience. Looking at the man in the kitchen who, despite fleeing in panic, was still earnestly cooking noodles for her, Su Hongli felt an unprecedented sense of certainty welling up inside her. "Gu Yuan, you're not getting away this time. Don't even think about it in this lifetime." At the same time, Su family manor. The atmosphere in the study was somewhat heavy. Su Yuanxiao stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his back to the door, a cigar between his fingers. Amidst the swirling smoke, his silhouette conveyed suppressed anger. Lu Yaoyao pushed the door open and saw the scene. Her heart skipped a beat. "Yuanxiao, why aren't you resting so late?" She walked over and gently took his arm. Su Yuanxiao didn't turn around, his voice low. "Hongli is injured." Lu Yaoyao was taken aback. "What? What happened to the red carp?" "Someone went to Gu Yuan's house to cause trouble." Hongli was pushed and hit the coffee table, leaving a large bruise on her forehead. Su Yuanxiao turned around, his eyes filled with heartache and anger. "My daughter, Su Yuanxiao's daughter. I've never laid a finger on her since she was little, and now she's been beaten by an outsider." Lu Yaoyao gasped. "How badly is Hongli injured?" "Where is she now?" "They're with Gu Yuan. My men just sent word that they're all right." Su Yuanxiao stubbed out his cigar. "But that family can't be let off so easily. Chen Feng and Wang Li, who dared to push Hongli. I'll make them know what happens when they mess with my daughter, Su Yuanxiao's daughter." He reached for his phone as he spoke. "Yuanxiao." Lu Yaoyao quickly pressed his hand down. "Calm down first." "Calm down." Su Yuanxiao frowned. "Yaoyao, Hongli has been beaten up. How can you expect me to calm down? I know you feel sorry for Hongli, and I do too." Lu Yaoyao gently comforted her. "But now is not the time to act impulsively." She pulled Su Yuanxiao to sit on the sofa and poured him a cup of tea. "Think about it. Who does Hongli hate the most right now? It's us." Su Yuanxiao remained silent. Lu Yaoyao continued. Why did she run away from home? Because she can't accept our relationship. She's hiding with Gu Yuan now, just to spite us. If we take action against Chen Feng and his group now, what will Hongli think? Su Yuanxiao frowned even more. You mean? She will feel that we are spying on her and interfering in her life, Lu Yaoyao said. She already hates us, and if this is added to the mix, she will be even more resistant to us. Su Yuanxiao was silent for a moment, then his tone softened. Then what do you suggest we do? Just let it go like this. Lu Yaoyao shook her head, a glint of shrewdness flashing in her eyes. Of course we can't just let it go like this. But we have to wait. Wait for what? When Hongli needs us, Lu Yaoyao explained. I've already investigated Chen Feng and his wife. They're two greedy, opportunistic people who only care about money. They're not very capable, but they're extremely greedy. They won't give up until they've gotten something out of Gu Yuan this time. Su Yuanxiao's eyes lit up. You mean? Chapter 29, I have plenty of ways to deal with that pretty boy. Yes. Lu Yaoyao smiled. We'll intervene when they make their move again, when Hongli is truly in danger. Then, Hongli will know that we are the ones who truly care about her. Her anger will naturally dissipate. After listening, Su Yuanxiao's eyes flashed with admiration. Yaoyao, you are so clever. I was so angry that I didn't even think of this. Lu Yaoyao leaned on his shoulder and whispered, You're supposed to be a father, yet you don't understand Hongli's thoughts at all. She's such a proud person, and she hates it when others make decisions for her. The more we interfere, the more rebellious she becomes. Let her experience and feel for herself. When she hits a wall, she'll naturally turn back. Su Yuanxiao sighed. Yes, as her father, I really don't understand her well enough. Well enough. This girl lost her mother when she was young, and I was busy with business, so I didn't spend much time with her. I know she's suffering inside. He paused, then took Lu Yaoyao's hand. That's why I'm determined to marry you. You're not much older than her, and you're very thoughtful, so it will be easier for you two to get along in the future. Then, you'll be the mistress of the Su group, and you can help me take care of her. Lu Yaoyao shook her head, her eyes as gentle as spring water. I don't want to be any kind of mistress. I just want you to stay with me. That's enough. Su Yuanxiao looked at her, his eyes full of tenderness. He gently put his arm around her shoulder and placed a kiss on her forehead. In the study, the two nestled together, each lost in their own thoughts. Lu Yaoyao leaned on Su Yuanxiao's shoulder, the smile on her lips slowly fading. Her gaze drifted past the window and landed on the city lights in the distance. Redcarp, I will help you achieve the happiness you desire. But there are some things I can only help you with this much. The rest is up to you. On the other side, at Chen Feng's villa, the atmosphere in the living room was oppressive, like the sweltering heat before a storm. Wang Li's entire family came. Wang Li's mother, Li Xiaoyan, is a woman in her 50s who is well-maintained, but has a mean look in her eyes. As soon as she entered the door, she launched into a tirade against Chen Feng. Chen Feng, you useless piece of trash. My daughter married you to enjoy a life of happiness, not to suffer. Chen Feng lowered his head, not daring to say a word. Wang Li's father, Wang Defa, sat on the sofa, smoking with a sullen face, without saying a word. The two brothers-in-law, Wang Chong and Wang Gang, stood to the side. They were tall and burly, with gloomy faces, and looked at Chen Feng as if they wanted to devour him. Wang Li held her son Xiao Jia, who was still sobbing, her eyes red and looking like she had suffered a great injustice. Mom, please don't scold him, she whispered, trying to persuade him. Why shouldn't I yell? Li Xiaoyan's voice grew louder. Look at you, with this slap mark on your face, and look at Xiao Jia, he has a mark on his face too. When have any members of the Wang family ever been bullied like this? Chen's mother stood aside, wanting to say something on behalf of her son, but before she could finish speaking, she said, Mother-in-law, about this matter. Mother-in-law, I'm disciplining the younger generation, so please don't interrupt. Li Xiaoyan glared at her. When Chen's mother was glared at, she immediately cowered and shut her mouth, not daring to utter another word. She had always been a little afraid of her shrewish in-law. Seeing that his mother couldn't help either, Chen Feng had no choice but to grit his teeth and kneel down on the ground. Mom, it's my fault. I'm useless, and Lily suffered because of me. I apologize. Seeing him kneel down, Li Xiaoyan's expression softened somewhat, but her tone remained harsh. Knowing you're wrong isn't enough. My daughter didn't marry you to be mistreated. Tell me, how do you plan to resolve this? Chen Feng raised his head, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Mom, don't worry, I will make those two scoundrels pay the price. Li Xiaolian stared at him for a few seconds before nodding. All right, remember what you said today. Get up. Chen Feng stood up. His knees hurt a little, but he didn't dare rub them. Li Xiaolian sighed, her tone softening slightly. Xiaofeng, don't blame me for getting angry with you. We've spoiled Lily since she was little, treating her like she's made of glass. Her father and I have never laid a finger on her, but now she's been hit by an outsider? How can we not be angry? Chen Feng nodded repeatedly. Yes, Mom, you're right. Li Xiaolian continued. Besides, our Lily is so beautiful, and look at you. You have nothing. You're almost 30 and don't even have a proper job. Why did we agree to this marriage in the first place? Wasn't it because you were genuinely good to Lily? Xiaofeng, you can't let us down. These words are blunt and harsh. Chen Feng's facial muscles twitched, but he held back his anger and forced a smile. Mom, Dad, and my older brothers, don't worry, I will definitely get revenge for Lily. I won't let them get away with this. After Li Xiaolian and the others left, the living room finally quieted down. Chen Feng plopped down on the sofa, his face so gloomy it could drip water. Wang Li walked over and sat down next to him, pretending to wipe away tears. Honey, my mom said something a little harsh just now. Please don't take it to heart. Chen Feng gripped her hand, gritting his teeth. Wife, Mom's right. It's my fault for being useless. That's why you and Xiao Jia were bullied. I'm going to get revenge. Chen's mother brought over a glass of water from the kitchen. Hearing this, a look of worry flashed across her face. Xiaofeng, you can't be impulsive. Your sister also said that you shouldn't go looking for trouble with Gu Yuan anymore. Otherwise, Mom, Chen Feng interrupted her impatiently. My sister is confused, but are you confused too? I'm her own brother, your own son. Even you're not on my side, are you? Chen's mother was speechless for a moment and said awkwardly, Of course I'm on your side. I'm just afraid you'll do something stupid. Don't worry, Mom, Chen Feng sneered. I haven't been wasting my time all these years. I have plenty of ways to deal with that pretty boy. He stood up and took his coat off the hanger. All right, I'm going out for a bit. I'll probably be back later. You don't need to wait for me. Go to sleep. Chen's mother grew anxious. What time is it? Where are you going? Can't we do this tomorrow? Chen Feng didn't answer and slammed the door shut. Looking at the tightly closed door, Chen's mother paced anxiously. This child, why is he always causing us so much worry? She turned to Wang Li. Lily, hurry up and go after him to persuade him. Wang Li, holding her son, said slowly. Mom, Chen Feng already told us to go to sleep, so just leave it alone. Before Chen's mother could say anything more, Wang Li added, Also, Mom, you absolutely mustn't tell my sister about this. Otherwise, she'll cause trouble again. You saw how she was at the police station today. She was like a madwoman. When Chen's mother recalled how her daughter had acted at the police station that day, her heart tightened, and she nodded repeatedly. Okay, I won't say anything. She sighed and went back to her room. Wang Li sat on the sofa with her son in her arms, a smug smile slowly creeping onto her lips. Chen Feng is really worried this time, and will definitely find someone to deal with Gu Yuan. Then we'll see how smug those two will be. And that guy who slapped her, she was determined to make Chen Feng teach him a lesson. Dare to hit Wang Li? They're really asking for trouble. Chapter 30. Let them learn a lesson. Late at night, a barbecue stall is doing brisk business. At this time of day, the barbecue stalls are bustling with activity. Several plastic tables were full of people, the charcoal fire crackled, and the aroma of meat skewers mixed with the smell of smoke wafted in the night breeze. Chen Feng sat at a table in the corner, his beer untouched. He glanced at the intersection every now and then, looking somewhat nervous. After waiting for about half an hour, a van stopped on the side of the road. The car door opened, and a group of people got out. The leader was a bald man wearing a black vest, with a large gold chain around his neck and dragon and tiger tattoos on his arms. It was Brother Biao, the local tyrant. Brother Biao was followed by more than a dozen thugs, each of them looking fierce and menacing. Chen Feng quickly stood up, his face beaming with smiles. Brother Biao, you've arrived. Please have a seat. Brother Biao slung himself onto the stool, crossed his legs, and dangled a toothpick in his mouth. Boss Chen, what's up so late? With a forced smile, Chen Feng took out a bulging envelope from his pocket and handed it over with both hands. Brother Biao, This is just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Brother Biao took the envelope, weighed it in his hand, and grinned, revealing a set of teeth stained yellow from smoking. All right, Mr. Chen, that's a good friend. He tucked the envelope into his pocket, patted Chen Feng on the shoulder, and said, So, what's up? Chen Feng lowered his voice. Brother Biao, I'd like to ask you to teach someone a lesson. A pretty boy surnamed Gu, who lives in Bishuan community. A lesson? Brother Biao raised an eyebrow. How much? Just teach him a lesson. A ruthless glint flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. And that woman next to him, teach her a lesson too. Ideally. He paused, then said, disfigure her. Brother Biao laughed, his laughter carrying a cruel undertone. Boss Chun, you're really angry now. Fine, I'll take the job. He picked up the beer in front of him, downed it in one gulp, and then smashed the glass on the ground with a bang. The dozen or so thugs behind him stood up in unison. Brother Biao put his arm around Chun Feng's shoulder, laughing smugly. Brothers, shouldn't we thank Boss Chen for taking care of our business? Thank you, Mr. Chun. The thugs shouted in unison, their voices deafening. Chen Feng shuddered at the sight, but the thought of Gu Yuan and Su Hongli being beaten to a pulp filled him with a sense of satisfaction. Brother Biao and his men got into the van and drove off. Chen Feng stood in front of the barbecue stall, watching the taillights of the van disappear into the night, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. As the night wind blew by, he realized that his back was completely soaked. Recalling the humiliating scene of kneeling before his mother-in-law, Chen Feng clenched his fists, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. Gu Yuan, you forced me to do this. You and that little bitch, just wait for your retribution. He finished speaking through gritted teeth, turned around, got into his car, started the engine, and drove away. The barbecue stall owner shook his head as he watched this scene. He had seen a lot of things happen in this area and knew that someone else was going to be in trouble, but he was just a street vendor, so he couldn't care less about all that. On the other side of the city, at Gu Yuan's home, 2 steaming bowls of plain noodles are placed on the table. The soup is clear and bright, and the scallions are green, making one's mouth water. One bowl had 2 poached eggs, while the other bowl had nothing at all. Su Hongli ate to her heart's content, and the pain on her forehead seemed to have subsided. Gu Yuan sat opposite her, eating slowly and deliberately, occasionally glancing up at her before looking away again. Su Hongli noticed his gaze and deliberately asked, Why are you looking at me? It's nothing, Gu Yuan said, lowering his head to eat his noodles. Su Hongli smiled, picked up the fried egg she hadn't touched with her chopsticks, and put it in his bowl. Here, have some. Gu Yuan was taken aback for a moment. You eat it yourself. I'm full. Su Hongli rested her chin on her hand and looked at him. I'm just watching you eat. Gu Yuan. He silently put the fried egg back into her bowl. Eat more. You were injured today. You need to replenish your nutrition. Su Hongli looked at the poached egg that had returned to her bowl and smiled so hard her eyes curved into crescents. Gu Yuan, are you worried about me? Gu Yuan, I just don't want to be blackmailed by someone. Su Hongli smiled even more happily. This person clearly has feelings for her, but he insists on being stubborn. It doesn't matter. She has plenty of time and patience. Let him gradually come to understand his own heart. The next morning, at the entrance of Little Sun Kindergarten, little Nuomi, wearing a beige dress and carrying her pink bunny backpack, stood at the door waving to Gu Yuan and Su Hongli. Goodbye, Daddy. Goodbye, Sister Redcarp. Gu Yuan squatted down and straightened her slightly crooked hair clip. Be good at kindergarten and listen to your teacher, okay? Okay. Little Nuomi nodded vigorously, then winked at Su Hongli. Sister Hongli, you have to wait for me after school. Su Hongli smiled and squatted down, pinching her little cheek. Okay, after you get out of school, we'll go home together. Little Nuomi smiled contentedly, turned around, and ran into the kindergarten, her little braids swinging behind her head. Gu Yuan stood up, watching his daughter's figure disappear into the teaching building, a smile still on his lips. Just then, a slender arm took his arm. Let's go. Su Hongli tilted her head to look at him. You promised me yesterday that you would come with me to get my nails done today. You can't go back on your word. Gu Yuan was taken aback. When did I agree to that? Last night, Su Hongli said matter-of-factly. When you cooked noodles for me, I asked you if you were free tomorrow, and you nodded. Gu Yuan carefully recalled the events of last night. It seems, there is such a thing? He was busy cooking noodles at the time, and Su Hongli was chattering away beside him. He casually responded to a few of her comments. That doesn't count as a promise, he said. Why not? Su Hongli tightened her grip on his arm. You agreed. A real man keeps his word. Gu Yuan looked at her helplessly. That girl, she's clearly doing it on purpose. But he nodded anyway. Okay, I'll go with you. Su Hongli's eyes lit up, and her smile was as bright as a child who had stolen candy. That's more like it. Half an hour later, the car was parked in front of a high-end office building. Su Hongli pulled Gu Yuan into the elevator and pressed the button for the 9th floor. The elevator doors opened, revealing a nail salon with a very stylish and well-designed interior. The entire space is dominated by white and gold tones, with dazzling crystal chandeliers, artistic sculptures scattered throughout, and soft music flowing in the air. Gu Yuan was taken aback. He thought he had walked into a high-end art gallery, not a nail salon. He looked at Su Hongli. Su Hongli smiled and said, this is the best nail salon around here, and it's my first time here too. Here too. Let's go in. Chapter 31. The world of the young lady. He doesn't understand. Gu Yuan glanced at the signboard, exquisite beauty at your fingertips, and had a general idea of what was going on. He had heard of this shop. It was the most upscale nail salon in Jiangxi province, and it was said that the customers were either socialites, wealthy women, or internet celebrities. A single manicure costs at least 10,000 yuan. An average person's monthly salary wouldn't even be enough to make a basic model here. What surprised Gu Yuan even more was that as soon as they entered the door, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie quickly came to greet them. Miss Su. Welcome, welcome. The man smiled broadly, as if he were meeting an old friend. I'm the owner of this shop. My surname is Zhou. It's an honor to have Miss Su grace us with her presence. Su Hongli was clearly used to this kind of scene. She smiled faintly and said, Mr. Zhou, you're too kind. Boss Zhou personally led them inside. The private room is ready, the best one, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the river. What style would Miss Su like? We just brought in a designer from Paris. He's in the store right now. How about we ask him to come over and give you some advice? Gu Yuan listened from the side, secretly marveling at the performance. This treatment is just too outrageous. He secretly asked Su Hongli, what did you do? Why did the boss come out in person? Su Hongli tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said casually, I didn't do anything, just casually bought a membership. Gu Yuan had a bad feeling. Whatever. How much is it? Su Hongli blinked, as if recalling an insignificant number. About 5 million. Gu Yuan. He fell silent. 5 million. His entire fortune, including the divorce settlement he received in the divorce, amounted to only 5 million. This girl just casually bought a membership and spent 5 million. As expected, he didn't understand the world of young ladies. Mr. Zhou led the two to the door of an elegant private room and opened it, saying, Ms. Su, are you satisfied with what you see? The private room was large, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering views of the city skyline. Sunlight streamed in, making the entire room bright and airy. Su Hongli nodded. It's fine. Only then was Boss Zhou relieved. He turned to the short-haired girl following behind him and said, Ellie, you're here to serve Miss Su today. Make sure you do your best. Ellie was a very individualistic girl, wearing a baseball cap and a trendy t-shirt, but her attitude was respectful. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou. I will definitely make Miss Su satisfied. Boss Zhou then said to Gu Yuan, Sir, the manicure will take about 2 hours. You can rest in our waiting area. There are various entertainment facilities and free refreshments there. Gu Yuan nodded and followed the staff to the waiting area. The waiting area was large and decorated like a high-end leisure club. Genuine leather sofas, a large-screen TV, various magazines and books, and even a mini game room. Several old-fashioned arcade machines were placed side by side, their screens flashing familiar game images. Gu Yuan paused for a moment, then nodded. This store is quite thoughtful. Men often find it boring to accompany their girlfriends to get their nails done. With these recreational facilities, 2 hours will pass easily. No wonder their prices are so high, yet their business is so booming. He walked up to an arcade machine. The screen displayed Dynasty Warriors. The familiar scene stirred up a sense of nostalgia in him. When he was a child, he loved going to the arcade with his classmates, where 1 coin could keep him entertained for a long time. Later, his family went bankrupt, and he worked odd jobs everywhere to earn money, and never touched these things again. Later, he married Chen Weiwei, had a daughter named Xiao Womi. and became a full-time stay-at-home dad. My daily life consists of cooking, taking care of the kids, and doing housework. It feels like I'm sealed off at home. Even after the divorce, his focus remained on taking care of his daughter. I rarely have as much free time as I do now. Gu Yuan stared at the familiar scene on the screen, suddenly feeling somewhat dazed. 5 years have passed. It seems like he hasn't lived for himself in a very, very long time. He picked up a free game coin from the basket next to him and put one in. As the familiar music began, he controlled his character to start the level. Those muscle memories are still there. My fingers deftly press the buttons, and the characters on the screen flash swords and shadows, overcoming obstacles and defeating enemies along the way. Gu Yuan was immersed in the game, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips, like a child rediscovering their childhood. Inside the private room, while giving Su Hongli a hand treatment, Ellie spoke to her with a sweet tongue, as if she had been coated with honey. "Miss Su, your hands are so beautiful. Beautiful people have beautiful hands too. Your hands are the most beautiful I've ever seen." Su Hongli was so flattered that she trembled with joy. "You're the most eloquent person I've ever met." "Really, really," Ellie said earnestly. "And your skin is so good, you don't need to do much skincare. With your natural beauty, any style looks good on you." She paused, then looked out the window towards the waiting area. "Was that your boyfriend just now? He seemed like the kind of gentle and considerate man." "Miss Su, you have excellent taste." Su Hongli followed her gaze and saw Gu Yuan sitting in front of the arcade machine, focused on the game, through the glass window. Her smile deepened. "He isn't my boyfriend yet." "Huh?" Ellie was taken aback. "Then you too." "I'm pursuing him," Su Hongli said frankly, "but he hasn't agreed yet." Ellie laughed. "Miss Su is so beautiful. Who wouldn't she be able to get? She'll definitely succeed." Su Hongli didn't speak, but just looked at that back, her eyes as gentle as a pool of spring water. "Yes, Gu Yuan, you can't escape." However, what Gu Yuan and his companions didn't know was that two acquaintances were walking into the store at that moment. The elevator doors opened, and Chen Weiwei stepped out in her high heels. Today she wore a beige silk shirt paired with black wide-leg pants. Her makeup was exquisite, and she exuded a powerful aura. Wang Li followed behind her, wearing a tight-fitting dress and heavy makeup, her eyes darting around as if she had never seen the world before. Wang Li knew that she had angered her sister-in-law after yesterday's incident, which had caused such a big fuss. So today she specifically asked Chen Weiwei to do her nails, hoping to ease the tension between them. Chen Weiwei didn't want to come, but then she thought about how her parents were still living with her younger brother and his wife, and they would see each other all the time. She didn't want to make things too awkward, so she agreed. She frequents this store and is a gold card customer. A gold card means that the cumulative recharge exceeds 1 million. Therefore, as soon as Chen Weiwei entered the store manager and his team came to greet her. "Sister Chen, you've arrived." The manager greeted her with a beaming smile. "Please come in. Your private room has been reserved especially for you. Let me show you there." Wang Li followed behind, feeling both jealous and envious as she saw the store manager personally greeting her. When she comes alone, she is only greeted by ordinary staff. She doesn't get this kind of treatment. Moreover, although she said she asked Chen Weiwei to do her nails, she knew that Chen Weiwei would ultimately pay for it. She's just here to freeload. Chen Weiwei nodded and led Wang Li towards the private room. As she passed through the lobby, her gaze inadvertently swept over the waiting area. There was a man sitting there, his back to her, playing an arcade game. The figure from behind looks familiar. But Chen Weiwei didn't think much of it, and went straight into the private room. Chapter 32: Chen Weiwei's Sense of Superiority. The private room was exquisitely decorated, with comfortable sofas and soft lighting. Chen Weiwei picked up the color swatch book and handed it to Wang Li. "Choose the colors and styles first. When Ellie arrives, have her make it for you first." Wang Li took the color chart and felt a surge of excitement. She knew Ellie. She was the shop's #1 technician, with exceptional skills. She'd heard that many online celebrities and even stars came specifically to get their nails done by her. Normally, she can't get a date with Ellie even if she wants to. Today, following my sister-in-law, I finally got to enjoy this treatment. She happily flipped through her coloring book, already imagining what it would look like when she finished. Just then, the door to the private room opened. A long-haired girl wearing a baseball cap walked in. "Sister Chen, Miss Wang, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." She bowed slightly. "I am Sasha, The nail technician serving you today. Chen Weiwei frowned. Where's Ellie? Isn't she here today? As a gold card customer, she had always been served by Ellie. Now they've suddenly switched to a completely unknown Sasha? Sasha quickly explained, Sister Chun, Ellie, she's serving another customer right now. But don't worry, my skills are among the best in the shop. I'll definitely make you satisfied. Satisfied with what? Wang Li interrupted her directly, her tone unfriendly. Didn't you hear what my sister said? We need Ellie to serve us. Go and get Ellie over here. Sasha looked somewhat troubled. Miss Wang and Sister Chun, the situation is like this. Ellie is really busy, and it's expected to take 2 hours. If you can wait until she's finished. Wang Li immediately exploded. Huh? Wait until she's done with her work? You mean we paid money and still have to put up with her attitude? Is this how you do business? My sister is a gold card customer of your store. Is this how you treat your cash cow? Sasha's eyes reddened from the yelling, and her voice trembled. I didn't mean that. At this moment, the door to the private room was pushed open again. The store manager walked in with a professional smile on his face, but there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. What happened? Sasha quickly explained what had happened. After listening, the store manager turned to Chen Weiwei with an apologetic smile. Sister Chun, Ellie is indeed serving other clients right now. How about you two consider other technicians? Or can we schedule a different time? I'll have Ellie reserve a time for you then. Chen Weiwei frowned. Who is Ellie serving? What client has more influence than me? She didn't necessarily need Ellie. She just found it strange. As a gold card customer, she has always been given priority. What's wrong with me today? A hint of hesitation flashed across the store manager's face, but he still answered truthfully. It's a Ms. Su. She's a new customer of our store, but her status is rather special, and the boss is personally receiving her. Chen Weiwei was taken aback. A new customer? Yes, the store manager explained. That Ms. Su is someone important. The boss specifically instructed us to treat her well. That's why Ellie was chosen by her. Chen Weiwei fell silent. The new customer was personally received by the boss, and Ellie was chosen. Just who is this Miss Su? Wang Li listened in stunned silence. How rich must someone be to be personally received by the boss? Seeing that Chen Weiwei remained silent, the store manager tentatively asked, Sister Chen, why don't you two wait a bit? Ellie will probably be out for another 2 hours. 2 hours? Wang Li exploded again. We're supposed to wait 2 hours? Why should we? We're here to spend money too. Why should we wait for others? The store manager looked troubled. On one side are long-term gold card customers, and on the other side are new customers with considerable influence. It's not good to offend anyone. Chen Weiwei stood up. Never mind. I'm going out for some fresh air. She pushed open the door to the private room and walked out. Waiting area. Gu Yuan was engrossed in the game when the final boss on the screen suddenly collapsed. He let out a long breath and rubbed his slightly sore fingers. I haven't played for 5 years, but my skills are still pretty good. He was about to insert another coin when he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan turned around and froze. Chen Weiwei stood not far away, looking at him with disbelief. She had just come out of the private room for some fresh air when she unexpectedly saw Gu Yuan in the waiting area. And they were playing arcade games. Gu Yuan stood up, his expression returning to calm. What a coincidence. Chen Weiwei looked at him, then at the arcade machine behind him, still processing this chance encounter in her mind. Just then, a clear female voice came from behind. Gu Yuan, I've chosen a style. Come and see if it looks good. Su Hongli walked over from the direction of the private room, holding an iPad in her hand, with an expectant smile on her face. She was taken aback when she saw Chen Weiwei, but quickly regained her composure with a natural smile. Sister Weiwei. Su Hongli walked to Gu Yuan's side, naturally took his arm, and looked up to ask, Gu Yuan, do you think this style looks good? Gu Yuan looked at the picture on the iPad and nodded. It's quite nice. Then I'll do this. Su Hongli smiled and handed the iPad to the staff behind her, then looked at Chen Weiwei. Sister Weiwei, you're here for a manicure too? What a coincidence. Chen Weiwei looked at Su Hongli, her gaze sweeping over her. Su Hongli was wearing a light pink lace dress, her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and she was radiant even without makeup. Su Hongli? How did she end up here? Isn't she just an ordinary office worker? How could I possibly come to such a high-class place? A meaningful smile slowly crept onto Chen Weiwei's lips. I see. Gu Yuan brought her here. Her here. She spoke slowly in a tone that carried a sense of superiority. Red Carp sister, loving beauty is a girl's nature, but everything should be done within one's means. With your financial situation, coming here seems a bit inappropriate. Su Hongli was stunned for a moment, and before she could speak, Wang Li appeared out from behind Chen Weiwei. She had been waiting in the private room, and when Chen Weiwei hadn't returned after a while, she came out to check on her. Unexpectedly, she saw Gu Yuan and the woman who slapped her as soon as she came out. Wang Li's eyes instantly reddened, and sharp, sarcastic words spilled out. Some vixens are really laughable. They think they've snagged a rich guy, but little do they know, he's just a gigolo. Taking my sister's money and bringing other women to places like this to spend money. Gu Yuan, you're really something. Gu Yuan's eyes instantly turned cold. He stepped forward, blocking Su Hongli's path, and looked down at Wang Li. Watch your words. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chilling coldness. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind letting you experience what it's like to have a lisp. Wang Li was swept over by that gaze and subconsciously took half a step back. She still vividly remembered being kicked onto the sofa at Gu Yuan's house that day. This man is truly daring to take action. But she was unwilling to show weakness in front of Chen Weiwei, so she could only stand there and mutter something under her breath. Seeing Gu Yuan so protective of Su Hongli, Chen Weiwei felt as if something had stabbed her heart. On what grounds? She is the one he has been married to for 5 years, and she is Xiao Nuomi's biological mother. Now he's actually treating his sister-in-law like this for a woman he's only known for a few days? She took a deep breath, her face turning cold. Gu Yuan, I also need to remind you. The 5 million I gave you was for you to take care of Xiao Nuomi, not for you to squander on other women. Isn't it a bit much for you to take my money and bring other women to places like this? Gu Yuan frowned, about to speak, when Su Hongli gently pulled his arm. She stepped out from behind Gu Yuan, a faint smile on her face, but her eyes showed no fear. Sister Weiwei, then I'm going to argue with you. Her voice was neither humble nor arrogant. What makes you think that I'm standing here because I'm spending Gu Yuan's money? Is it not allowed for me to spend my own money? Before Chen Weiwei could speak, Wang Li couldn't help but jump out. You? A lowly karami earning only a few thousand yuan a month, dares to talk such big? Pointing to the opulent decor around her, her tone dripping with sarcasm, she said, Do you know how much it costs to get a manicure here? It starts at 10,000. Do you have that kind of money? How many times can you afford that with your monthly salary? Su Hongli glanced at her, then looked at Chen Weiwei, her smile unchanged. It seems that Sister Weiwei has already investigated me in secret. Chen Weiwei did not deny it, her tone as calm as if stating a fact. Don't misunderstand. For Xiao Nuomi's safety, I need to know what kind of people are around her. I understand. Su Hongli nodded, her tone as relaxed as if she were chatting casually. So, how were the results of Sister Weiwei's investigation? Are you satisfied? Chapter 33. You don't really think I'm easy to talk to, do you? Chen Weiwei frowned slightly. Su Hongli's composed and calm demeanor made her feel slightly uncomfortable. She is clearly the one who should be looked up to. But why did she always feel an indescribable, suppressed feeling when facing Su Hongli? Just then, Ellie walked over. She had been following behind Su Hongli, and, seeing Su Hongli talking to an acquaintance, politely stood aside and waited. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, she stepped forward and asked respectfully, Ms. Su, have you chosen a style? If so, we can start making it. When Chen Weiwei saw Ellie, the vague unease in her heart intensified. What does Ellie call her? Miss Su? Wang Li didn't notice this detail. When she saw Ellie, her eyes lit up. Ellie, you've come at the perfect time. She pointed at Ellie with an air of superiority. My sister came all the way here specifically to get her nails done by you. So come and serve us right now. The tone was as if he were ordering his own servants around. Ellie frowned slightly, but maintained a professional smile on her face. She didn't even glance at Wang Li, but politely explained to Chen Weiwei, Sister Chen, I'm so sorry. Miss Su arrived first today, and according to the store's rules, I have to serve her first. I hope you can understand. Wang Li's face flushed red instantly. She was actually ignored by a technician? Chen Weiwei, however, paid no attention to Wang Li's embarrassment. Her attention was entirely focused on AI Li's words. It's all right. She looked at Su Hongli, a complex light flashing in her eyes. I'd also like to see who this Miss Su is. Would you be so kind as to introduce me? Ellie paused for a moment, looked at Su Hongli, then at Chen Weiwei, somewhat puzzled. Sister Chen, don't you and Miss Su know each other? These words were like a bolt of lightning, cleaving through the thin layer of fog in Chen Weiwei's mind. She suddenly realized what was happening. Miss Su, Su Hongli, the customer Ellie mentioned who arrived first, the one Ellie was willing to offend as a gold card customer to provide priority service to. Is this Su Hongli, whom she believes is not qualified to be here? Wang Li also realized what was happening, but she couldn't accept this fact at all. You've got it wrong, haven't you? She shrieked. This brat isn't some Miss Su at all. She's just a lowly office worker, making at most 10,000 yuan a month. Are you out of your minds? Why are you trying to please this woman instead of my sister, a gold card customer? Ellie finally couldn't take it anymore. She wiped the smile off her face and looked coldly at Wang Li. Madam, please show some respect to our VIPs. Otherwise, I'll have to call security. Who are you trying to scare? Wang Li completely lost her temper. VIP? How much money does she even have to top up for you guys? I'll just top up double. What happened? A deep, steady male voice came through. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man in a custom-made suit walking over. It was the owner of this shop, Mr. Zhou. The female store manager followed behind him, looking somewhat nervous. Mr. Zhou quickly walked up to Su Hongli, his face apologetic. Miss Su, I'm sorry to have upset you. It was our oversight. Don't worry, I'll take care of it right away. After speaking, he turned to Chen Weiwei, his attitude polite but distant. This must be Sister Chen, right? My surname is Zhou, and I am the owner of this shop. Sister Chen, first of all, thank you for your continued patronage of my shop. However, if I may be so bold, you really need to keep an eye on your friend. Wang Li immediately objected. So you're the boss, huh? What do you mean? What did I do? I said I'd double whatever amount this brat recharged. Are you questioning my ability? As she spoke, she pulled a card from her bag and slammed it onto the table next to her. I have 200,000 in my account. I'm just asking you, is that enough? Boss Zhou didn't say anything, but looked at Chen Weiwei with some embarrassment. Chen Weiwei's expression darkened. She knew Wang Li had made a huge fool of herself today, but Wang Li had come with her after all. She was one of her people. If she just backs down like this, where will Chen Weiwei's pride be? She said calmly. If it's not enough, I can make up the difference. His tone was calm, yet it exuded an undeniable confidence. She is the president of Weiyu Company, with a net worth of over 100 million yuan. When it comes to financial resources, she has never been afraid of anyone. Boss Zhou coughed lightly and instructed the female store manager beside him. Mia, tell Sister Chen how much money Miss Su recharged. The female store manager nodded, took a receipt from the cashier, and handed it to Chen Weiwei with both hands. Sister Chen, Miss Su has recharged a total of 5 million at our store. How many? Wang Li was the first to jump up, her voice so shrill it could pierce eardrums. 5 million. You're kidding me. She snatched the receipt and stared wide-eyed at the numbers on it. Recharge amount, 5 million yuan. Recharge time, last night. Recharge method, one-time payment. Wang Li was completely stunned. Her hand holding the receipt was trembling, and the color drained from her face little by little. Chen Weiwei was also stunned. She took the receipt, her eyes fixed on the string of numbers. 5 million. One-time use. Get your nails done. Her mind went blank. The boss has no reason to falsify such things. So, did Su Hongli really recharge 5 million? No wonder. Ellie prioritized serving her as soon as she arrived. No wonder. Even the boss came to greet her personally. But on what grounds? She's just a low-level employee at a company, and her parents are ordinary workers. How could she possibly come up with 5 million? And he spent 5 million just to get a manicure? She couldn't bear to spend money like that. Chen Weiwei raised her head and looked at Su Hongli. Su Hongli was looking at them with a half-smile, her eyes seeming to be watching a good show. She slowly began. Just now, someone seemed particularly arrogant, saying they wanted to top up double the amount. She looked at Boss Zhou with a bright smile. Boss Zhou, it seems you're really having a lucky day today. Then he turned to Wang Li. Miss Wang, I really didn't expect you to be so capable, spending 10 million in one go. Please. She made a pleased gesture, pointing to the cashier. Wang Li's face turned a deep liver color. I. She stammered, managing to squeeze out a few words. I was just joking. Huh. Su Hongli tilted her head, looking completely innocent. Are we that close? You insulted me the moment we met, and then told me it was a joke? You don't actually think I'm that easy to talk to, do you? Wang Li panicked completely. She looked at Chen Weiwei as if pleading for help. Chen Weiwei's face was ashen, and she remained silent. Wang Li could only bite the bullet and ask Su Hongli, Then what do you want? Su Hongli's smile faded, her eyes hardening. It's simple. Apologize. What did you say? Wang Li's voice shrilled again. You want me to apologize to you? Dream on. Who knows where you got that 5 million? Wang Li. Chen Weiwei interrupted her sharply. Wang Li was stunned. Sister. Apologize to Miss Su. Chen Weiwei said each word slowly and deliberately, her voice as cold as ice. Wang Li looked at her in disbelief. Sister? How could you? Apologize. Chen Weiwei emphasized her words, her gaze piercing like a knife. Wang Li's eyes immediately reddened. She bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, and finally forced out 3 words. Sorry. The sound was so soft it was like a mosquito humming. Su Hongli raised an eyebrow. Your voice is so soft. Have you not eaten? Wang Li suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with hatred. Su Hongli waved her phone, her tone nonchalant. Fine. You don't have to apologize. I recorded all the insults you just said. I'm calling the police right now to get justice for me. What happened yesterday isn't over yet. Let's go to the police station and talk it over. Wang Li's face turned completely pale. The trauma of yesterday's incident at the police station hadn't faded, and she certainly didn't want to go back. She took a deep breath and, with all her might, shouted, I'm sorry. Then, she couldn't hold back any longer, covered her face, and rushed out of the store. Chen Weiwei stood there, watching Wang Li's departing figure, then looked at Su Hongli and Gu Yuan. Su Hongli had already put away her phone and was now holding Gu Yuan's arm, looking up at him with a smile as she said something. Gu Yuan looked down at her, his eyes filled with helplessness, but he did not push her away. Sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the two of them in a beautiful scene, like a painting. Chen Weiwei suddenly felt like she was an extra person standing there. Chapter 34 My heart is already lost. Where can I escape to? Gu Yuan looked at Chen Weiwei. Aren't you going to chase after them? Chen Weiwei shook her head, her tone so calm that no emotion could be discerned. She's not a child. She's just been spoiled by my brother. It's good for her to learn a lesson. As she spoke, she turned to Su Hongli. His gaze fell on Su Hongli's face, that young and beautiful face, which now carried a faint smile, calm and composed. Chen Weiwei took a deep breath. Miss Su, I also want to apologize to you. I said some offensive things just now, and now it seems that I was blind to your talent. She herself found it ironic that she said those words. It's highly unlikely that Gu Yuan would be able to come up with 5 million yuan for a manicure at once. Chen Weiwei knew a lot about Gu Yuan. Having been together for 5 years, she knew this man better than anyone else. His focus will always be on his daughter. He will save the 5 million yuan breakup fee and use it to give Xiao Nuomi the best life. He would never squander it on another woman. Therefore, Su Hongli's money belongs to Su Hongli herself. So the information she had previously obtained from the investigation was wrong. What about being an ordinary office worker, coming from an ordinary family, or earning a monthly salary of a few thousand yuan? It's all wrong. Thinking of Su Hongli's words, it seems Sister Weiwei has been secretly investigating me. Chen Weiwei felt her face burning. That wasn't a question, just a light-hearted joke. But it was precisely because it was so light that it made her feel even more embarrassed. She bit her lip. I feel like a clown. His arrogant sense of superiority, and that remark, with your financial means, coming here seems rather inappropriate. Looking back now, it feels like a boomerang that pierced me precisely. Su Hongli seemed to sense her embarrassment and softened her tone. Sister Weiwei, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to target you. But your sister-in-law is really too bullying, so I had to teach her a lesson. Chen Weiwei nodded. Yes, I know. She paused, shifting her gaze from Su Hongli's face to Gu Yuan. He stood there, his arm linked with Su Hongli's, without pushing her away. Sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating his profile and softening his features, revealing a calm gaze. Just like when they first met. But her eyes no longer held any of her. Chen Weiwei looked away and forced a smile. All right, I won't bother you anymore. I'll be going now. Su Hongli, however, was quite poised and generous. Sister Weiwei, if you're in a hurry, you can have Ellie serve you first. I'm fine with it. No need. Chen Weiwei shook her head. I'll just choose another time. After saying that, She turned and left. The high heels clicked crisply on the marble floor, yet carried an unspeakable air of embarrassment. The moment the elevator doors closed, she saw Su Hongli still holding Gu Yuan's arm, looking up at him and smiling. That smiling face was like a knife, stabbing her heart deeply. The elevator is going down. Chen Weiwei leaned against the elevator wall and closed her eyes. My mind is a complete mess. It's her again. It's that woman again. Why? Why is it that every time she thinks she can let go, she sees them together? Why does her heart still ache so much every time she thinks she can stop caring? The elevator arrived at the first floor. Chen Weiwei quickly walked out of the building and got into her car. He started the engine, floored the gas pedal, and the red Porsche shot off. She didn't know where she was going. All she knew was that she needed to escape. Escape that place. Escape that smiling face. Escape from the woman who was holding Gu Yuan's arm. But where could she possibly escape to? Having already lost my heart, where can I escape to? Inside the nail salon, Su Hongli looked in the direction where Chen Weiwei disappeared, and a smile slowly crept onto her lips. I'm leaving, she said softly. Gu Yuan looked at her. Did you do this on purpose? What do you mean, intentionally? Su Hongli blinked, looking completely innocent. That expression was just like a cat that had stolen some fish, but was pretending to be innocent. Gu Yuan didn't speak, he just looked at her. Those eyes were so clear, as if they could see through everything. Su Hongli felt a little guilty under her gaze, but quickly regained her confidence. She bullied me first, so can I fight back? I didn't say you couldn't. Gu Yuan was somewhat amused and exasperated. I was just asking you if you did it on purpose. Su Hongli tilted her head and thought for a moment, then smiled. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Gu Yuan didn't respond. Su Hongli leaned closer to him and lowered her voice. Gu Yuan, tell me, does she still like you? Gu Yuan looked at her face so close to his own and smelled her faint fragrance. His heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. You're overthinking it, Gu Yuan said, looking away. Su Hongli smiled, released his arm, and turned to walk towards the private room. I'm going to get my nails done. You can continue playing the game and come back in 2 hours to check on the results. Gu Yuan looked at her retreating figure and suddenly felt like laughing. This girl is clearly doing it on purpose. She deliberately embarrassed Chen Weiwei, deliberately letting her know that Su Hongli was not someone to be trifled with. But why is it that instead of feeling disgusted, he actually feels? Is it kind of cute? He shook his head and sat back down in front of the arcade machine. Familiar music began to play, but his mind was no longer on the game. Inside the private room, Su Hongli sat in a comfortable chair and extended her hand to Ellie. As Ellie did her nails, she whispered, Miss Su, you were really something just now. I've known Sister Chen for so long, and this is the first time I've ever seen her like that. Su Hongli smiled, but didn't say anything. She looked down at the red bracelet on her wrist, her eyes softening. Ellie also noticed the bracelet and asked curiously, Miss Su, your bracelet seems quite old. Why don't you get a new one? Su Hongli gently touched the silver sheep ornament on her bracelet, her voice soft. This was a gift from someone I like. I've been wearing it for 5 years. Ellie paused for a moment, then smiled. No wonder. It's a token of love. Su Hongli did not deny it. She looked up and gazed through the glass window of the private room toward the waiting area. Gu Yuan was still sitting in front of the arcade machine, his back to her, focused on playing the game. Su Hongli watched that retreating figure, her smile growing ever wider. Gu Yuan, 5 years have passed. This time, I won't let you get away again. No matter how many people want to take you away, no matter how many people want to stop us. You are all mine. It can only be mine. Chen Weiwei didn't know how she drove the car. When she came to her senses, she found herself downstairs at her parents' house. My father is still in the hospital, and my mother is most likely taking care of him. There should only be my younger brother and his family of 3 at home. Chen Weiwei originally didn't want to go up, but when she thought about how Wang Li had run out of the nail salon crying, she decided to go up and check on her. After all, she was her brother's wife, and if something happened to her, she wouldn't be able to explain it to her family. Pushing open the door, Chen Weiwei was surprised to find that her mother was also at home. The living room was a mess. Items on the coffee table were swept to the floor, and several cups were broken, with shards scattered all over the place. Chen's mother was holding a broom, cleaning up with a worried expression. Seeing Chen Weiwei come in, Chen's mother quickly grabbed her and asked in a low voice, Weiwei, what happened? Didn't you and Lily go to get your nails done? How did you upset her again? Chen Weiwei glanced in the direction of her younger brother's bedroom, where a fierce argument was taking place. She could vaguely hear Wang Li's shrill cries and Chen Feng's humble attempts to comfort her. Mom, is Wang Li causing trouble again now that she's back? Chen's mother sighed, her face full of exhaustion. That's right. As soon as she came back, she was so angry that she smashed this and that, saying that she was an outsider in this family and that no one really cared about her. She said that she couldn't go on living like this and that she was going to die. I tried to persuade her for a long time, but it was no use. I could only tidy up for now. Chen Weiwei glanced coldly at the closed door and said indifferently, if you can't make it work, then get a divorce. There's no need to make yourself suffer. You child, Chen's mother exclaimed anxiously. People say it's better to tear down 10 temples than to break up one marriage. You're supposed to be the older sister. How can you encourage your own brother to get a divorce? She held Chen Weiwei's hand, her voice filled with worry. Weiwei, what exactly happened? You know, Lily's family isn't exactly friendly. Last time, they even forced your brother to kneel down. If we really get divorced, do you think they'll let our family off the hook? Chen Weiwei said irritably. That's because he's spineless. He can't blame anyone else. Wang Li dares to act like this because he spoils her. Chen's mother said awkwardly. Xiaofeng doesn't spoil Lily as much anymore, and Lily's personality has changed a lot. She herself sounded unsure of herself as she spoke, and her voice grew softer and softer. Chen Weiwei didn't say anything more, but just stared at the closed door with a complicated look in her eyes. Chapter 35. Don't be afraid. I'm here. In the bedroom, Wang Li sat on the bed, hugging her knees and sobbing in distress, her shoulders trembling. Chen Feng knelt on the ground, massaging her legs while smiling apologetically. Wife, don't cry anymore. Your eyes will get swollen and you won't be pretty anymore. I don't care. Wang Li shoved his hand away. What's so great about that vixen? She's just got some looks, isn't she? Who knows which man she slept with to earn those 5 million? What makes her so arrogant? A ruthless glint flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. That little bastard again. He stood up, sat down next to Wang Li, and put his arm around her shoulder. Wife, don't worry. I've arranged everything. Today I'll give you a good venting of your anger. Wang Li looked up at him, her eyes brimming with tears. Really? Of course it's true. Chen Feng lowered his voice, a sinister smile on his face. Isn't she just all about her looks? I'll ruin her face. Let's see how arrogant she can be then. Wang Li's eyes lit up. Then her gaze turned even more venomous. That Gu Yuan can't be let off either. Break his legs and make him beg for the rest of his life. Okay, I'll do whatever my wife says. Chen Feng hugged her tighter. I'll do whatever my wife tells me to do. Wang Li then stopped crying and smiled, snuggling into Chen Feng's arms, her voice sweet and coquettish. Husband, you're the one who loves me the most. Chen Feng stroked her hair, his tone gentle, but his eyes were filled with malice. Lily, I told you, I will never let you suffer any injustice. If anyone dares to bully you, I will help you bully them back fiercely. Wang Li nestled in his arms, a smug smile playing on her lips. She had already begun to imagine the arrogant vixen with her face covered in blood, and Gu Yuan howling in agony on the ground with his leg broken. Then we'll see how arrogant they can be. 4:00 in the afternoon. Gu Yuan's car drove smoothly on the way to the kindergarten. Little Momi gets out of school at 4:30, just in time. Su Hongli sat in the passenger seat, listlessly watching the street scene rushing past the window. After her manicure was finished, the designs on her 10 fingers were exquisite and adorable. She would lift them up from time to time to examine them, becoming more and more satisfied with each look. Gu Yuan, look, isn't it beautiful? She stretched out her hand again. Gu Yuan glanced at it and said, yes, it looks good. You always say the same thing, Su Hongli pouted. Can't you come up with something new? Gu Yuan sighed helplessly. It really is beautiful. Su Hongli smiled, leaned back in her chair, and was in an extremely good mood. Soft music was playing in the car, and sunlight streamed in through the windows, making it feel warm and cozy. Everything looked peaceful and beautiful. The car drove onto a relatively secluded side road. This is the only way to the kindergarten. On both sides are undeveloped open spaces, overgrown with weeds and rarely visited by people. Gu Yuan was driving when he suddenly noticed something ahead. 2 white vans were blocking the middle of the road, completely obstructing the not-so-wide road. He instinctively stepped on the brakes. The tires screeched as they rubbed against the ground, and the car suddenly jerked to a halt. Caught off guard, Su Hongli in the passenger seat was thrown forward, only to be pulled back sharply by the seatbelt, letting out a scream. "What's wrong?" she asked, looking at Gu Yuan in alarm. Gu Yuan did not answer, his eyes fixed on what was ahead. The van door suddenly opened, and a group of people jumped out. There were about 20 people, dressed in various colors, carrying steel pipes and baseball bats. The leader was a bald man with a large gold chain around his neck and dragon and tiger tattoos on his arms. It was Brother Biao and his gang. Su Hongli's face turned pale instantly. "Gu Yuan, are they coming for us?" Gu Yuan didn't answer, but his grip on the steering wheel gave him away. He quickly glanced at the rearview mirror and saw that a minivan had somehow blocked his way from behind. A pincer attack from both sides. There's no escaping it. Su Hongli's voice began to tremble. "What should we do? Should we call the police?" "I've already reported it." Gu Yuan picked up his phone, quickly dialed 110, briefly explained his location and the situation, and then hung up. He turned around and took Su Hongli's hand. Her hands were cold and trembling slightly. "Don't be afraid," he said, his voice unusually calm. "I'm here." Su Hongli looked at him, her eyes slightly red. She knew Gu Yuan was trying to comfort her, but she was still terrified. But she still nodded vigorously. Yes. The car was completely surrounded. The group of men, armed with weapons, stared intently into the car, like a pack of hungry wolves eyeing their prey. Brother Biao swaggered to the front of the car, knocked on the hood, and said in a rough voice, "Brothers in the car, come down and let's talk." Gu Yuan didn't move, but rolled down the car window, revealing half of his face. "I have nothing to talk to you about." His voice was calm. "The police will be here soon. Save your words for the police." Brother Biao paused for a moment, then laughed. That smile was full of amusement and disdain. "Trying to intimidate me with the police?" He took out a cigarette, lit it slowly, and said, "You think I didn't think of that?" He took a drag of his cigarette and gestured with his chin behind him. Two henchmen came forward carrying gasoline cans and unscrewed the caps in front of Gu Yuan, instantly filling the air with a pungent smell of gasoline. Brother Biao took out a lighter from his pocket and fiddled with it in his hand, the lighter making a crisp, click sound. "Brother Gu Yuan, is it?" He tilted his head, his eyes mocking. "Do you think you'll be able to escape once this fire starts?" Su Hongli froze when she saw the two gasoline cans. "Gasoline? Are they going to burn cars with gasoline?" "Gu Yuan." Her voice trembled so much it was almost inaudible. They wanted to burn the car." Gu Yuan's gaze turned completely cold. But he didn't panic. Instead, he became even calmer. "Stay in the car and be good." He unbuckled his seatbelt. "I'm going to get out and meet them." "But," Su Hongli grabbed his arm. "There are so many of them. You should go down." Obedient. This was the first time Gu Yuan had used such a harsh tone with her. Su Hongli was stunned. She saw Gu Yuan's profile, his taut lines, his tightly pursed lips, and the fleeting look deep in his eyes, fear. This was the first time she had seen fear on Gu Yuan's face in all the time she had known him. But she knew that he wasn't afraid of getting hurt himself, but rather that she would get hurt. Gu Yuan turned around, looked at her, and his eyes softened again. "As soon as you find an opportunity, drive away and find the police, understand?" Su Hongli's tears welled up instantly. She nodded vigorously, but couldn't say a word. Gu Yuan smiled and reached out to wipe away the tears on her face. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." After saying that, he pushed open the car door and got out. Outside the car, when Brother Biao saw Gu Yuan come down, a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. "Sure, you've got guts." He beckoned with his finger, and one of his underlings immediately handed him a metal baseball bat. Brother Biao took the baseball bat, weighed it in his hand, and then threw it with a clatter to Gu Yuan's feet. "Brother Gu Yuan, let me tell you the truth." He had a cigarette in his mouth and spoke casually, as if he were chatting with someone. "We have no past grudges or recent feuds. I'm just doing this for money. My client wants me to break one of your legs." He pointed to the baseball bat on the ground. "You can do it yourself, so we don't have to help you. If you hit it yourself, you'll have some sense of control. If we help you, we might not be so gentle." Gu Yuan glanced down at the baseball bat at his feet, but didn't pick it up. "How much money did they give you?" he asked. "Was it worth making such a big fuss?" Brother Biao laughed. "There's no way around it. We take people's money, and we have to solve their problems. In our line of work, it's all about credibility. He exhaled a smoke ring. Brother Gu Yuan, please. Don't make things difficult for the brothers. Gu Yuan looked at him and suddenly asked, let me guess, is the person who hired you surnamed Chen? Aside from Chun Feng and Wang Li, he couldn't think of any other enemies he might have. A hint of surprise flashed in Brother Biao's eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. Chapter 36. I'd like to see who dares to go over there. Brother Biao grinned, revealing his teeth stained yellow from smoking. Brother Gu Yuan, stop trying to get information out of me, and don't even think about stalling for time. He glanced at the gold watch on his wrist and said slowly, the nearest police station will take at least 20 minutes for the police to arrive. Do you think you can hold out until then? Gu Yuan remained silent for 2 seconds. Fine, he said. I won't make things difficult for you. He pointed to Su Hongli in the car. Your target is me. It has nothing to do with the girl in the car. Let her pass. I'll stay and do whatever you want with me. Brother Biao raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Su Hongli in the car. Through the car window, I could see a young and beautiful face, now filled with fear and worry. He withdrew his gaze and shook his head. Brother Gu Yuan is loyal and righteous. I admire him. He paused, a cruel smile spreading across his face. But the sugar daddy has one more condition. That woman must stay too. He'll have 2 lines slashed across her face. He gestured with his finger across his face. So, are you going to do it yourselves, or should we do it for you? Gu Yuan's gaze instantly turned sharp as a knife. His once calm face now seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. He stared at Brother Biao and said, slowly and deliberately, you dare to touch her and see what happens. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chilling, killing intent. Brother Biao was stunned for a moment. He'd been in the underworld for so many years and had seen all sorts of people. Some knelt down and begged for mercy. Some were so scared they wet their pants, and some stubbornly insisted on being brave. But he had never seen such a look in his eyes before. That's not the look an ordinary man should have. That's the look in someone's eyes who has seen blood. A strange chill ran through Brother Biao's heart. But he quickly suppressed that feeling and sneered. What? You want to fight us? Just you alone. Gu Yuan remained silent. He simply picked up the baseball bat from the ground. The metal feels cool to the touch and is heavy in the hand. He gripped the bat tightly, raised his head, and looked at Brother Biao, his eyes as calm as a still pond. But what lies beneath that calm, only he knows. When Brother Biao saw that he had actually picked up the baseball bat, the smile on his face slowly disappeared. Fine. He nodded, his tone turning cold. Since you're courting death, don't blame me. He stepped back and waved to his underlings behind him. Give this brother a good welcome. Also, send a few men to help that beautiful lady out of the car. Remember to be gentle, don't scare her. Several thugs responded and moved. Gu Yuan's expression changed instantly. He took a sudden step forward, blocking the car door, his baseball bat held horizontally in front of him, coldly staring at the thugs who tried to approach. Let's see who dares to go over there. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a muffled thunderclap, striking the hearts of those thugs. That look was so cold. It was as cold as a demon crawling out of hell. The thugs actually stopped in their tracks after being glared at by him, exchanging bewildered glances and instinctively looking at Brother Biao. Brother Biao cursed angrily. Useless thing. What are you looking at me for? Hurry up and go. The 2 thugs gritted their teeth and walked towards the car door with a stiff upper lip. Just as they reached out to pull the car door open, Gu Yuan made a move. It's very fast. There was a whooshing sound of wind cutting through the air, followed by 2 shrill screams. Ah! The 2 thugs collapsed to the ground, clutching their arms, their faces contorted in agony. Their arms were twisted at an odd angle, clearly having been smashed off. Brother Biao's expression completely changed. He never expected that this seemingly gentle man would be so ruthless. Kid, Brother Biao gritted his teeth, enunciating each word clearly. You're asking for it, aren't you? Then don't blame me for disregarding all code of honor. He waved his hand violently, his voice filled with rage. Attack. The remaining dozen or so thugs all raised their weapons and surrounded Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan gripped the baseball bat tightly and took a deep breath. He knew he couldn't beat so many people, but he couldn't let it. Behind him are the people he wants to protect. At this critical moment, stop! A sharp shout, like a thunderclap, resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone was stunned. Su Hongli pushed open the car door and got out. She stood beside Gu Yuan, her slender figure stretched long in the setting sun, yet exuding an indescribable stubbornness. Gu Yuan's pupils contracted. What are you doing down here? Go back to the car. Su Hongli didn't look at him, her eyes fixed on the 20-odd thugs in front of her. Her voice was cold and clear, and she said, word by word. By word. If any of you dare to touch a single hair on his head, I'll make sure that he spends the rest of his life in prison. She paused, her eyes turning as cold as ice. You'd better not doubt what I say. Brother Biao paused for a moment, then laughed. That smile was full of mockery and disdain. Brothers, did you all hear that? He tilted his head and said sarcastically, this little girl looks down on us and thinks we're easy to scare. He gestured with his chin toward his henchmen behind him. What do you guys think we should do? The thugs immediately started jeering, hurling insults and profanities. Boss, what else can we do? Of course, we have to discipline her properly. Such a beautiful girl, it would be a waste to ruin her. We'd rather let the brothers have their fun first. She's too small for that. If you ask me, let the eldest go first, and we'll all line up behind her. Ha 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 ha. The wild laughter echoed along the empty roadside. Su Hongli was so angry that she trembled all over, her face turning red and white in turns. Gu Yuan grasped her hand and pulled her behind him. Get back in the car. His voice was soft, but firm. Su Hongli shook her head. No, I want to stay with you. Listen to me. Gu Yuan looked at her, his eyes filled with complex emotions. With you here, I'll only feel constrained. Don't underestimate me, Su Hongli said stubbornly, raising her head. I've also learned to fight. Gu Yuan was both amused and exasperated. What kind of time is this for her to be so stubborn? He took a deep breath and lowered his voice. Don't mess around. I'll distract them, and you take the opportunity to start the car and escape. If you don't listen to me. Gu Yuan interrupted her, his voice soft but hitting Su Hongli's weak point precisely. Then I will make sure that Xiao Nuomi never calls you Hongli Mom again. Su Hongli was stunned. She stared at him with wide eyes, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. This move was tantamount to a fatal blow to her. You. She glared at him fiercely, her lips trembling, unable to utter a word for a long time. Seeing her angry and aggrieved expression, Gu Yuan's heart softened, and he reached out to pat her head. Listen to me. His voice softened. I'll be fine. Su Hongli stared at him for a long time, her eyes brimming with tears. Finally, she gave in and nodded firmly. Gu Yuan, you must be all right. Her voice was trembling with tears, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. You can't get hurt, or else I'll throw them all into the sea to feed the sharks. Gu Yuan smiled. This girl is even cute when she threatens people. Okay, he said. Su Hongli gave him a deep look, then turned around, got into the car, and slammed the door shut. Looking at Gu Yuan's back through the car window, she finally couldn't hold back her tears, and they fell down. Gu Yuan, you must take good care of yourself. Chapter 37. You're asking for it. Outside the car, Gu Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Su Hongli get back into the car. At least, the red carp is safe for now. He gripped the baseball bat tightly, turned around, and faced the menacing thugs. I hope I can stall until the police arrive. No. He was determined to stall until the police arrived. He already owes this girl too much. He can't let her get hurt because of him anymore. Brother Biao looked at him and sneered. What? Finished making your last arrangements? Then let's begin. He waved his hand, and the thugs swarmed forward. A chaotic battle is about to break out. Gu Yuan has a background in martial arts, and he is talented and hardworking. Although I haven't had much real-world experience in recent years, my basic skills are still there. He dodged the first thug who rushed at him with a sidestep and swung his baseball bat, hitting the man directly in the knee. Ah! The man screamed and fell to the ground, rolling around while clutching his knees. The second one, the third one. Gu Yuan acted like a madman, completely ignoring defense and focusing solely on offense. The thugs who charged at the front were knocked to the ground by him with a few blows, but he himself also took several solid hits. The steel pipe hit me, and the pain was excruciating. But he did not back down. They didn't retreat an inch. This act of exchanging injury for injury frightened the thugs behind them so much that they dared not come forward for a while. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with fear. Is this person insane? Are they completely reckless? Brother Biao was also stunned. He'd been around for so many years, seen all sorts of tough guys and ruthless fighters, but he'd never seen anything like this. It was a fight to the death. Just as the thugs hesitated, Brother Biao's eyes sharpened, and he gave a wink to his henchman beside him. The henchman understood and quietly bypassed Gu Yuan, heading towards the car. Gu Yuan caught a glimpse of it out of the corner of his eye, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw someone smashing cars. Smash car windows with steel pipes. The sound of shattering glass rang out sharply. "You're asking for it." Gu Yuan roared and charged madly toward that direction like an enraged beast. The thugs behind him tried to stop him, but he forced them back with a few blows. He rushed to the car, grabbed the two thugs who were smashing it, and slammed the car down with his baseball bat. A scream rang out, and one of the thugs collapsed to the ground. With another sound, another one fell down. But Gu Yuan himself also took several hits. Back, shoulders, arms. He could no longer feel the pain. He mechanically swung his baseball bat, blocking the car and preventing anyone from getting close. Su Hongli, sitting in the car, looked at him, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of pearls. She saw that his clothes were torn, that his face was covered in blood, and that his movements were getting slower and slower, but he was still desperately holding on. She wanted to help him, to get off the bus and fight alongside him. But she knew that if she went down there, she would only be a burden to him. Su Hongli bit her lip, gripping the steering wheel tightly, her nails digging into her palms. She prayed in her heart that nothing would happen to Gu Yuan. Wah wah. Finally, the sound of police sirens could be heard in the distance. As it drew nearer, it became increasingly clear. Brother Biao's expression changed. Damn, how did the police get here so fast? He glared hatefully at Gu Yuan, who was still desperately holding on, then looked at his underlings lying on the ground groaning, and gritted his teeth. Withdraw. The remaining thugs retreated like a tide, jumping into the van. With engines roaring, several vans sped away, quickly disappearing at the end of the road. Gu Yuan stood there, gripping the baseball bat, panting heavily. His clothes were torn, and his face and arms were covered in blood. It was impossible to tell whether it was his own or someone else's. But he was still standing. It's still blocking the way for the car. The police arrived quickly. Quickly. Several police officers rushed out of the car and saw a mess at the scene. Several thugs were lying on the ground groaning in pain. Gu Yuan was standing there covered in blood, and they were all stunned. "Sir, are you all right?" A policeman walked over quickly. Gu Yuan shook his head. "I'm fine." As soon as he finished speaking, he swayed and almost fell over. "Gu Yuan." Su Hongli rushed out of the car and grabbed him. Her tears were still flowing, and her voice trembled uncontrollably. You're bleeding, so much blood." Gu Yuan looked at her and forced a weak smile. "It's nothing, just superficial injuries." "You're lying," Su Hongli cried. "You promised you wouldn't get hurt." Gu Yuan didn't speak, but simply raised his hand to wipe away the tears on her face. The movement was very gentle, as if it were handling some precious treasure. The police subdued the thugs lying on the ground and put them in a police car. A policeman approached Gu Yuan and said, "Sir, you need to come with us to the police station to make a statement. Also, your injuries need to be treated." Gu Yuan nodded. "Okay." Police station. It was an hour later when the statement was taken. The results of the interrogation are in. Those thugs all confessed that they were ordered by a man called Brother Biao, and behind Brother Biao was Chen Feng. Chen Feng offered 200,000 yuan to have them break Gu Yuan's legs and ruin Su Hongli's face. Upon hearing this news, Gu Yuan's expression remained as calm as a still pond. But Su Hongli saw a fleeting chill in the depths of his eyes. After leaving the police station, Gu Yuan glanced at the time. It was already more than an hour late for Xiao Nuomi's dismissal from school. He took out his phone and saw several missed calls, all from kindergarten teachers. He quickly called back, briefly explained the situation, and asked the teacher to look after the child for a while longer. On the other end of the phone, the young teacher's voice was gentle. "Mr. Gu, please don't worry. Xiao Nuomi is very well behaved. I'm playing with her." Gu Yuan thanked him and hung up the phone. Su Hongli looked at him. "Shall we go pick up Xiao Nuomi now?" Gu Yuan nodded. The two hailed a taxi and headed straight for the kindergarten. At the kindergarten gate, a young female teacher is playing hopscotch with her daughter, Xiao Nuomi, on the playground. Little Nuomi wore a beige dress, had two little braids, and hopped around, her laughter as clear and crisp as a bell. When Gu Yuan saw his daughter, the coldness on his face finally dissipated somewhat. "Little glutinous rice," he shouted. Little Nuomi looked up, saw her father, and her eyes lit up immediately. "Dad, She ran over quickly with her short legs and buried her head in Gu Yuan's arms. Gu Yuan squatted down and picked her up. Little Momi thought for a moment and nodded. Then, Daddy, you have to come back soon. Good. Gu Yuan stood up and looked at Su Hongli. Su Hongli knew what he was going to do. She really wanted to go with him, but Xiao Momi needed someone to take care of her. Su Hongli, somewhat worried, cautioned, "Don't be impulsive." Gu Yuan nodded. Su Hongli took Xiao Momi's hand and hailed a taxi. Before getting into the car, little Momi turned back and waved to Gu Yuan, saying, "Daddy, come back soon." Gu Yuan waved to her and watched the taxi disappear around the street corner. Then, he turned and walked toward the car that had been smashed to pieces. The car was covered in dents and a piece of the window was broken. It looked terrible, but it can still be driven. Gu Yuan got into the driver's seat and started the engine. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes as cold as ice. Chen Feng, this debt needs to be settled. Chapter 38, Don't Be Foolish. The car drove through the bustling streets and turned into the villa area where Chen Feng's family lived. Finally, it stopped downstairs at Chen Feng's house. Gu Yuan pushed open the car door and got out. His clothes were still stained with blood, and his face had bruises. But he didn't care. He walked to the door and began to knock. Inside the house, the restaurant was brightly lit, and the tables were laden with sumptuous dishes. Chen Feng sat in the main seat, all smiles, pouring wine for Chen Weiwei. "Sister, this meal is specially prepared for you today." He raised his glass, his tone full of flattery. "I was ignorant and idle before, which made you worry. Today I promise you that starting tomorrow, I will find a proper job, take good care of Mom and Dad, and never let you worry about things at home again." Looking at her younger brother, Chen Weiwei felt a surge of relief. Is this child finally growing up? Wang Li chimed in. "Yes, sister. Chen Feng really knows he was wrong this time. He told me he was a jerk before, and he'll definitely change. Sister, please forgive him this time." Chen's mother was also wiping away tears. "Weiwei, Xiaofeng really knows he was wrong this time. Please give him a chance." Looking into her brother's sincere eyes, Chen Weiwei finally felt relieved. She nodded, took the wine Wang Li offered, and was about to drink it. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door. Chen Feng frowned. "Who is it? I'll go get it." He put down his wine glass, walked to the door, and opened it. Then he froze. Standing at the door was Gu Yuan. He was disheveled, his face covered in blood, and his eyes were as cold as knives. Chen Feng's expression changed instantly. Gu Yuan, how is it you?" Gu Yuan looked at him, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Surprised? Why am I standing here instead of lying in a hospital?" Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat, but he forced a calm expression. What nonsense are you spouting? You're not welcome in our home. Get out of here." He reached out to close the door, but the door was only halfway opened when Gu Yuan grabbed it. Gu Yuan's hands gripped the door frame like iron clamps, remaining completely still. Chen Feng strained with all his might, his face turning red, but the door seemed welded shut, and he couldn't close it no matter what he did. The next second, Gu Yuan suddenly let go. Chen Feng lost his balance and fell forward, his forehead slamming hard against the door frame. Bang! With a muffled thud, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his nose, blood streaming from between his fingers. Ouch! That hurts so much. Inside the restaurant, Chen Weiwei and her two companions heard the commotion and quickly gathered around. Everyone was stunned by what they saw at the door. Gu Yuan stood outside the door, covered in blood, his eyes cold and stern. Chen Feng sat on the ground, covering his nose, his hands covered in blood, looking utterly disheveled. Wang Li screamed and rushed over. Husband, are you all right?" Chen's mother panicked and rushed over to help her son up. Seeing his face covered in blood, she was heartbroken and burst into tears. "Xiaofeng, how did you bleed so much? My poor son, who the hell killed you?" Although she didn't say it explicitly, her gaze was already fixed fiercely on Gu Yuan. Chen Weiwei's face also darkened. She looked at Gu Yuan, her voice as cold as ice. "Gu Yuan, give me an explanation." Gu Yuan didn't speak, he just looked at her. Chen Weiwei took a deep breath, suppressing her anger. "Even if Xiaofeng is wrong, you don't have to come all the way here to beat him up, do you?" Gu Yuan smiled. That smile was full of sarcasm. "It can't be that bad." His voice was soft, yet it was like a knife piercing everyone's heart. "Do you know what he did?" Chen Weiwei frowned. "What?" Gu Yuan said, enunciating each word clearly. He hired a bunch of thugs to break my legs. If the police hadn't arrived in time, I would be crippled now. Chen Weiwei's heart skipped a beat. Gu Yuan continued. That's not all. But what he shouldn't have done was to seek revenge on Hong Li as well. What does this have to do with her? What means does Chen Feng have? He could have come at me directly, but he actually ordered that bunch of scum to slash Hong Li's face. His voice grew louder and louder until it was almost a shout. Tell me, should I confront him? Chen Weiwei was stunned. She understands Gu Yuan. They had been together for 5 years, and she had never seen him like this before. It was just like an enraged wild beast. He is not a liar. So is what he said true? Did Chen Feng really do such a thing? She slowly turned her head and looked at Chen Feng. That look in his eyes was so cold it sent chills down your spine. Chen Feng felt guilty and lowered his head, avoiding eye contact after being swept by that gaze. But he didn't say anything, and Wang Li jumped out. She pointed at Gu Yuan, her voice shrill like a knife. You're making baseless accusations. My husband didn't do such a thing. On the contrary, it was you who came to my door and beat my husband. We saw it all clearly. Gu, you'd better wait to face a lawsuit. Chen's mother also defended her son. That's right. Gu Yuan, stop trying to frame me. Our Xiao Feng is not that kind of person. I haven't even settled the score with you for injuring my son last time, and now you dare to lay a hand on me again? Let me tell you, this is not over. Gu Yuan looked at them coldly, his tone as calm as if stating a fact. Whether I am slandering or framing someone, everything will come to light once the police arrest Brother Biao and interrogate him. He paused, his gaze sweeping past Wang Li and Chen's mother, fixed intently on Chen Feng. But before that, I need to vent my anger for Hong Li. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Upon hearing the words, Brother Biao, Chen Feng completely panicked. He hid behind Chen's mother, his voice trembling. Gu Yuan. What are you going to do? I'm warning you. This is my house. You dare to barge in and try. Gu Yuan took a step forward. Chen Feng was so frightened that he shrank back again, shielding his mother in front of him. Chen's mother spread her arms to protect her son, her neck stiff as she shouted, Gu Yuan, you dare to hit my son in front of me? Don't be so arrogant. Wang Li took out her phone, pointed the camera at Gu Yuan, and said in a provocative tone, Mom, don't stop him. Let him try hitting me. I'm recording it. If he dares to hit me, I'll send him to work on a sewing machine. Gu Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he was about to step forward. A hand stopped him. Gu Yuan. Chen Weiwei stood in front of him, looking at him with a complicated expression. Don't be silly. Her voice was very low. Only the two of them could hear it. Don't forget, Nanan is still waiting for you at home. Gu Yuan was stunned. His daughter's name was like a bucket of cold water poured over his heart. The murderous intent in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a deep weariness. Seeing this, Chen Weiwei pressed her advantage and turned to Chen Feng. Chen Feng, tell me the truth. Is what Gu Yuan said true or not? Chapter 39. It doesn't matter. Chen Feng looked completely innocent. Sister, how can you not believe me? I've really been wronged. Wang Li chimed in. Sister, Chen Feng is such a coward. How could he do something like this? I think it was all orchestrated by that guy surnamed Gu, just trying to extort money from people. Chen's mother retorted confidently. Yes, Weiwei. How can you trust an outsider instead of your own brother? Chen Weiwei ignored them and stared at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I'll ask you one last time. Were those two things Gu Yuan mentioned orchestrated by you? Chen Feng felt uneasy under her gaze, but he still forced a smile and said, Sis, how many times do I have to explain? I really didn't do it. Chen's mother became anxious. Weiwei, Xiaofeng is your own brother. He may be idle and lazy, but when has he ever done anything illegal or criminal since he was a child? How can you doubt your own brother just because you believe one outsider's side of the story? Chen Weiwei fell silent. She looked at Chen Feng, then at Gu Yuan, torn between the two. On one side is her younger brother, and on the other is her ex-husband. Whom should she believe? Seeing her hesitant expression, Gu Yuan suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He said calmly, This is what the police got from the thugs they arrested. Unless the police made a mistake, I would never be wrong. Chen Feng immediately jumped up. You're talking nonsense. I don't know this Brother Biao at all. You're clearly framing me. Wang Li chimed in. Sister, why waste words with him? This is our home. How can we let an outsider bully us? I'm calling my family right now, telling my brother to bring more people and teach him a lesson. Enough! Chen Weiwei interrupted her with a sharp shout. She took a deep breath and looked at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan, if it turns out that Chen Feng was really behind this in the end, the police should handle it as they see fit, and I will not cover it up. She paused, then her tone hardened. But before that, please leave. Gu Yuan did not move. Chen Weiwei looked at him with a warning in her eyes. If you want to turn a good argument into a bad one and get yourself thrown in jail first, then I won't stop you. Stop you. At worst, I'll raise Xiao and Womi myself. Gu Yuan's eyes finally showed a change. Daughter. He couldn't let her never see her father. He stared intently at Chen Feng for a long time. Then, he slowly took a step back and stepped outside the door. Wang Li was unwilling to give up. Sister, he's already bullied us so much. We can't just let him go. Shut up. Chen Weiwei gave a cold shout, and Wang Li immediately fell silent. Seeing Gu Yuan retreat, a hint of smugness flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. He leaned close to the door, and as the door closed, he lowered his voice and said in a tone only the two of them could hear, "It's a real pity that we couldn't disfigure that slut this time." He paused, a vicious smile creeping onto his lips. Next time, I'll just have someone gang rape her. Gu Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. The next second, he kicked open the half-closed door. The kick was fast and powerful, sending Chen Feng flying backward and crashing hard into the wall. Say it again. Gu Yuan rushed forward, grabbed his collar, and lifted him up from the ground, his eyes filled with furious killing intent. Chen Feng was terrified, but he quickly recovered and shouted at the top of his lungs. Sis, did you see that? I didn't provoke him this time. He attacked first. Chen Weiwei rushed over and saw her younger brother being grabbed by the collar by Gu Yuan, his face full of terror. She was both anxious and angry. Gu Yuan, what are you doing? Let him go. Gu Yuan didn't let go, his eyes fixed on Chen Feng. If you have the guts, repeat what you just said. Chen Feng feigned innocence. What did I say? Gu Yuan, don't push your luck, this is my house. Before he could finish speaking, he screamed in agony. Gu Yuan punched him in the face, hitting him squarely on the bridge of his nose. Blood spurted out again, splattering on the two men. Wang Li screamed and rushed forward, pinching and scratching Gu Yuan. You're crazy. Let go of my husband. Chen's mother rushed up, cursing and punching Gu Yuan in the back. You heartless bastard. How dare you hit my son? I'll fight you to the death. Gu Yuan ignored them and let them beat and scold him. He just kept punching Chen Feng in the face, as if he wanted to vent all his anger. You dare to insult her. 1 punch. I'll teach you to touch her. 2 punches. You're asking for it. 3 punches. Chen Feng was beaten until his face was covered in blood, and he screamed in agony. Chen Weiwei stood there, watching this scene, her mind blank. She wanted to rush up and pull Gu Yuan away, but her feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, and she couldn't move them no matter what. She saw the madness in Gu Yuan's eyes, the blood on his face, and how he would do anything for another woman. That person was once her husband, and now, he's risking his life for another woman. Bang! A muffled thud. A wine bottle exploded on Gu Yuan's head. Glass shards flew everywhere, and red wine mixed with blood flowed down his head and face. Everyone was stunned. Gu Yuan slowly turned his head to look behind him. Chen Weiwei stood there, still holding half a wine bottle in her hand, her whole body trembling. She met Gu Yuan's gaze, which held shock, disbelief, and deep disappointment. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found that she couldn't say anything. Gu Yuan stared at her for a long time. Then, he sighed and laughed. That smile was filled with both sorrow and relief. It doesn't matter anymore, he said softly. Chen Weiwei didn't hear clearly. What did you say? Gu Yuan shook his head and said nothing more. Just then, hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Several police officers rushed in. The one leading the group was the same male police officer he had met at the police station before. He was stunned when he saw the scene inside the room. Chen Feng lay on the ground with his face covered in blood, while Wang Li and Chen's mother cried out beside him. Gu Yuan stood there with his head covered in blood, and Chen Weiwei held a broken wine bottle in her hand. He roughly understood what was going on. When Wang Li saw the police, it was like seeing a savior. She pointed at Gu Yuan and shouted shrilly, "Officers, it's him. He broke into my house and beat my husband. Arrest him." The male police officer glanced at Gu Yuan, but didn't make things difficult for him. He simply showed his badge in a businesslike manner. "Sir, Please come with us for questioning. Gu Yuan nodded and obediently extended his hands. Chen's mother chased after him, yelling, Gu Yuan, you heartless bastard. You dare hit my son. This time you'll be locked up in jail for years. Chen Feng lay on the ground, covering his face, a sinister glint in his eyes. Gu Yuan, you're still too green to mess with me. This time, you won't get out so easily once you're in. Gu Yuan was taken to the police car. Chen Weiwei stood at the door, watching the police car disappear from sight, her mind blank. The broken bottle in my hand had fallen to the ground at some point and shattered into several pieces. She looked down at the fragments, recalling the look in Gu Yuan's eyes before he left. She would never forget that look in her eyes. It doesn't matter, he said. What's the meaning? What does it mean to be indifferent? She didn't know. All she knew was that something had shattered completely at that moment. It shattered like a glass bottle on the ground and can never be put back together. Chapter 40. Please stay away. Night was falling. In Gu Yuan's residential compound, lights were turned on in every household. In the living room, soft lighting shone down, and the TV was playing Xiao Nuomi's favorite cartoon. But Xiao Nuomi couldn't concentrate at all today. She nestled in Su Hongli's arms, clutching Su Hongli's clothes with her little hands, and looked up at her, asking, Sister Hongli, why isn't Daddy back yet? Su Hongli looked down at her, her heart softening. She stroked her soft hair and said, Little Nuomi, don't worry, Daddy is probably on his way back. But, little Nuomi pouted, Daddy never used to come home this late. He promised me he would come home earlier. Su Hongli also felt somewhat uneasy. More than an hour has passed. Logically speaking, Gu Yuan should have returned long ago. She took out her phone and called Gu Yuan again. The phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Su Hongli hung up the phone, her brows furrowing. This is the third call already. Gu Yuan, could something have happened to him? She recalled the look in Gu Yuan's eyes when he left. The coldness deep within them made her feel vaguely uneasy. But she comforted herself, thinking that Gu Yuan was just going to talk to Chen Feng and wouldn't actually take action, would he? He was such a rational person. Sister Hongli, little Nuomi tugged at her sleeve again. Can you call Daddy again? Seeing her expectant eyes, Su Hongli nodded. Okay, I'll play one more. She pressed the dial button and held the phone to her ear. The call was connected. Su Hongli breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Yuan, where did you go? Why aren't you back yet? Aren't you back yet? Xiao Nuomi misses you so much. However, it wasn't Gu Yuan's voice that came from the other end of the phone. Instead, a strange female voice spoke in a formulaic tone. Hello, are you a family member of Mr. Gu Yuan? This is the Changdong police station, and I am the officer on duty. Mr. Gu Yuan has been criminally detained on suspicion of intentionally injuring others. According to regulations, we need to notify his family. Su Hongli was stunned. She didn't hear a single word that followed. Criminal detention? Intentional injury? Gu Yuan? Hello? Are you listening? Came the voice on the other end of the phone. Su Hongli snapped out of her daze, her voice trembling slightly. I'm listening. May I ask, how is he now? Can I go see him? According to regulations, family members are temporarily not allowed to visit during criminal detention. You can hire a lawyer to come to the office to find out more about the situation. Also, Mr. Gu Yuan asked me to tell you to take good care of Xiao Nuomi and not to worry about him. Okay, thank you. Su Hongli hung up the phone and stood there stunned. Criminal detention. Intentional injury. These words swirled in her mind, becoming a jumbled mess. Gu Yuan really made a move? Didn't he say he was just going to talk? How could this be? Sister Red Carp? Little Nuomi's voice pulled her back to reality. What did Daddy say? When is he coming back? Su Hongli looked down at the little guy's bright eyes and felt a pang of sadness. She crouched down, trying to keep her voice steady. Little Nuomi, Daddy, has some things to take care of. He might not be able to come back tonight. Little Nuomi paused for a moment, her little mouth slowly pursing. Daddy's not coming back. It's not that he's not coming back. It's just, Su Hongli thought for a moment, then changed her words. Dad is handling something very important, and he might not be back for a couple of days. How about I stay with you for the next couple of days? Little Nuomi looked at her, and her eyes slowly reddened. But she was very sensible and didn't cry. She just nodded vigorously and said, Okay. Su Hongli felt a pang of pain in her heart and pulled her into her arms. Don't be afraid, Sister Red Carp is here. She raised her head and looked out at the dark night, her eyes gradually hardening. Gu Yuan, don't worry. I will definitely rescue you. Police station. When Su Hongli arrived with Xiao Nuomi, it was already past 9 o'clock at night. The police station was brightly lit, and several police cars were parked on the side of the road. As soon as she entered the hall, she bumped into two acquaintances, Chen Weiwei and Wang Li. They had just finished giving their statements. When Wang Li looked up and saw Su Hongli, she was stunned for a moment, and then a smug smile appeared on her face. Oh, she drawled, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Isn't this the convict's lover? What? Can't wait to send prison food to that Gu guy? Su Hongli's eyes instantly turned cold, but she ignored Wang Li and simply hugged Xiao Nuomi closer to her. Little Nuomi was so frightened by Wang Li's face that she shrank into Su Hongli's arms. Seeing that Su Hongli ignored her, Wang Li became even more aggressive, took a step forward, and threw her sharp and sarcastic words like knives. Why aren't you saying anything? Weren't you very arrogant at the nail salon? Didn't you tell me to apologize to you? Now that your lover's in jail, do you know what's what? Su Hongli raised her head and looked at her coldly. If you dare to talk nonsense again, believe me, I'll tear your mouth apart. Wang Li felt a chill run down her spine when that gaze swept over her, and instinctively took a step back. But she quickly realized, what was there to be afraid of? This was the police station. Did she really dare to lay a hand on her? Who are you trying to scare? Wang Li puffed out her chest and stuck out her neck. Try tearing one off. You really think I'm afraid of you? Enough! A sharp shout interrupted the standoff between the two. Chen Weiwei stepped forward and gave Wang Li a cold look. Wang Li reluctantly shut her mouth, but she couldn't hide the smug expression on her face. Chen Weiwei ignored her and instead looked at the daughter in Su Hongli's arms. Little Nuomi nestled in Su Hongli's arms, her little hands gripping her clothes tightly, only half of her face showing. Chen Weiwei felt a pang of sadness. That was her daughter. She reached out her hand, forcing a gentle smile on her face. Little Nuomi, come to mommy. She was confident that with Gu Yuan gone, her daughter would definitely be closer to her. After all, she is Xiao Nuomi's biological mother. But the next second, reality slapped her in the face. Little Nuomi glanced at her, shook her head, and snuggled closer to Su Hongli. They had absolutely no intention of going there. Chen Weiwei's hand froze in midair. The smile on his face froze. She looked at her daughter in disbelief. The daughter who would rush to her whenever she saw her, the daughter who would sweetly call her mommy, was now nestled in another woman's arms, shaking her head at her. Su Hongli glanced down at Xiao Nuomi and said softly, Sister Weiwei, since Xiao Nuomi doesn't want to go, let me take her with me first. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her. Wang Li jumped out again. Who do you think you are? Xiao Nuomi is our family's child. Why should you, an outsider, take care of her? Give Xiao Nuomi back to us right now. She was about to step forward and grab the person when she said that. Little Nuomi was frightened by her fierce appearance. Her little mouth pursed, tears welled up in her eyes, and she clung to Su Hongli even tighter. Su Hongli stepped back, protecting Xiao Nuomi, and looked coldly at Wang Li. Please stay away. Can't you see that Xiao Nuomi doesn't like you at all? Wang Li wanted to say something, but Chen Weiwei stopped her. Chen Weiwei is not blind. She saw it very clearly. The little girl looked at Wang Li with fear and resistance in her eyes. That wasn't an act. This is enough to prove how badly Wang Li, the aunt, usually treats Xiao Nuomi. Otherwise, Xiao Nuomi would never have reacted this way. Chen Weiwei took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions in her heart, and looked at Su Hongli. Ms. Su, I know you're very good to Xiao Nuomi, but after all, I'm one of Xiao Nuomi's closest relatives. Now that Xiao Nuomi's father has been detained, it's only right that I, as her mother, should take care of her. What do you think? Chapter 41. Miss Chen, you really are heartless. That makes perfect sense. No one would have any reason to refuse. Su Hongli simply smiled faintly. Sister Weiwei, I don't think it's necessary for the time being. Chen Weiwei frowned. What do you mean? Because Gu Yuan will be out soon. Su Hongli spoke calmly, as if stating a fact. Wang Li laughed as soon as she heard this, laughing so hard she almost fell over. Soon? You think the police station is your private property, where you can release whoever you want. Let me tell you, that guy surnamed Gu beat my husband so badly. This time he won't be out until he's in jail for 10 or 8 years. Su Hongli didn't even glance at her, her gaze remaining fixed on Chen Weiwei's face. Sister Weiwei, do you think so too? Chen Weiwei fell silent. Su Hongli then asked. Then let me ask another question. Sister Weiwei, do you know why Gu Yuan wanted to harm your brother? Chen Weiwei was stunned for a moment. Of course she knew. Gu Yuan explained clearly that Chen Feng had hired someone to break his legs and disfigure Su Hongli's face. But she nodded with a complicated expression. I know. Su Hongli then asked, so, do you believe what Gu Yuan said, or do you not? This question was like a knife, stabbing straight into Chen Weiwei's heart. She fell silent. Believe it or not, the younger brother said he was wronged. Gu Yuan said he hired someone to injure people. Whom should she believe? She opened her mouth, but could only utter that ambiguous sentence. I cannot answer this question until the police have investigated the matter thoroughly. Su Hongli looked at her and smiled. There was no sarcasm in that smile, only a faint disappointment. I see, she said softly. Even after being married for 5 years, you still don't trust Gu Yuan. She paused, then her tone turned cold. Miss Chen, you really are heartless. Chen Weiwei's face flushed red instantly. An inexplicable anger welled up inside her. On what grounds? What gives you the right, Su Hongli, to say that about me? Even if we take a step back, her tone turned cold. Even if Chen Feng really did that kind of thing, Gu Yuan shouldn't have hit him. He's an adult, and adults should pay the price for their actions. Su Hongli looked at her without saying a word. That look made Chen Weiwei feel inexplicably uneasy. After a few seconds, Su Hongli spoke calmly. Miss Chen, please remember what you said today. After saying that, she picked up Xiao Nuomi and turned to leave. Wang Li shouted from behind. TCH, what's with the attitude? I'll make you kneel down and beg me for mercy sooner or later. Su Hongli didn't even turn her head. After she left, Chen Weiwei turned around and looked coldly at Wang Li. Wang Li, tell me the truth. Was that guy called Brother Biao really instructed by Chen Feng? Wang Li's smugness froze for a moment, but she quickly recovered. Sister, why are you still holding on to this? I can testify that it really has nothing to do with Chen Feng. It must be Gu Yuan framing me. Chen Weiwei stared at her for a long time. That look in his eyes sent chills down Wang Li's spine. Finally, Chen Weiwei withdrew her gaze, her tone cold and hard. That's for the best. If I find out you're lying, don't expect me to clean up your mess. After saying that, she left in her high heels. As I stepped out of the police station, a cool night breeze blew by. Chen Weiwei stood at the door and watched Su Hongli carry Xiao Nuomi into a taxi. The scene was jarring. What she didn't admit was that after hearing Wang Li's words, I'll make you kneel down and beg me sooner or later, she actually felt a little satisfied. Because when facing Su Hongli, she always felt inexplicably insecure. That girl was so calm and composed, as if she wasn't afraid of anything. But what about now? Gu Yuan went inside. No matter how powerful Su Hongli is, what can she do? Don't you still have to beg people everywhere? Chen Weiwei secretly hoped to see Su Hongli's humble and submissive demeanor. This time, it seems, is an opportunity. At the same time, she also wanted Gu Yuan to understand a principle. You, Gu Yuan, will never be able to live a good life without me, Chen Weiwei. She, Su Hongli, is younger and prettier than me, but so what? If you really run into trouble, she can't help you at all. This time, she not only wanted to make Su Hongli bow her head, but more importantly, she wanted to make Gu Yuan understand who was the one who could truly help him. Chen Weiwei took a deep breath and walked towards her car. The red Porsche drove into the night and disappeared at the end of the street. Gu Yuan's family. Su Hongli carried Xiao Nuomi through the door. The lights were still on in the living room, and cartoons were playing on the TV. Everything was just as it had been when I left. But the smile on Xiao Nuomi's face was gone. She sat on the sofa, her eyes red-rimmed. Even though she was young, she could sense that her father wouldn't be able to come back to her side anytime soon. Red cart, mommy. She tugged at Su Hongli's hand, her voice small. How much longer until Daddy comes back? Su Hongli felt a pang of sadness. She crouched down, looked into Xiao Nuomi's eyes, which were exactly like Gu Yuan's, and said softly, Xiao Nuomi, don't worry. I promise you, Daddy will be back soon. Little Nuomi's eyes lit up. Really? Su Hongli pinched her little cheek and smiled gently. You've already called me Mom, so of course I wouldn't lie to you. The little one then stopped crying and burst into laughter, throwing himself into her arms. That's wonderful. Long live red cart, mommy. Su Hongli hugged her and gently patted her back. The little guy's laughter rang in my ears, as clear and melodious as a silver bell. But Su Hongli's heart was heavy. Once Xiao Nuomi fell asleep, she gently placed her on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Then, she went to the living room and took out her phone, scrolled down the contacts list, finally stopping at a note. Dad. Her finger hovered above the screen, not falling for a long time. She has never called that number since the day she ran away from home. She didn't reply to any of the messages her father sent. But now, Su Hongli took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Images of Gu Yuan covered in blood flashed through my mind as he desperately stood in front of the car, and his final, weary smile. That man was willing to give up his life for her. How could she ignore him? She opened her eyes, her gaze hardening. Press the dial button with your finger. The call connected, and a beeping tone sounded. At the same time, the top-floor conference room of the Su Group building. An important meeting is underway. Su Yuanxiao sat in the main seat, dressed in a suit and tie, his face stern, listening to his subordinates report on their work. Suddenly, my phone vibrated. He frowned and glanced at the screen. He hates being interrupted during meetings. No one ever dared to call him during a meeting. But when he saw the note flashing on the screen, my precious daughter, he was completely taken aback. He was completely stunned. The next second, he suddenly stood up, causing the chair to move back half a meter. That concludes today's meeting. After saying that, he picked up his phone and rushed out of the conference room in a hurry. The room was left with a group of executives looking at each other in disbelief, their faces showing expressions of utter disbelief. Chapter 42, No Regrets. What happened to Chairman Su? Am I seeing things? Chairman Su. Chairman Su actually answered the phone during the meeting? Who on earth called that made Chairman Su take it so seriously? Only Lu Yaoyao, sitting in the assistant's seat, had a faint smile on her lips. They seemed to have already guessed who was calling. Who was calling? In the corridor outside the conference room, Su Yuanxiao took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. Hello? Red Carp. His voice was filled with caution, expectation, and a hint of guilt. Su Hongli was silent for 2 seconds before speaking, her voice as cold as if it were separated by a thin layer of ice. There's something I need your help with. On the other end of the phone, Su Yuanxiao was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected his daughter to speak in this tone, without any address, greetings, or even a single unnecessary word. Just a cold, indifferent sentence. There's something I need your help with. It's like talking to a stranger. But Su Yuanxiao couldn't care less about any of that. He hurriedly replied, Hongli, you're my daughter. What's this talk of helping or not? No matter what it is, Dad will definitely help you get it done. As soon as he said it, he regretted it. What if his daughter tries to negotiate with him again? What if she wants him to leave Lu Yaoyao again? But he couldn't care less. These past few days, his daughter hasn't answered his calls or replied to his messages, and he can't sleep at night, fearing that she's being mistreated outside. Now that she's finally taken the initiative to call him, he'd give her his life if it meant it. Su Hongli remained silent for a few seconds. In those few seconds, Su Yuanxiao's heart was in his throat. Then, Su Hongli briefly mentioned a name and a matter. Su Yuanxiao frowned after hearing this, but his tone remained gentle. Okay, I understand. Don't worry, I'll handle this. Okay, Su Hongli replied, then hung up the phone. There was no goodbye, no thank you. That's how it ended. Su Yuanxiao held his phone, listening to the busy tone on the other end, his heart filled with mixed feelings. But soon, a smile appeared on his face. In any case, his daughter took the initiative to contact him. This is progress. He put away his phone and turned to walk back. Just as I reached the corner of the corridor, I ran into Lu Yaoyao. She was wearing a beige suit, her long hair was tied up, and a faint smile played on her lips as she leaned against the wall, looking at him. You're laughing so happily, she said softly. Looks like the red carp is finally paying attention to you. Su Yuanxiao was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Yaoyao, you really can't hide anything from me. He sighed. You predicted it. Gu Yuan got into trouble, and Hongli had no choice but to ask me for help. Lu Yaoyao nodded, a knowing glint in her eyes. Hongli is so proud, she said, yet now she's willing to ask you, her father, for help because of that guy. It seems she really loves that Gu Yuan to death. Su Yuanxiao's smile suddenly froze. He frowned, a hint of displeasure in his voice. That kid had better know his place. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I might do. Lu Yaoyao couldn't help but laugh at his protective attitude. She stepped forward, took his arm, and said with a hint of coquettishness, all right, If it weren't for Gu Yuan, Hongli would still be giving you the cold shoulder. At least for this, you should thank him properly. Su Yuanxiao remained silent. That's true. If Gu Yuan hadn't gotten into trouble, his daughter probably would never have called him on her own initiative. He sighed. As long as that kid doesn't try anything with my daughter, Su Yuanxiao, will never treat him unfairly. Lu Yaoyao smiled and didn't say anything more. She knew in her heart that these words were probably a waste of time. Gu Yuan had long been targeted by Hongli. Whether he makes a move or not, is it up to him? At the same time, Chen Feng's villa. In the bedroom, Chen Feng lay half reclined on the bed, his face wrapped in gauze, bruised and swollen, looking utterly disheveled. Wang Li sat on the edge of the bed, peeling an apple for him while muttering curses under her breath. That bastard surnamed Gu. He actually went too far. He'd better die in prison. Otherwise, when he gets out, I'll never forgive him. Chen Feng took the apple, took a bite, and winced in pain. But he had a smug smile on his face. Don't worry, wife. Now that we've sent him in, he won't be able to get out easily. Wang Li's eyes lit up. Honey, your move was brilliant. It made Gu Yuan lose his temper and completely under your control. Chen Feng chuckled, but the movement aggravated the wound on his face, causing him to gasp in pain. But he couldn't help being smug. Does he really think I, Chen Feng, am someone to be trifled with? Try to mess with me? That pretty boy will only get played to death. Wang Li couldn't stop smiling. After laughing for a while, she suddenly thought of something, and her face turned serious again. Honey, what if the police really catch that Brother Biao? Will he betray you? When Brother Biao was mentioned, Chen Feng's expression changed. He put down the apple and frowned. Regardless of the circumstances, it is a fact that he hired someone to injure others. Once the police find out this, it will ultimately be disadvantageous for him. But he thought for a moment, then relaxed. It's all right. This case didn't cause any serious consequences, and even if there is a sentence, it shouldn't be severe. He paused, a shrewd glint in his eyes. Besides, as long as Brother Biao isn't stupid, he shouldn't betray me. At worst, I'll just give him a kickback later. If he really betrays me, it'll be like ruining his own reputation, and doing that won't do him any good. Wang Li was relieved after hearing this. But then she remembered something, leaned close to Chen Feng's ear, and whispered, Honey, do you think that guy surnamed Gu has any powerful backers? Chen Feng scoffed. Him? A stay-at-home dad who only knows how to take care of the kids. Without my sister, he's nothing. What kind of backing could he possibly have? He recalled Gu Yuan's impoverished appearance and said with disdain, if he really had powerful connections, he wouldn't have been so quiet after my sister kicked him out. Wang Li thought about it and realized it made sense. But she was still not satisfied. Honey, I always feel that letting that guy surnamed Gu go to jail is too lenient on him. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Wife, do you have any better methods? A glint of greed flashed in Wang Li's eyes. Honey, have you forgotten? That guy still has 5 million in his hands. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. You mean, let's make him cough up the money first. Wang Li smiled sinisterly. Once he's out of money, we can do whatever we want with him, right? Chen Feng slapped his thigh. Wife, you're so smart. I'm going to find Gu Yuan right now. Wang Li pulled him back. Hey honey, don't rush. A calculating glint flashed in her eyes. Let's leave him hanging for a couple of days. Let him come begging to us himself. Then, won't we be able to do whatever we say? Chen Feng thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, I'll listen to my wife. The two looked at each other and laughed like two mice that had stolen oil. Detention center. It's late at night. The small room contained only a hard bed and an iron window. Gu Yuan sat on the ground, leaning against the cold wall, staring blankly at the small patch of night sky outside the window. The window. He knew he had acted impulsively this time, but he doesn't regret it. If he were given another chance, he would still beat Chen Feng up. That bastard, how dare he say such a thing? Next time, I'll just have someone gang rape her. These words were like a thorn stuck in his heart. He just regretted not throwing more punches at the time. But what should I do about my daughter? Did she know she had been arrested? The little one has never been separated from him for so long before. Will he feel uncomfortable? Will she cry? Gu Yuan closed his eyes, a sharp pain shooting through his heart. He recalled how the little girl would stand at the door waving her little hand every morning when he took her to kindergarten. Dad, please pick me up early after school. He remembered Xiao Nuomi's bright, sparkling eyes as she nestled in his arms every night, listening to stories. Dad, and then what? And then what? But now, she can't find her father. Will she be scared? Will she cry? Gu Yuan clenched his fist, his nails digging into his palm. Just then, the iron gate was opened with a loud bang. Gu Yuan, someone is looking for you. Come out. Gu Yuan paused for a moment, then stood up and followed the supervisor out. Chapter 43. She owes her even more. The meeting room was dimly lit. A long table, 2 chairs, separated by a glass partition. A woman sat across the glass. She was around 30 years old, wearing a black business suit. Her long hair was neatly tied up, her features were exquisite and aloof, and she exuded a kind of ascetic beauty. She sat there with her back straight, exuding a powerful aura. Gu Yuan paused for a moment, then walked over and sat down in the chair. The woman looked at him and spoke first. Hello, Mr. Gu. My name is Hanyu. From now on, I will be your defense lawyer. Her voice was cool and clear, and her speech was neither too fast nor too slow, revealing the competence of a professional woman. As she spoke, she took a business card out of her bag and handed it over through the gap under the glass. I was sent by Miss Su Hongli. Gu Yuan took the business card and glanced at it. The business card was simple, a white cardstock with a few lines of text printed on it. Hanyu, Chief Lawyer, Legal Department, Su Group. Years of practice, 12 years. Areas of expertise, criminal defense, commercial litigation. Gu Yuan looked at the line of words, his heart filled with mixed feelings. Legal Department of Su Group. Chief Counsel. 12 years of professional experience. He knew that Su Hongli had made her move. As the daughter of the Su Group, it's perfectly reasonable for that girl to seek help from her own lawyer. But Gu Yuan did not feel relieved. Instead, I felt even worse. Because this way, I owe her even more. Hanyu seemed to see through his thoughts and said calmly, Mr. Gu, the cases I handle don't require the parties involved to think too much. You just need to cooperate with me and tell the truth. Leave the rest to me. Gu Yuan nodded and put away the business card. Okay. Thank you, Attorney Han. For the next half hour, Hanyu inquired in detail about the whole incident. From Chun Feng hiring thugs to injure someone, to Brother Biao leading a group to stop the car, to Gu Yuan going to Chun Feng's house to demand an explanation, and then to Chun Feng's words that enraged him. Gu Yuan told the whole story without hiding anything. Hanyu listened while taking notes in her notebook, occasionally asking 1 or 2 key questions. After asking her questions, she closed her notebook, stood up, and said, Mr. Gu, I have a pretty good understanding of the situation. I'll take my leave now. Gu Yuan also stood up, looking at her back, and suddenly spoke. Attorney Han. Hanyu stopped and turned to look at him. Mr. Gu, is there anything else? Gu Yuan hesitated for a moment, then asked, Attorney Han, if I may be so bold as to ask, how long would the sentence typically be in my case? He paused, his voice somewhat hoarse. I want to be mentally prepared. Hanyu looked at him and suddenly smiled. The smile was faint, yet it exuded a reassuring power. Mr. Gu, she said, out of respect for the rules, I cannot answer your question at this time. She paused, then spoke with certainty. However, please trust my professional abilities. After saying that, she turned and left. The high heels clicked crisply on the cement floor. As Gu Yuan watched her figure disappear through the doorway, a glimmer of hope suddenly welled up in his heart. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the iron bars, but it offered no warmth whatsoever. Gu Yuan had already woken up and was sitting on the bed, staring blankly out the window. Suddenly, the iron gate was flung open with a loud bang. Gu Yuan, come out. You can leave now. Gu Yuan was stunned. Walk. What's the meaning? He stood up and followed the supervisor out. As he walked out of the detention center after completing the formalities, the sunlight was so bright that he couldn't open his eyes. He squinted, and after a while, his eyes adjusted, he could finally see the scene before him clearly. There were 2 people, one big and one small, standing at the door. Su Hongli was wearing the same clothes as yesterday. Her hair was a little messy, and her eyes were red. Clearly she hadn't slept all night. Little Momi was wearing a light pink dress, with 2 little braids, and her little hands were tightly holding Su Hongli's hands. When she saw Gu Yuan come out, Xiao Momi's eyes lit up immediately. She let go of Su Hongli's hand, and with her short legs, she ran quickly towards Gu Yuan. Dad! That cry was heart-wrenching. Gu Yuan felt a pang of sadness, squatted down, and opened his arms. Little Momi buried her face in his neck, sobbing uncontrollably. Daddy, I miss you so much. Wah, where did you go? I thought you didn't want me anymore. Gu Yuan held her in his arms, feeling her small body trembling, and his eyes reddened. He gently patted her back, his voice choked with emotion. Little Nwomi, be good. Daddy's here. How could Daddy not want you? Daddy misses you too. Little Nwomi looked up at him, her eyes brimming with tears, her little mouth pouting. Then you can't ever see me again. Okay, Daddy promises. Pinky promise. Pinky promise. The father and daughter hooked their little fingers together, as if they had completed a sacred ritual. At this moment, Su Hongli walked over. She stood in front of Gu Yuan, her eyes red-rimmed, her lips tightly pressed together, without saying a word. Just look at him. Gu Yuan raised his head and met her eyes. In those eyes, there were tears, sorrow, and heartache. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found that he couldn't say anything. Finally, all he could manage to squeeze out was, "Red carp. I'm sorry for making you worry." Su Hongli stared at him, and tears finally rolled down her cheeks. "Liar," she whispered, her voice hoarse. Gu Yuan was taken aback. "What did you promise me yesterday?" Su Hongli's voice was trembling with tears, yet she stubbornly refused to show weakness. "Weakness? You said you'd be fine. You said you were just going to talk. You told me to listen to you." She grew angrier as she spoke, and her tears flowed even more fiercely. "And what was the result? When you laid a hand on me, did you think about the consequences? Did you think about Xiao Nwomi? Did you think about me?" Gu Yuan was speechless after being asked that question. He lowered his head, his heart filled with guilt. I'm sorry." Seeing his helpless expression, Su Hongli suddenly burst into laughter through her tears. She wiped away her tears and muttered softly, "Silly boy." Gu Yuan was stunned and looked up at her. She had wiped away her tears, a slight smile playing on her lips. That smile was warmer than the sunshine. What Gu Yuan didn't know was, last night, after learning the whole story, Han Yu immediately called Su Hongli. Han Yu told Su Hongli that Gu Yuan lost control and attacked, because Chen Feng said that sentence. "It's a real shame we couldn't disfigure that bitch this time. Next time, I'll just have someone gang rape her." These words crossed Gu Yuan's bottom line, and that bottom line is her. When Su Hongli learned the truth, she felt a sweet warmth in her heart. This was the first time she had seen Gu Yuan act so impulsively, and it was for her. She said to herself, "Su Hongli, congratulations on taking another big step in his heart." Hee. Chapter 44. He was heartbroken by her. "Red carp, thank you so much this time, otherwise I'm afraid I wouldn't see little Nwomi for a long time." After spending just one night in the detention center, Gu Yuan couldn't sleep a wink because he was worried about his daughter. He couldn't imagine how anxious he would be if he were actually sentenced to several years in prison. "I'm afraid he'll go crazy." Su Hongli glared at him. "You must promise me that you won't be so impulsive again, understand?" "Okay, I've got it." Gu Yuan looked at the girl in front of him. She was looking down at Xiao Nwomi, the sunlight shining on her profile, making her look incredibly gentle. A feeling he had never experienced before suddenly welled up in Gu Yuan's heart. Warm and soft. It's as if something is taking root and sprouting. "Red carp," Gu Yuan called out. Su Hongli looked up. "Let's go home," he said softly. Su Hongli was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Yes." The news of Gu Yuan's release on bail quickly reached the ears of Chen Feng and his wife. At the entrance of the police station, Chen Feng and Wang Li were like two cats whose tails had been stepped on, jumping up and down, their voices so sharp they seemed capable of lifting the roof off. "Why did you release him? That guy surnamed Gu beat my husband up like this. Look at him." Wang Li grabbed Chen Feng, wanting to shove his bruised and swollen face into the policeman's face. "You didn't arrest him after he was beaten like this, but instead released him? Did you take bribes?" Chen Feng chimed in. "That's right. I'm telling you, my sister knows your bureau chief. You're all going to get punished." The two policemen stood at the door, their faces growing colder and colder. The older one in charge patiently explained. Gu Yuan was released on bail because his defense lawyer provided new evidence that met the bail conditions. "If you continue to cause trouble here, you are committing the crime of provoking trouble." "Disorderly conduct?" Wang Li's voice rose another 8 octaves. "We victims are seeking justice, and you call us disorderly conduct? Is there no justice left?" "Yes, this is outrageous," Chen Feng shouted in agreement. Seeing this, the older policeman stopped talking and picked up his walkie-talkie. "There's trouble at the entrance. Send 2 more people." Chen Feng and Wang Li exchanged a glance, somewhat flustered. Before they could react, a red Porsche sped up and screeched to a halt in front of the police station. The car door opened, and Chen Weiwei stepped out in high heels, her face as cold as ice. She immediately saw the shameless and scoundrel-like faces of Chen Feng and Wang Li, and her anger flared up instantly. "Sis, you've come at the right time." Chen Feng rushed over, as if he'd seen a savior. "They're protecting Gu Yuan. Release him. Quickly call their chief." Smack! A resounding slap landed hard on Chen Feng's face. Chen Feng was knocked so hard he staggered, covered his face, and was completely stunned. "Sis, you hit me?" Smack! Another slap. This time it was even more ruthless. Chen Feng took 2 steps back and crashed into the wall. "Apologize to the police officers." Chen Weiwei's voice was as cold as a knife, each word spoken with deliberate emphasis. Chen Feng covered his face. His eyes were red, his lips trembled, and he couldn't speak for a long time. "I'll make you apologize." Chen Feng trembled at his sister's gaze, finally lowering his head and stammering, I'm sorry." Chen Weiwei turned her gaze to Wang Li. Wang Li felt uneasy under her gaze and quickly lowered her head as well, saying, "I'm sorry." The older policeman waved his hand and said, "All right, go now. Don't cause trouble next time." Chen Weiwei nodded, then turned to Chen Feng and Wang Li. "Come with me." After saying that, she walked to the roadside without looking back. Chen Feng and Wang Li followed dejectedly. Under a sycamore tree by the roadside, Chen Weiwei turned around and looked coldly at her younger brother and sister-in-law. Chen Feng covered his face, looking indignant. "Sis, why did you hit me? Do you know that Gu Yuan was released by them?" "Shut up." Chen Weiwei interrupted him, her voice laced with anger. "Chen Feng, let me tell you, I was saving you just now. If you keep causing trouble, it's considered disorderly conduct, which would mean at least 7 days in detention. Do you think the police are joking with you?" Chen Feng was stunned, and Wang Li was also stunned. They hadn't really thought that much about it. They just felt that the bigger the commotion, the better, and it would be best if they could bring Gu Yuan back. Looking at their expressions, Chen Weiwei felt both angry and cold. She took a deep breath and said coldly, "Chen Feng, do you know that Gu Yuan's defense lawyer has already set his sights on you? Let me tell you, you'd better really have nothing to do with that Brother Biao. Otherwise, once Brother Biao gets caught, you can expect to go in with him. No one can protect you." Chen Feng's expression changed instantly. His lips trembled and his voice shook. "Sister, who exactly is this person?" Chen Weiwei sneered. "I don't know his background. But one thing is certain. This lawyer is definitely not simple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to bail Gu Qinggong out in just one night." She paused, then said slowly and deliberately, "Once she catches you doing something wrong, you'll regret it." Chen Feng was utterly terrified. He knelt down with a thud, grabbing Chen Weiwei's hand. "Sister, you have to help me. I'm your own brother. You can't abandon me." Chen Weiwei looked down at him, her heart sinking deeper and deeper. She slowly spoke. "I'll ask you one last time. One last time. Did you order that Brother Biao to do it?" Chen Feng dared not hide it any longer, and nodded guiltily, his voice barely audible. "Yes." Chen Weiwei closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "So, everything Gu Yuan said is true? You want to break his legs and slash Su Hongli's face?" Chen Feng nodded and shook his head frantically. "Sister, I was wrong. I acted on impulse. I was so angry at Gu Yuan and that Su Hongli for being so arrogant. I just wanted to teach them a lesson to vent my anger. Sister, I really won't do it again. Please help me, sister." Chen Weiwei felt a buzzing sound in her head. The thing I feared most still happened. She remembered the look in Gu Yuan's eyes earlier. She would never forget that look in her eyes. Shock, disbelief, and a deep disappointment. And that sentence he said, "It doesn't matter." At the time, she didn't understand what it meant to be indifferent. Now she understands. That's a reaction that only occurs when one's heart is chilled to the bone. He had given up all hope for her. A complex mix of emotions welled up inside Chen Weiwei. Guilt, regret, heartache. But these emotions only lasted a few seconds. It was interrupted by the cries of Chen Feng and Wang Li. "Sister, say something. I'm not really going to be arrested and go to jail, am I?" Chen Feng knelt on the ground, tugging at her clothes. "Sister, please save Chen Feng." Wang Li cried out. "If he goes to jail, how will we live? Xiao Jia is so young. He can't live without his father." Chen Weiwei's head was throbbing from the noise. She snapped, "Enough. What are you crying for? Are you scared now? When you did those things, didn't you ever think this day would come?" Chen Feng and his wife lowered their heads guiltily, not daring to utter a sound. Chen Weiwei took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. "Can you still get in touch with Brother Biao?" Chen Feng was stunned for a moment, then nodded vigorously. "Yes. We should still be able to get in touch." Chen Weiwei was silent for a few seconds, then said, "Find some time this afternoon to arrange a meeting with him. I want to talk to him." Chen Feng's eyes lit up, knowing that his sister had agreed to help him, and he immediately put on a smiling face. Hey, thank you, sister. Thank you, sister." Chen Weiwei didn't say anything, and turned to walk towards her car. She paused for a moment as she opened the car door. She remembered Gu Yuan's eyes and his words, "It doesn't matter anymore." It felt like something had clenched my heart tightly. But she quickly shook her head, dismissing the thought. I got into the driver's seat and started the engine. The red Porsche drove into the traffic. She told herself, that's her own brother. She can't just ignore him. As for Gu Yuan, she bit her lip. Let's talk about it later. Chapter 45. Leave professional matters to professionals. That afternoon, a quiet tea house in the east of the city. Inside the private room, Chen Weiwei and Chen Feng sat facing each other. A pot of fine Longjing tea sat on the table, its aroma wafting through the air, but no one was in the mood to drink it. Chen Feng kept checking his watch, and every now and then he would stand up and walk to the door of the private room to look around, muttering to himself, "Why aren't they here yet? It's been over an hour." At this moment, Chen Weiwei picked up her teacup, took a small sip, and said calmly, "What's the rush? Just wait a little longer." The moment the words were spoken, the door to the private room was violently pushed open. Immediately afterwards, a gruff voice rang out. "Miss Chen truly lives up to her reputation as a self-made heroine. She certainly has great composure. Young Master Chen, you still have a lot to learn from your sister." Brother Biao swaggered in, still dressed the same as before. Black vest, thick gold chain, full-sleeve tattoo, cigarette dangling from his mouth. He seemed completely unconcerned about being wanted by the police. Chen Feng quickly stood up. "Brother Biao is here. Please have a seat." Brother Biao sat down opposite Chen Weiwei, his gaze sweeping over her without any attempt to conceal it. He grinned and said, "I didn't expect Miss Chen to be even more beautiful in person than on TV." That look in his eyes was so frivolous it was disgusting. Chen Weiwei felt a surge of disgust, but still maintained a polite smile. "Brother Biao, you flatter me." She raised her hand and gestured. "Waiter, bring another pot of Longjing tea." After Biao sat down, his lecherous eyes stared straight at Chen Weiwei. "Miss Chen, you didn't call me here just to invite me for tea, did you?" Chen Weiwei didn't beat around the bush. She took a bulging briefcase out of her bag and pushed it in front of Brother Biao. "Brother Biao is a smart man, so I'll get straight to the point." Brother Biao picked up the briefcase, unzipped it, and glanced inside. His eyes lit up. "That's quite a generous offer." He put down his bag, crossed his legs, and said, "Miss Chen, just let me know if you need anything. I'm just a common man. I enjoy doing things for beautiful women." Suppressing her disgust, Chen Weiwei said, "I'd like to ask Brother Biao for a small favor. If the police ask anything, I hope Brother Biao won't involve my younger brother." She paused, then added, "This 500,000 is a deposit. I'll give you another 500,000 after it's all done." After hearing this, Brother Biao laughed. "Understood." He put his briefcase down beside him. "Miss Chen underestimates me. There are rules in our line of work. Even if Miss Chen hadn't invited me for tea today, I wouldn't do anything to ruin my business." Chen Weiwei nodded. "Brother Biao, please don't misunderstand. I just feel that I owe you and the brothers a little something for this. It's just a small token of my appreciation, nothing more. Please accept it." Brother Biao nodded in satisfaction. "Since Miss Chen has said so, then I shall respectfully comply." He glanced at Chen Feng, who was shrinking back beside him, and said meaningfully, "Don't worry, Miss Chen. I brought people to intercept that guy named Gu Yuan simply because I was annoyed that he had such a beautiful girlfriend. It has nothing to do with you, young Master Chen. Even if you see the police, I'll still say the same thing." Chen Weiwei breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Then thank you very much, Brother Biao." Just then, the waiter came in carrying a pot of freshly brewed Longjing tea. Brother Biao stood up and waved his hand. "I won't drink tea. I'm used to drinking beer and baijiu, and I'm not used to such elegant things." If you two need anything next time, just remember to come to me. He looked at Chen Feng and smiled knowingly. Young Master Chen, I failed in my duty this time. Next time, I'll give you a 20% discount. Chen Feng quickly smiled apologetically. Definitely, definitely. Wait until the door to the private room closes. Chen Feng's expression immediately changed, and he spat towards the door. Pa, you're a useless piece of trash. Next time I come after you, I'll be your son. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a cold gaze. Chen Weiwei looked at him and said, slowly and deliberately, You mean, there will be a next time? Chen Feng was startled by that look and quickly forced a smile. Sis, I was just saying. There will definitely be no next time, I promise. Chen Weiwei didn't say anything, picked up her teacup, and drank it all in one gulp. The tea has gone cold. It was both bitter and astringent. Gu Yuan's family. Sunlight streamed through the windows into the living room, making it warm and cozy. Little Nwomi fell asleep on the sofa, her little face rosy. Su Hongli covered her with a small blanket, tiptoed to the balcony, and dialed the phone. Sister Han, it's me. Han Yu's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hongli, I understand the situation. Su Hongli's voice turned cold. I don't care about anything else. That Chen Feng must go to jail. Han Yu paused for a second, then said, I understand. Su Hongli softened her tone. Sister Han, please. Don't worry. Han Yu said, and then hung up the phone. Su Hongli put away her phone, turned around, and found Gu Yuan standing behind her at some point. He was holding a fruit platter with freshly cut watermelon, cantaloupe, and dragon fruit, all neatly arranged. Gu Yuan handed over the fruit platter. Su Hongli didn't take it, but instead opened her mouth and let out an ah. It looked like a little bird waiting to be fed. Gu Yuan looked at her helplessly, picked up a piece of watermelon with his fork, and held it to her mouth. Su Hongli took a bite, squinted her eyes, and smiled contentedly. He's so sweet. Looking at her like that, Gu Yuan couldn't help but smile. He sat down next to her and asked, Biao Ji's testimony alone shouldn't be enough to send Chen Feng to jail, right? Su Hongli chewed on watermelon and winked mysteriously. You don't need to worry about that. Leave the professional stuff to the professionals. She paused for a moment, then said confidently, In short, Sister Han will not disappoint. Gu Yuan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Su Hongli glanced at him and suddenly muttered under her breath, Just don't soften your heart when the time comes. Gu Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Why should I be soft-hearted? That's Chen Weiwei's brother, not mine. He paused, his voice turning cold. And that beast actually dared to implicate you. I'd love for him to be sent in for some serious reformation. Su Hongli tilted her head to look at him, a mischievous smile in her eyes. That's hard to say. I'm afraid someone still has feelings for his ex-wife. Gu Yuan turned his head and met her eyes. Sunlight fell on her face, and her eyes sparkled, as if they held stars. He looked at her for a few seconds, then suddenly said, Then let's wait and see. Su Hongli was stunned for a moment, then smiled. He smiled like a triumphant fox. All right, let's wait and see. She forked a piece of cantaloupe and held it to Gu Yuan's lips. This is a reward for you. Gu Yuan looked down at the cantaloupe, then at her expectant eyes. Open your mouth and take a bite. Sweet. It's really sweet. Chapter 46. Do you know her true background? In the interrogation room, Brother Biao sat on an iron chair, his hands still handcuffed, with a table in front of him and two policemen sitting behind the table. One of them was surnamed Zhou, and they had dealt with each other quite a bit. They were practically old acquaintances. Jean Biao, since you've turned yourself in, then tell me the truth. Captain Zhou put the notebook on the table. Jean Biao is Biao Ji's real name. Jean Biao raised his head and said in a slick, cocky tone, Captain Zhou, it's nothing serious. A couple of days ago, I took a dozen or so of my brothers to ambush some pretty boy, trying to scare him a little. But that kid called the police, and I figured since he couldn't run away anyway, I might as well turn myself in and try to get leniency. Team leader Zhou raised an eyebrow. Scare them? You brought over 20 men, carrying steel pipes and baseball bats, and even gasoline cans, and you're telling me this is just scare tactics? Jean Biao shrugged. What else could he do? If we really win a fight, would he still be standing here unscathed? I just couldn't stand that kid having such a beautiful girlfriend, so I wanted to teach him a lesson. Who knew he was so easily intimidated and immediately called the police. Team leader Zhou stared at him for a few seconds. I know perfectly well that someone is behind this. But Jin Biao is a seasoned veteran, very stubborn, and without solid evidence, no one can do anything about him. All right, since you voluntarily surrendered, your attitude is quite respectable. Captain Zhou picked up his pen in a businesslike manner. Go on, tell me everything from beginning to end, in detail. Jin Biao nodded and began to speak eloquently. From how he set his sights on Gu Yuan, to how he led his men to stake out the place, to how he ambushed Gu Yuan that afternoon. Throughout the entire process, he insisted on one point. It had nothing to do with Chen Feng. It's purely because he can't stand that Gu Yuan has such a beautiful girlfriend. Moreover, he only wanted to scare him and didn't intend to actually do anything. After listening, Captain Zhou closed the notebook and looked at him. Jin Biao, let me remind you, this is disorderly conduct, a gang crime. Criminal detention starts at least 37 days. Are you sure you want to take the blame yourself? Team leader Zhou added. If they reveal who instigated it, we might consider a lighter sentence. Jin Biao shook his head, his tone resolute. It was my own idea. No one instructed me. All right, I've said my piece. You can decide how to sentence me. Team leader Zhou and another policeman exchanged a glance. I know he's lying, but I can't do anything about it. Sign it. Jin Biao took the transcript and quickly signed his name. He even had a smile on his face when he was taken away. Criminal detention, at most, means serving a 2-month sentence. Exchange it for 1 million. It was worth it. Chen family villa. When the news arrived, Chen Feng was lying on the sofa with an ice pack on his back, while Wang Li was peeling oranges for him. Chen Weiwei sat on the other side of the sofa and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the message on her phone that Brother Biao had turned himself in. She looked at Chen Feng. Brother Biao has turned himself in, insisting that it has nothing to do with you. He'll be detained for a few days, and that'll be the end of it. Chen Feng froze for a second, then jumped up from the sofa, the ice pack on his face falling to the ground with a thud. Sister, what you said, is it true? Chen Feng stood there stunned for 2 seconds, then suddenly hugged Wang Li tightly. Wife, did you hear me? It's all right. I'm all right. Wang Li beamed from ear to ear. That's great, honey. Now I can rest easy. In the kitchen, Chen's mother, who was picking vegetables, threw the vegetables into a basin, put her hands together, and said, Ba, may the Bodhisattva protect us. Chen Feng leaned back on the sofa smugly, crossed his legs, and couldn't suppress his smile. Smile? I knew it. That Brother Biao isn't stupid. What good would it do him to expose me? Now it's perfect. He'll be in jail for a few days, and everything's peaceful here. Chen Weiwei's face darkened as she looked at him. She stood up, walked up to Chen Feng, and stared down at him. Chen Feng felt a little uneasy under her gaze. Sis, why are you looking at me like that? Chen Weiwei glared at him, her voice as cold as ice. You better learn your lesson this time. If you do it again, I will never help you again. Chen Feng's smile froze for a moment. Then he quickly nodded. Don't worry, sis. There won't be a next time. I swear. Wang Li chimed in. Sister, Chen Feng really knows he was wrong and will definitely change in the future. Chen's mother quickly smoothed things over. All right. Xiaofeng definitely won't dare to do it again. Weiwei, don't be so serious. Everything's all right now, isn't it? She paused, then smiled and said, How about we celebrate? To get rid of the bad luck. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Yes. Let's celebrate. A new Western restaurant just opened nearby, and I heard it's really authentic. Let's not cook tonight. Let's go out for a big meal. Upon hearing a big meal, Chen Xiaojia immediately jumped up from the ground, cheering excitedly. A big meal. A big meal. I want steak. And ice cream. Wang Li hugged her son, her eyes crinkling into slits with laughter. Okay, my son can eat whatever he wants. The family changed their clothes and went out happily. The atmosphere was as festive as Chinese New Year. Chen Weiwei walked at the back, looking at the group of people chatting and laughing ahead of her, feeling a mix of emotions. She remembered Gu Yuan's eyes and his words. It doesn't matter anymore. My heart feels like it's blocked by something. But she quickly shook her head, suppressing those thoughts. It's good that my brother is all right. We'll talk about the rest later. Detention center. Jin Biao was lying on the bed humming a little tune, figuring out how to spend the million after he got his hands on it. Just then, a male police officer suddenly pushed the door open and gave him a cold look. Jin Biao, come out with me. Someone wants to see you. Jin Biao frowned. Who wants to see me? The police ignored him and stepped aside. Jean Biao walked into the meeting room with a puzzled look on his face. Just as he sat down, a woman in a black business suit walked in. Around 30 years old, with delicate and aloof features, her long hair was meticulously styled, exuding an austere beauty. The woman sat down opposite Jean Biao, her gaze sweeping over him indifferently. Brother Biao paused for a moment, then sat up with a playful smile on his face. "Oh, where did this beautiful lady come from? Did you come to the wrong place?" The woman ignored his flippancy, walked over and sat down opposite him, her tone formulaic. "Mr. Jean Biao, I am Gu Yuan's defense lawyer, Hanyu." Brother Biao raised an eyebrow, his smile becoming even more suggestive. "Gu Yuan? The pretty boy I cornered." He looked Hanyu up and down, then clicked his tongue twice. "That pretty boy surnamed Gu is really lucky with women. He has a beautiful ex-wife, a devastatingly attractive mistress, and now even his defense lawyer is so hot. You can't help but admire him." Hanyu showed no reaction to his flirting, her gaze as calm as if she were looking at an inanimate object. "Mr. Jean Biao, according to my client, you took money from Chen Feng, which is why you attempted to break my client's leg and harm his female friend. Do you admit it?" Brother Biao chuckled and leaned against the wall. "I've already made this very clear to the police. If you're here to persuade me to recant my testimony, then I regret to inform you." He tilted his head and said in a flippant tone, "Honey, you're going to have made a wasted trip." Hanyu looked at him, a slight smile curving her lips. The smile was faint, yet it gave Brother Biao a strange chill. "Mr. Jean Biao," she began slowly, "do you know the background of Miss Su Hongli, who was almost disfigured by you?" Brother Biao paused for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. "Why do I care about her background? I'm not the one registering household registrations. Why should I care about that?" Hanyu took a business card out of her bag and placed it in front of him. "Then let me give you a formal introduction." Her voice was calm and unhurried, as if stating a perfectly ordinary fact. "Su Hongli, the beloved daughter of Su Yuanshao, chairman of the Su Group, and the only legal heir of the Su Group. She is currently the CEO of the southeast region of the Su Group." Chapter 47 hit a brick wall. Brother Biao's smile froze. He glanced down at the business card. "Legal Department of Su Group. Chief Attorney, Hanyu." When he looked up again, his eyes had changed. You're trying to scare me?" His voice was a little weak, but he still forced himself to speak. "I'm not easily scared. The sole heir of the Su Group? You're kidding me." Hanyu looked at him with a hint of pity in her eyes. "Since Mr. Jean Biao is also a member of the martial arts world," she said slowly, "you must know about the person Sihai Jiao, right?" Brother Biao's pupils suddenly contracted. Of course he knew. That was his elder brother's elder brother, a very prominent figure in the entire Jiang province. "Later, I heard that he was sentenced to death because he raped and accidentally killed a female employee of the Su Group while drunk. He was executed. What does this woman mean by suddenly mentioning him?" Hanyu seemed to see his confusion and kindly explained, "Back then, I was the one who personally sent him in, and I directly sentenced him to death." She pointed to the business card on the table. "If Mr. Jean Biao doesn't believe me, this is my business card. You can take a look." Brother Biao's gaze fell on the business card again. "Legal Department of Su Group. Chief Attorney, Hanyu." Hanyu. Hanyu. A nickname suddenly flashed through his mind. The Legal Queen. The legendary ruthless character who never misses a shot. No one who falls into her hands can escape unscathed. Brother Biao's expression completely changed. With a thump, he slid off the chair and landed on his bottom on the floor. You're Hanyu, the legal empress of the Su Group's legal department?" Hanyu nodded slightly. "Oh, Mr. Jean Biao knows me. That would be wonderful." She stood up, looking down at him, her tone still calm. "Mr. Jean Biao, can we have a proper talk now?" Brother Biao sat on the ground, cold sweat streaming down his face. He knew he had bitten off more than he could chew this time. 15 minutes later, Hanyu walked out of the detention cell. She took out her phone and dialed Su Hongli's number. "Red Carp, I've taken care of what you asked me to do. I'll head back now." On the other end of the phone, Su Hongli's voice came through. "Sister Han, so fast? Why don't you stay for dinner? Let's skip the meal." Hanyu interrupted her, her tone flat. "I have a case waiting for me over there. That's all, I'm hanging up now." After saying that, she hung up the phone and left the police station without looking back. Looking back, Gu Yuan's family. Su Hongli held her phone, listened to the busy tone on the other end, and sighed helplessly. Sister Han is still the same as ever, she muttered. She only ever thinks about cases. She never thinks about me, her sister. If it were anyone else, they would definitely try their best to please her, the heiress of the Su group. But Han Yu is different. They would never fawn over her because of her status. It was precisely Han Yu's special treatment that made the two become true best friends. As Su Hongli was thinking, the bathroom door opened. Gu Yuan came out. "The bathwater is ready, my Miss Su," he said. Su Hongli looked at him, then suddenly shook her phone, smiling like a sly fox. Someone's about to be in trouble. Guess who? Gu Yuan looked at her smug expression, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Chen Feng. Su Hongli blinked. Smart. Gu Yuan didn't speak, but he suddenly felt a pang of emotion. This girl used the connections she least wanted to use for him. I owe her more and more. At the same time, a high-end Western restaurant. The private room was dimly lit, and the table was laden with exquisite dishes. Chen Feng raised his glass, his face flushed. Come on, let's celebrate, Chen Feng. Cheers. Wang Li smiled and raised her glass. Chen's mother also raised her wine glass, and Chen Xiaojia held up a glass of juice. To avoid spoiling the fun, Chen Weiwei also raised her glass. The family was about to clink glasses. The door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. Several police officers walked in. The leader glanced around the private room, and his gaze fell on Chen Feng. Chen Feng, you are suspected of hiring someone to commit assault. Come with us. Chen Feng dropped his wine glass with a clatter and spilled red wine all over himself. His face turned deathly pale instantly. Yeah. You've got a mistake, haven't you? I hired someone to assault someone. Where's the evidence? Without evidence, what right do you have to arrest me? The police officer said expressionlessly. Save your words for the station. Take him away. Two policemen stepped forward and grabbed Chen Feng from both sides. Husband, Wang Li screamed and lunged forward. Let him go. What right do you have to arrest him? Chen's mother rushed up and grabbed Chen Feng's arm tightly. Officer, you must have made a mistake. Our Xiaofeng is the most honest man. He would never do such a thing. You can't arrest him. Chen Xiaojia cried loudly in fright. Dad, don't arrest my dad. The police remained unmoved and dragged Chen Feng outside. Chen Feng struggled desperately, turning back to shout at Chen Weiwei. Sister, save me. Please think of something, sister. Chen Weiwei stood there, her face ashen, without uttering a word. Only after Chen Feng was shoved into the police car and sped away did she feel as if all her strength had been drained away, and she slowly leaned against the wall. Wang Li held her son and sat on the ground, wailing loudly. Chen's mother collapsed to the ground, slapping her thighs and rolling around in a fit of rage. My son, my poor son, why did they arrest you? People around them turned their heads and pointed at each other. Chen Weiwei took a deep breath, went over and helped her mother up. Mom, let's go back first. I'll think of something when we get back. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen's mother suddenly flung her hand away, the force of which made Chen Weiwei stumble. Chen Weiwei. Chen's mother pointed at her nose, her voice shrill enough to pierce eardrums. What did you promise me? Didn't you say your brother was all right? Why was he still arrested? Chen Weiwei was stunned by the scolding. Mom, What kind of older sister are you? Chen's mother didn't give her a chance to speak. You can't even protect your own brother. What use are you alive? These words were like a knife, piercing Chen Weiwei's heart. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Chen's mother, however, became more and more agitated with her insults, pointing her finger at her nose and continuing. I'm telling you, Chen Weiwei, if you don't get Xiaofeng out of here today, I'll disown you as my daughter. After saying that, she grabbed Wang Li and Chen Xiaojia and said, Lily, Xiaojia, let's go. The three of them left without looking back, leaving Chen Weiwei alone on the spot. Chen Weiwei stood there blankly, her mind completely blank. She knew her mother had always favored her younger brother, but she never expected her mother to be so biased. It was clearly the younger brother's own fault. She clearly helped, and even invested $1 million. Why is she always blamed when something goes wrong? Chen Weiwei didn't know how she got out of the restaurant. A night breeze blew by, carrying a slight chill, but she didn't feel cold. All I could think about were my mother's words, playing over and over again. I will no longer have you as my daughter. Chen Weiwei wandered aimlessly down the street, not knowing how long she had been walking. Then a familiar voice rang in her ear. Weiwei? What's wrong? You look terrible. Chen Weiwei looked up and saw a gentle face. Lin Yu stood in front of her, his eyes filled with worry. Chen Weiwei finally couldn't hold back her tears, and they rolled down her cheeks. She threw herself into Lin Yu's arms, hugged him tightly, and cried uncontrollably. Lin Yu gently patted her back, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze. It's all right. It's all right. I'm here. Chen Weiwei buried her face in his arms and cried like a child. She didn't see the fleeting smile that crossed Lin Yu's lips when he looked down at her. There was no tenderness in that smile. All there is scheming. Chapter 48. Lin Yu's scheme. Night was falling. In Lin Yu's apartment, warm yellow light spilled into the living room, creating a gentle illusion. Chen Weiwei sat on the sofa, her eyes still red, holding a cup of hot milk that Lin Yu had handed her. Lin Yu sat down beside her, not in a hurry to speak, but simply kept her company quietly. This perfectly timed silence warmed Chen Weiwei's heart. Compared to Gu Yuan's meticulous care, Lin Yu's understanding companionship seemed to touch her heart more. He truly deserves to be her ideal man. Weiwei, Lin Yu finally spoke, his voice as gentle as if coaxing a child. Can you tell me now what happened? Chen Weiwei bit her lip and remained silent for a long time before whispering. Chen Feng has been arrested. Lin Yu frowned slightly. Chen Feng? Your brother? What happened? Chen Weiwei recounted, in fits and starts, Chen Feng's hiring of thugs to injure someone and his arrest at the Western restaurant earlier that day. As she finished speaking, her voice choked up again. My mother scolded me in front of so many people, saying she didn't have a daughter like me. Lin Yu, what did I do wrong? I've been helping them all along, buying houses for my parents, giving Chen Feng 100,000 yuan every month, and I helped with this too. Why is it that in the end, I'm still the one in the wrong? Lin Yu gently put his arm around her shoulder, his voice even softer. Silly girl, of course you didn't do anything wrong. Wrong. It's your mother who's too biased. It has nothing to do with you. Chen Weiwei leaned on his shoulder, and tears streamed down her face again. She needs a shoulder to lean on, someone to tell her that she is not wrong. Lin Yu gave her this. But, Chen Weiwei looked up, her eyes filled with confusion. Now that Chen Feng has been arrested, I don't know what to do. My mother is right. As the older sister, I can't even protect my younger brother. A glint of light flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. This is what he's been waiting for. Weiwei, he asked tentatively. You just said that Chen Feng was arrested because Brother Biao suddenly changed his testimony? Chen Weiwei nodded. Yes. Originally, Brother Biao insisted that he had nothing to do with Chen Feng, but for some reason, he suddenly changed his story. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Weiwei, have you investigated that woman named Su Hongli? I feel that this matter must be related to her. Chen Weiwei was taken aback for a moment. Yes, I checked. I had my assistant check. It was just an ordinary employee of the Su group. An ordinary employee? Lin Yu laughed, a hint of disdain in his smile. Weiwei, aren't you being too naive? An ordinary employee. Could they possibly hire a lawyer who could make Brother Biao recant his testimony? Chen Weiwei opened her mouth, but was speechless for a moment. Lin Yu continued. For an old fox like Brother Biao to recant his testimony, either there's irrefutable evidence, or the lawyer is so skilled that they scared him out of his wits. Think about it. Does an ordinary employee have that kind of ability? Chen Weiwei fell silent. She remembered what happened at the nail salon that day. That's Su Hongli. She hesitated before speaking. Maybe it really isn't that simple. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Chen Weiwei bit her lip and recounted what happened that day. That day, Wang Li and I went to the nail salon and happened to run into her and Gu Yuan there. AI Li personally served her, and the manager said that she had paid 5 million for a membership. Lin Yu's pupils contracted slightly. 5 million. Although it's not an astronomical figure for him, how could an ordinary employee possibly come up with 5 million just to get a manicure? Weiwei, his voice turned serious. It's time to replace you as assistant. Chen Weiwei's face turned pale. She knew in her heart that it wasn't the assistant's fault, but that she herself was too eager to see the result that Su Hongli is not as good as herself. So when she received the survey results for ordinary employee, she didn't think much about it and believed it directly. Looking back now, that survey was simply laughable. Then who exactly is she? Chen Weiwei murmured. Lin Yu did not answer, but he already had a guess in his mind. Her surname is Su. She can afford 5 million for a manicure and hire top lawyers. In the entire Jiang province, only the Su family has the resources to pull off such a feat. Su Group. That woman is probably not an ordinary employee at all, but a member of the Su family. They might even be Su Yuanxiao's immediate family members. A strong sense of imbalance suddenly welled up in Lin Yu's heart. Gu Yuan? That good for nothing? Was that man just his double? On what grounds? Why is it that Lin Yu is wandering abroad, being chased by debt collectors like a stray dog, while Gu Yuan, that substitute, is living a prosperous life in China? Divorced, raising a child, how could he still find a woman of the Su family's caliber? Lin Yu's fingers tightened slightly, and a sinister glint flashed in his eyes. But he quickly suppressed that hint of malice, because he thought of something else. This is a tremendously good thing. Chen Feng has been arrested. Who is Chen Feng? The only son of the Chen family, the apple of Chen's mother's eye, and Chen Weiwei's younger brother. Chen Weiwei has already made it clear enough how biased Chen's mother is through her tears. What price is Chen Weiwei willing to pay to get Chen Feng out of trouble? All. She would be willing to give everything. What does Chen Weiwei have? Weiyu Company has a market value of over 100 million yuan and abundant cash flow. Lin Yu quickly started to make a plan in his mind. He owes $50 million in high-interest loans abroad, and Seventh Master's men have already tracked him down to China. If we don't find a solution soon, he'll lose his life. His original plan was to marry Chen Weiwei and gradually transfer her assets to his own name. But now, there's an even faster way. As long as he says he can get Chen Feng out, Chen Weiwei would be extremely grateful. Chen's mother would see him as a savior. Chen Feng would be even more devoted to him. At that time, whatever he says, the Chen family will believe. Even if Chen Weiwei were to mortgage the company, would she hesitate? Maybe, but she would still do it for her brother. Lin Yu's lips curled up almost imperceptibly, but in just a moment, he reverted to his gentle and considerate demeanor. Weiwei, he gently held Chen Weiwei's hand, his tone firm and tender. Don't worry, I'm here. Chen Weiwei raised her head, a glimmer of hope igniting in her eyes. Lin Yu, do you have a way? Lin Yu nodded. I do have some connections in the legal profession. I have an uncle who is one of the top criminal defense lawyers in the country, specializing in these kinds of cases. As long as he's willing to take the case, Chen Feng's situation shouldn't be a problem. Chen Weiwei's eyes lit up. In that instant, her eyes were filled with gratitude and dependence as she looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, is it really okay? Her voice trembled slightly. Won't it be too much trouble for you? Lin Yu smiled, a smile as warm as the summer sun. Silly girl, what trouble are you talking about? He raised his hand to wipe away the tears from Chen Weiwei's eyes. I told you, I'll always be there for you. Your problems are my problems. Chen Weiwei stared at him blankly, tears streaming down her face again. But this time, the tears were tears of emotion. She leaned on Lin Yu's shoulder, her voice as soft as a dream. Lin Yu, it's so good to have you here. Lin Yu gently patted her back, his voice so tender it could drown a person. All right, stop crying. Go back and get some rest. Tomorrow I'll contact that uncle and get Chen Feng out as soon as possible. Chen Weiwei nodded. The weight that had been hanging over her heart finally lifted. She didn't see the fleeting greed in Lin Yu's eyes when he looked down at her. Chapter 49, The Same Stubbornness. At the same time, Gu Yuan's family. Only one floor lamp was on in the living room, casting a warm yellow light that softly fell on the sofa. Gu Yuan had just come out of the bedroom and quietly closed the door. Little Nuomi finally fell asleep. The little one insisted on hearing stories tonight, telling one after another until Gu Yuan's throat was dry before she obediently closed her eyes. Gu Yuan rubbed his neck and walked towards the living room. Just as he was about to pour himself a glass of water, he saw a figure curled up on the sofa. The sofa. Su Hongli hugged her knees, huddled in the corner of the sofa, staring at a certain spot on the coffee table, lost in thought. They didn't even notice him coming out. Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow, but didn't rush to speak. He first poured himself a glass of water, took a couple of sips, and then strolled over. Then, the bright moonlight shines before my bed. I wonder if it is frost on the ground. Su Hongli suddenly looked up, staring at him with a look of utter disbelief. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, then lower it to think of my hometown. Gu Yuan, are you crazy? Su Hongli grabbed a cushion and threw it at him. What's wrong with you in the middle of the night? What are you reciting poetry for? Gu Yuan reached out and caught the cushion, looking completely innocent. I just saw you sitting here alone in a daze, and I was worried you'd be bored, so I added some background music for you. Su Hongli rolled her eyes in exasperation. You call this background music? This is noise. Gu Yuan smiled and sat down next to her, speaking casually. It seems our Miss Sue is homesick. Su Hongli was stunned for a moment, then exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Pa, who misses home? That's not my home. Oh, you're still pretty stubborn. Who's being stubborn? Su Hongli buried her face in her knees, her muffled voice coming out. I'm telling the truth. That place was never my home to begin with. Gu Yuan looked at her fluffy head, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes. This girl is usually as flamboyant as a proud little peacock, but when it comes to family matters, she wilted like a little quail. What? He softened his voice. Are you still angry about your dad and your best friend's affair? Su Hongli didn't look up, but her shoulders visibly stiffened. After a few seconds of silence, she finally spoke in a muffled voice. I've known Lu Yaoyao for 7 years. Gu Yuan remained silent, waiting for her to continue. 7 years. Su Hongli's voice was muffled in her knees, with a slight nasal tone. I've always treated her like an older sister. I tell her everything, and I go to her whether I'm happy or not. My dad is busy and doesn't have time to spend with me, so she's the one who's been with me most of the time. Gu Yuan sighed inwardly. Another child who lacks love. And then, Su Hongli suddenly raised her head, her eyes already red. She betrayed me. She got together with my dad. Gu Yuan, tell me, what is this? I treated her like a sister, and she wanted to be my stepmother? Gu Yuan looked at her reddened eyes, but didn't rush to speak. He knew that at that moment, what she needed was not comfort, but a listening ear. I will never forgive her in my entire life. Su Hongli gritted her teeth, her tone resolute. Absolutely not. Gu Yuan waited until she finished speaking before slowly saying, all right, calm down. Don't be so absolute. You have a long life ahead of you. His tone was calm and unhurried, as if he were coaxing a child. Su Hongli glared at him. You stinky Gu Yuan, what do you mean by that? You also think I would compromise with them? She pointed angrily at Gu Yuan. Whose side are you on anyway? Gu Yuan chuckled. Of course I'm on your side. I'm not close to your dad, and I'm even less close to your best friend. Do you even need to ask who I'm on? Su Hongli was stunned for a moment, and her anger inexplicably subsided a bit. But she still wouldn't let it go. Then what did you mean by what you just said? What do you mean by this life is still long? Gu Yuan shrugged. I'm innocent. I didn't speak up for them. I just felt. He paused, his gaze falling on Su Hongli's face, his tone becoming more serious. Life has so many wonderful things, you don't need to trap yourself because of something unpleasant. What do you think? Su Hongli opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but found that she couldn't refute it. Because he's right. She seems to have truly trapped herself. But, no. She shook her head vigorously, as if trying to shake Gu Yuan's words away. Just thinking about them together makes me feel disgusted. My dad and my best friend? Gu Yuan, just imagine what that would be like. I would rather die than allow them to be together. Gu Yuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw her stubborn expression. This girl is actually quite cute when she's angry. Fine. If you don't agree, then you don't agree. He went along with her. Then you can continue to be angry and continue to avoid me. Anyway, there's still plenty of time. Take it slow. Su Hongli sensed something was off about his words and looked at him suspiciously. What do you mean? Gu Yuan shook his head, his tone casual. It doesn't mean anything. I just think that you two, father and daughter, are really alike. The same what? Just as stubborn. Su Hongli was stunned for a moment, and was about to retort when she suddenly realized something. She stared at Gu Yuan, her eyes slightly narrowed. Gu Yuan, why do I feel like there's something hidden in your words? Gu Yuan chuckled, and was about to deny it when Su Hongli grabbed his arm. Don't deny it. She leaned closer to him, her eyes shining brightly. What exactly are you trying to say? Gu Yuan looked at her face so close to his own and smelled her faint fragrance. His heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. This girl is too close. You're overthinking it. He leaned back, trying to create some distance. I was just saying. Su Hongli didn't believe him and grabbed his arm, refusing to let go. Tell me. Gu Yuan looked at her helplessly, remained silent for a few seconds, and then slowly said, I'm afraid that's how your father sees us right now. Su Hongli was stunned. Us? Gu Yuan nodded. Yes. Us. He looked at her, his tone calm. What do you think your father will think? His daughter, the heiress of the prestigious Su Group, leaves her perfectly good home and runs off to live with a divorced man with a child. Tell me, in his eyes, am I a good person or a bad person? Su Hongli opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say for a moment. Gu Yuan continued, "Won't he think that I'm seducing his daughter? That I'm using you? That I'm trapping you?" Su Hongli was stunned. She had never thought about this question. From the day she ran away from home, all she could think about was how wronged she felt and how angry she was. She hadn't considered how her father would view Gu Yuan. "So you see," Gu Yuan gently withdrew his hand from her grasp, his tone still calm. "You two, father and daughter, are actually protecting the people you care about in your own ways. You protect your dignity, he protects his daughter. Neither of you is wrong. It's just that you have different perspectives." Su Hongli stared blankly at him, her mind a jumbled mess. She suddenly remembered what Lu Yaoyao had said. "Hongli, your father doesn't not love you. He just doesn't know how to love you." At the time, she thought that statement was nonsense. But now, Gu Yuan said almost the same thing. "You and your daughter are both equally stubborn." She fell silent. Seeing her like this, Gu Yuan didn't say anything more. He knew that some things only needed to be said once. Once. The rest is something she needs to figure out for herself. He stood up, picked up the empty cup, and walked towards the kitchen. "All right, stop thinking about it and go to sleep early. I have to take Xiao and Womi to school tomorrow." Su Hongli didn't move, remaining seated on the sofa, watching his back. She didn't speak until he walked into the kitchen. "Gu Yuan." Gu Yuan paused, turned around to look at her. Su Hongli looked at him with a complicated expression. "Were you serious about what you just said?" Gu Yuan was silent for 2 seconds, then smiled. The smile was faint as moonlight. "Red Carp," he said, "I dare not say anything else, but every word I say to you is sincere." After saying that, he turned and went into the kitchen. Su Hongli stared blankly in the direction he disappeared, her heart skipping a beat. This man is always like this. He usually seems mild-mannered and indifferent to everything. But the words he occasionally uttered struck a chord deep within her. She hugged her knees, buried her face in them, but couldn't help but smile. Gu Yuan is a scoundrel. They know how to say nice things to coax people. But why didn't she feel offended at all when she heard it? Chapter 50, The Unromantic Fool. In the kitchen, Gu Yuan stood by the sink, having already washed the cup in his hand, but he didn't rush out. He heard rustling sounds coming from the living room, knowing that the girl was still there. He recalled the way Su Hongli had approached him earlier, the light in her eyes, and the faint fragrance emanating from her. Something inside me seemed to be quietly loosening. He looked down at the cup in his hand, and suddenly remembered what he had just said. "Every word I say to you is sincere." What he said is true. Every word he said to her was true, including the line, "You don't need to trap yourself because of something that makes you unhappy." He didn't want to see her trapped, whether trapped in anger or trapped in. Here he is. Gu Yuan closed his eyes and gently exhaled. He's divorced, has a child, and has so much of his past that he hasn't explained clearly. She shouldn't be someone he can hope for. But Gu Yuan opened his eyes and looked at the night outside the window. However, some things cannot be controlled simply because they shouldn't be. Just like now, even though he knows he should keep his distance, he still can't help but let her get closer and closer. In the living room, Su Hongli suddenly called out, "Gu Yuan." Gu Yuan snapped out of his daze, quickly walked out of the kitchen, and asked, "What's wrong?" Su Hongli hugged a cushion and tilted her head to look at him. "I'm hungry." Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Hungry? Didn't you just have dinner?" "So what?" Su Hongli said matter-of-factly. "I'm just hungry. Are you going to cook or not?" Gu Yuan couldn't help but laugh at her arrogant demeanor. "Okay, I'll do it." He put down the cup. "What do you want to eat?" Su Hongli blinked and thought for a moment. "I want to eat your scallion oil noodles." Gu Yuan was taken aback. Scallion oil noodles? That was something he did for her 5 years ago. Back then, she was still a spoiled young lady who would insist he cook for her if she got hungry in the middle of the night. He rummaged through the refrigerator for a while and found only a handful of scallions and some flour, so he made her a bowl of scallion oil noodles. She enjoyed the noodles very much and said it was the best noodles she had ever eaten. Gu Yuan looked at her and realized that she was looking at him too. Their eyes met, then looked away at the same time. There seemed to be something different in the air. Gu Yuan coughed lightly. "Okay, scallion oil noodles. Wait here." He turned and walked towards the kitchen. When Su Hongli's voice came from behind him, "Gu Yuan." Thank you." Gu Yuan paused for a moment, but didn't turn around. He simply gave a soft then continued walking towards the kitchen. Su Hongli watched his retreating figure, unable to suppress the smile on her lips. This man. How can this man be so good? She leaned back on the sofa, listening to the sound of chopping vegetables coming from the kitchen, and a thought suddenly popped into her head. Perhaps running away from home was the best decision she ever made in her life. No, it's not maybe. It's certain. Because if she hadn't run away from home, she wouldn't have met him again. She would never have known that, 5 years later, he was still the same person who would cook for her in the middle of the night. She would never have known that the person in her heart had always been there. Su Hongli buried her face in the cushion and laughed like a fool. Gu Yuan stood in the kitchen, chopping scallions, but his ears were perked up, listening to the sounds coming from the living room. Hearing the girl's muffled laughter, he couldn't help but shake his head. Silly girl. But the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. When the scallion oil noodles were served, Su Hongli's eyes lit up. The golden noodles are sprinkled with bright green scallions, and the aroma of scallion oil blends with the salty and savory flavor of soy sauce. It's simple, yet incredibly tempting. Su Hongli picked up her chopsticks, took a bite, blew on it, and put it in her mouth. Then, she froze. It still tastes the same. 5 years have passed, and nothing has changed. Gu Yuan sat opposite her, looking at her stunned expression, and found it somewhat amusing. What? Doesn't it taste good? Su Hongli didn't say anything, but picked up another piece of food with her chopsticks. This time, she ate very slowly, as if savoring something precious. Gu Yuan noticed something was wrong, and looked at her closely, discovering that her eyes were red. Hey, he said, a little flustered. It can't be that bad, can it? I know I'm a good cook, but it's not so good that you'd cry from how delicious it is it? Su Hongli glared at him, but her tone was nasal. Pa, you self-praising bastard. She lowered her head and took another bite. Tears rolled down uncontrollably and dripped into the bowl. Gu Yuan remained silent. He watched her quietly, watching her eat while tears streamed down her face, watching her wipe her face haphazardly with the back of her hand, watching her stubbornly refuse to look up. He knew what she was thinking. 5 years ago, on those nights, he had made noodles for her in the same way. Back then, she was a spoiled young lady who would throw a tantrum when she was hungry in the middle of the night, and he would make her the simplest scallion oil noodles. She always enjoyed the meal, saying it was the best thing he had ever made. Later, he dumped her, thinking he would never see her again. 5 years later, he was sitting across from her, watching her eat the noodles he made. After Su Hongli finished the last bite, she pushed the bowl forward and looked up. Its eyes are red, like a rabbit's. Gu Yuan, I want more. Gu Yuan chuckled. Eating too much at night will make you sleep poorly. If you want some, I'll make it for you tomorrow. Su Hongli looked at him, her eyes shining. What if I want to eat this every day? Every day? Gu Yuan subconsciously replied. Then I'll do it every day. He suddenly stopped mid-sentence. What every day? I'll make it for you every day. Saying this is tantamount to saying, I'm willing to stay with you forever, isn't it? Su Hongli blinked and leaned closer to him. Every day what? Gu Yuan's heart skipped a beat when he was stared at by those bright, sparkling eyes. This girl, is she doing this on purpose? He cleared his throat and stood up. It's getting late. Go to sleep. Su Hongli grabbed his sleeve. I hate it when people only say half of what they mean. Finish what you're saying, or I'm not sleeping tonight. Gu Yuan looked down at her hand that was tugging at his sleeve, and then at her self-righteous expression, and couldn't help but laugh. This girl, she even acts so confidently when she's being affectionate. I'm going to sleep now, he said. Good night. After saying that, he gently pulled back his sleeve and turned to walk towards the bedroom. Gu Yuan, come back here. Su Hongli shouted from behind. Gu Yuan didn't turn around, pushed open the bedroom door, and went inside. The door closed gently. Su Hongli stared at the door with wide eyes, stomping her feet in anger. You stinky Gu Yuan. You really have the heart to leave me here all alone. No one answered. You clueless idiot. Still, no one answered. Su Hongli sat back on the sofa, fuming, hugging a cushion and staring at the door. She just didn't believe it. When has Su Hongli ever admitted defeat? Her eyes darted around, and suddenly an idea came to her. He tiptoed to the window and opened it. The May night breeze blew in, carrying a slight chill. Su Hongli was only wearing a thin nightgown, and when the wind blew, she got goosebumps all over. But she gritted her teeth and endured it, sitting cross-legged on the sofa and starting to wait. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Achoo! A loud sneeze. Su Hongli rubbed her nose and continued to wait. Achoo, achoo, 2 more. She curled up on the sofa, hugging herself, cursing Gu Yuan 1,000 times in her heart. You stinking Gu Yuan, come out here. Just as she was about to freeze to death, the bedroom door opened. Gu Yuan came out and saw her still sitting on the sofa with the window wide open. He felt terrible. He strode over, closed the window, and then stood in front of her, looking down at her. My dear lady, he said helplessly, I'm begging you, please go to sleep, okay? I have to get up early tomorrow to take Xiao Nuomi to kindergarten. Su Hongli looked up at him and said matter-of-factly, if you want me to sleep, you can do it if you finish what you were saying. Gu Yuan was speechless. Why is this girl so stubborn? I won't tell you. He refused outright. Su Hongli stood up and moved closer to him. The two were very close, so close that Gu Yuan could see the curve of her eyelashes and feel the warmth of her breath. What? She blinked, her voice soft. Is it really that hard for you to speak your mind? Gu Yuan looked at her, and his heart began to race. Does this girl even know what she's doing? Such close proximity, such a soft tone, such bright, sparkling eyes. No normal man could withstand that. He took a deep breath, just about to say something. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sounded suddenly. The two of them were both taken aback and exchanged a glance. Who could it be so late?